In the peach orchard of the Celestial Academy, leaves were floating in the air like beautiful women dancing in the wind. The melody of the zither was floating on the wind just like the leaves of the peach trees. The melody could bring peace to anyone's heart. In the middle of that elegant pavilion, a graceful hand was floating over the strings of the zither. The melody was enchanting. Lin Feng, just like a diligent student, was sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, respectfully listening to the melody. At that moment, Lin Feng's eyes were closed and he was breathing peacefully. His body was surrounded by a cloud of qi. If people had been there, they would find it very mysterious, but there was nobody in sight. For Lin Feng, it seemed like there was nothing but the earth. He was in fusion with the earth. Yan Yu Pingshang was a Xianxia layer cultivator. If Lin Feng hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have never thought that Yan Yu Pingshang, the teacher who was also the examiner for the military students' entrance exam, had such terrifying strength and power. While his fingers were floating over the strings of the zither, he could disintegrate soldiers and make them disappear into nothingness like dust. Lin Feng felt endless respect for Yan Yu Pingshang. He was extremely powerful. Lin Feng held him in awe and veneration. After a long time, the sound of the zither stopped. Yan Yu Pingshang raised his head and looked at Lin Feng, who, as before, seemed calm and serene, as if he was sound asleep. At that moment, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He had a smile on his face and looked even more handsome. He looked charming and intelligent. Lin Feng, originally you were not in harmony with your heart's true intentions, and that caused a hindrance in your cultivation. That was the reason why I had proposed to play the zither for you and teach you how to play, so that you could wash your heart clean from all the pollution. But now your power of comprehension is stronger than mine, and you can already penetrate into the earth fusion dimension. Now you can continue alone. You need to think, to learn more and understand more about heaven and earth, to the extent that you don't even need to listen to the zither any longer," said Yan Yu Pingshang, who was speaking slowly. The earth fusion dimension was extremely difficult to reach. Since Lin Feng had managed to break through to that complex cultivation layer, after that, breaking through to the different layers would be a piece of cake, at least until he reached the Tianqi layer. It wouldn't be like Yan Yu Pingshang, for whom it was very difficult to reach higher levels after having broken through to the Xianqi layer. He had seen many geniuses, but he had never met someone like Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng could comprehend the earth fusion so well, people who had stronger talent than him were almost non-existent. "Teacher, I want to learn how to play the zither," said Lin Feng while slightly smiling. Lin Feng was very sensitive to the arts, especially to the zither. Not only did it help with meditating, but it could also be used to kill. "All right, if you want to learn, I will teach you. Besides, with the power of the earth fusion, it will be easy for you to learn. After a while, you'll play much better than me," said Yan Yu Pingshang. He had faith in Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Lin Feng wasn't arrogant at all. He was very humble. He had a strong willpower and determination. Besides, he was extremely talented. He was a real treasure. Looking at such an outstanding young man was a pleasure for other people. They felt happy when seeing such a talented genius. Yan Yu Pingshang was particularly happy about the fact that Lin Feng wanted to learn how to play the zither. So Yan Yu Pingshang hoped to see Lin Feng surpass him in the future. Yan Yu Pingshang took out some books and waved his hand, which made them immediately float through the air towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng received the books and listened to Yan Yu Pingshang. "Lin Feng, learning how to play the zither requires the ability to listen. Now, you have proven that you are able to listen. You will now need to get to know the zither. You need to learn how to understand it. These books are very easy, but amongst them there are songs and there are deadly zither skills as well. You can learn as much as you want, and if there is anything that you don't understand, you can always ask me." "All right," said Lin Feng while slightly nodding. He packed the books and immediately after said to Yan Yu Pingshang, "Teacher, I'm leaving." "All right, you can go," said Yan Yu Pingshang while smiling. Lin Feng had said that he was leaving without being scared of offending Yan Yu Pingshang. He wasn't the kind of person who cared about such small things. Yan Yu Pingshang wasn't offended by something like that. On the contrary, he liked Lin Feng this way, honest and carefree. The news that Lin Feng had already come back to the Celestial Academy had quickly spread. Everybody also knew about the great things that he had accomplished during the war. Everybody also knew about the fact that, during the war, On the battlefield there was a song sung by Lin Feng which inspired passion within the troops. Besides, Lin Feng had created this himself, which definitely contributed to his artistic reputation. These days at the Celestial Academy, many people were talking about Lin Feng's achievements, but there were also many people who were talking about Lin Feng's cultivation level. The Celestial Academy had 4 cultivation towers. 3 of them were separated according to the 3 different student paths. There was another one, that one was a great catalyst for cultivation. In that 4th cultivation tower, the pure chi was also the thickest. It was the best tower for practicing cultivation. Besides, anybody could practice in that cultivation tower. Of course, the rule was always the same, one had to be strong enough to obtain a room. At that moment, at the tower, there were some people looking up at the majestic cultivation tower. Their eyes were filled with impatience. Not all of them had the power to enter it, they were just admiring it. Xianxia was a new student at the Celestial Academy. She had broken through to the 2nd Ling Chi layer, which was not bad at all considering that she was only 17, but at the Celestial Academy, that was nothing extraordinary. If only one day I could go into that cultivation tower and practice on the top floor, it would be great, said Xianxia while looking up at the tall tower. That tower was different from the 3 others. The pure chi was flowing against the current. At the top of the tower, pure chi was denser than at the bottom. Besides, in that tower, rooms didn't require additional purity stones depending on the floor, and by standing at the bottom, it was possible to see which rooms on which floor were available. Only one glance sufficed. Once someone was in a room, the door closed itself and the pure chi started to circulate. Everybody could see from outside whether there was a free room or not. Each floor only had a single room. That cultivation tower was very special though. It was in the middle of all the other towers and was only used by extremely powerful cultivators. Many people, like Xianxia, were only there to admire it. They all hoped that they would be able to practice cultivation in that tower someday. Xianxia, stop dreaming, joked a girl wearing blue clothes next to her. You should become the girlfriend of one of them, and then he would take you inside. Xianxia, last time, didn't Du Gushang show that he was interested in you? You could go with him, said the other girl immediately. She sounded like she was joking in a jealous tone. Du Gushang was one of the 10 ranked disciples of the Celestial Academy. He was ranked 4th. In her thoughts appeared a noble young man. Xianxia shook her head and said, "There is someone I like more than Du Gushang. It's Lin Feng." Lin Feng. The girl in blue clothes was stupefied. She looked at the top of the tower and said, "I heard that Lin Feng battled against Mo last time and that he was extremely strong. Now he is known for his meritorious service during the war. He burnt an entire enemy army of hundreds of thousands alive. It's hard to imagine. He seems to be such a handsome and delicate young man, yet he is so daring and courageous. Besides, he seems he is about the same age as us. Yes, he is now a marquis and owns a city. I heard that he came back to the Celestial Academy." Xianxia had a soft smile on her face. She remembered that day, when Lin Feng battled against Mo. She would never forget him. He was so young yet so frivolous and courageous. "Moron," said the girl next to her. She sounded a bit cold. "Lin Feng is a marquis, so what? And even though he battled against Mo, so what? That's a battle between cultivators of the 5th or 6th Ling Chi layer. However, Du Gushang is the 4th ranked disciple of the Celestial Academy and has already broken through to the 8th Ling Chi layer. He is the most majestic man alive. The 4th cultivation room is his. How could Lin Feng rival him? Besides, Du Gushang is also a noble cultivator. He is from the Du Gu clan, which is extremely influential. Xianxia, if you could even have a one-night stand with Du Gushang, that would already be good. Don't expect anything more. Why don't you go and have a one-night stand with him?" said Xianxia while frowning and feeling annoyed. "You know nothing. If Du Gushang was interested in me, I wouldn't feel offended," said the girl while smiling coldly. "Really?" said a voice, coming from behind, in the tone of a joke. These girls were surprised. They immediately turned around and saw an arrogant-looking young man, Du Gushang. At that moment, Du Gushang was looking at Xianxia. He said, in the tone of a joke, "Lin Feng is nothing. How could he rival me? You dare be interested in him instead of me, you must be blind." The silhouette that Yun-shi saw in front of her looked conceited, filled with arrogance, the arrogance of the aristocracy. Du Gushang was a rich and powerful person. Du Gushang had heard about Lin Feng's achievements. People were talking about him everywhere. He had even just heard that people were comparing him with Lin Feng. Surprisingly, there were people who dared say that Lin Feng was better than him, like Yun-shi. Du Gushang was in a bad mood because of that. What kind of person did this girl think he was? In the entire Celestial Academy, he was always practicing at the top of that tower. Nobody dared to take his position, even the second in the ranking, Qiong Bai Luo, and the third one Aoshue. Du Gushang thought that because they had never had conflicts, he was different and better than them. He respected Lin Feng even less. For him, comparing him with Lin Feng was a humiliation. Why couldn't I compare you with Lin Feng? As I see it, Lin Feng is better than you, said Yun-shi when she heard that Du Gushang was criticizing Lin Feng, which made Du Gushang furious. Shut the hell up, he shouted. Smack! At that moment, a loud sound filled the air. Yun-shi had been slapped in the face, not by Du Gushang but by one of the girls who was with her. Yun-shi, you shut the hell up. Du Gushang is much better than Lin Feng. In front of Du Gushang, Lin Feng is mere trash, a nobody, said the girl extremely coldly. Her words and actions were harsh. When Du Gushang saw that, a big arrogant smile appeared on his face. Indeed, in front of him, Lin Feng was a nobody. At that moment, about 100 meters away from them, a handsome silhouette had appeared. They raised their head and looked at the tall and majestic tower. That young man was precisely the one they were discussing, Lin Feng. Lin Feng then slowly turned his head and looked at Du Gushang and the others. He wanted to go to the Cultivation Tower and practice there until the end of the year. Then he would go back to Yangzhou City, but at that moment on the road, many people were talking about him. Even at the bottom of the tower, some people were arguing about him. Lin Feng heard every word already, but he couldn't be bothered with them. He didn't feel like going and proving anything to them. They were not worth his time. Many people were talking about him. He couldn't care about everyone. Nature would take its course. But at that moment, a girl was protecting his reputation and had been slapped in the face for defending him. She was being humiliated. Lin Feng frowned. Yun-shi, tonight, I will sleep with you. After that, we won't talk of this again and I will not punish you, said Du Gushang, sounding extremely arrogant. How ridiculous. It was difficult for him to get a woman with his ugly face. He was interested in Yun-shi, but if he had said it clearly, it would have been giving her face. But she surprisingly dared say that she found Lin Feng better than him, therefore, he would teach her the power of a noble over the course of the night. Yun-shi was stupefied. She was looking at that ugly and disgusting guy who wanted to take advantage of her. It would rather be an honor and a favor for her to sleep with him. What a shameless young man. He thought that he could freely humiliate those beneath him. In fact, it was really that way. Du Gushang really thought he could humiliate anyone as he wished, except for a few exceptions. If you don't reply, I will just help myself, said Du Gushang with a particularly evil smile on his face. Yun-shi's facial expression changed again. She turned deathly pale. What a disgusting and hideous man. However, she also felt powerless. Not only did he have a very high status, but he had also broken through to the 8th Ling Qi layer. Relying on his cultivation level and physical strength, he could easily capture her by force and use her as his toy. Yun-shi, Du Gushang is giving you a great opportunity. You are lucky. You'd be really shameless if you made him lose face, said the mean girl, trying to flatter Du Gushang at the same time. Yun-shi looked even paler. Being sexually assaulted by Du Jiushang for an entire night and then abandoned was a stroke of luck? The mean girl was shameless. You're so young and already so cheap. You are one promiscuous flower, said a voice interrupting them. It sounded cold and detached. It shocked the mean girl. She turned around and immediately saw a handsome young man. She frowned and said, "Who are you talking to?" Last time, she hadn't seen Mo and Lin Feng's battle, so she couldn't recognize him. "Apart from you, is there another cheap and trashy girl here?" asked Lin Feng in the tone of a joke. With those kind of girls, the only solution was to be harsher than them. The mean girl was stupefied, but Yun-shi suddenly seemed happy. She was blankly staring at the young man in front of her. It was Lin Feng. Surprisingly, it was Lin Feng. Lin Feng had heard her and come to her rescue. As before, he looked natural and unrestrained, but in comparison with before, he looked more mysterious and had a heroic spirit. Du Gushang frowned as well. He didn't recognize Lin Feng either. Last time, during the battle between Heimo and Lin Feng, even though almost everybody had seen it, Du Gushang despised Heimo, so he didn't go to watch his battle. "Why don't you mind your own business?" said Du Gushang, who looked like he was in a joking mood. Lin Feng coldly looked at Du Gushang. Immediately after, he shook his head in disdain. That guy didn't know him yet, he was talking behind his back. Lin Feng despised these types of filthy people and attached no importance to them. Lin Feng looked at the mean girl and said, "I understand that for you, a one-night stand with anyone is a stroke of luck, and since it is about giving face, it's clear that you have given a great deal of face and so you are very lucky." Lin Feng was speaking loudly and clearly so that everybody could hear. Then, everybody looked at her and laughed. What she said was indeed utterly ridiculous. She was really shameless. "I'm talking to you," said Du Gushang, whose voice was sounding colder and colder. Lin Feng surprisingly wasn't paying attention to him. Du Gushang had a prestigious social status. How could Lin Feng ignore him in front of everybody? Lin Feng slowly turned around and said to Du Gushang, "Do I know you?" Du Gushang was astonished and then smiled coldly. "I, of course, don't know you, so you most likely don't know me either. People who know me don't dare ignore me. What's your name?" "You overestimate yourself," said Lin Feng while smiling and continued, "Even though I don't know you, I unfortunately heard your unsavour name, which is normal considering that you show off in front of everybody." Du Gushang. "Ha!" Du Gushang narrowed his eyes. Lin Feng surprisingly knew who he was but still dared act that way towards him. "Since you know who I am, I will show you my methods. Slap your own face, kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Once you're done, I will forgive all of your mistakes from today." Du Gushang sounded cold and was releasing oppressing energy. His mouth was filled with endless arrogance and coldness. He thought that releasing a little bit of qi and force would be enough to make Lin Feng collapse. However, Lin Feng was calmly standing there, motionless, with a cold smile on his face. His facial expression hadn't changed at all. It actually seemed like Lin Feng hadn't sensed the oppressive energy at all. "Slap my own face? Kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Lin Feng raised his head and slowly walked towards Du Gushang. Du Gushang was surprised and released more and more of his qi. "With so little qi and force, don't you think that you're making a fool of yourself?" said Lin Feng, making the whole crowd look on while astonished. What an insane guy, humiliating Du Gushang. Besides, Lin Feng was a military student, so his fellow military students were all excited, especially since Du Gushang was a political student. "You can only talk big," said Du Gushang, who released an even stronger energy which pressures the entire atmosphere. Around Lin Feng's body appeared sword qi. It was extremely powerful. His entire body was like a sword, extremely sharp. The crowd was astonished. Their hearts were pounding. These energies were terrifying. Was this the same Lin Feng who had fought against Heimo? Du Gushang also started shaking violently. He was stupefied by Lin Feng. "How is this possible? How could you be so strong?" Du Gushang couldn't believe it his eyes. He had never seen Lin Feng. Besides, he was so young. At that moment, he was releasing sword energy. The energy looked extremely solid and thick. At the academy, there wasn't such a strong student. While Du Gushang's heart was pounding, Lin Feng had arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. The earth fusion wasn't only embodied by Lin Feng's swordplay. It also affected Lin Feng's speed. He had broken through to a special cultivation dimension. Since he was in perfect symbiosis with the earth, he could move using the power of the earth. Whap! Du Gushang's body was blown away. A large red mark appeared on his face. The mark was from an open hand slap. The crowd was stupefied. How scary. He was a cultivator of the 8th Ling Qi layer, and he was also ranked 4th amongst the top disciples of the academy. Surprisingly, he couldn't withstand a single slap from Lin Feng and was sent flying. The mean girl was also astonished. Her mouth was wide open. She looked as if she had seen something absolutely extraordinary. Du Gushang, who was extremely powerful and influential, had been slapped in the face by a young man. Who was he? Yunxi looked happy and amazed. Lin Feng was so frivolous and unruly. The view of Du Gushang getting slapped was even more shocking than seeing Heimo being defeated. All right. He deserves to be one of the military students. These students in governmental affairs can only talk big, but in reality, they cannot withstand a single blow, said the people in the crowd. As expected, many people couldn't stand Du Gushang. Du Gushang's facial expression was terrifying. He looked like an injured animal. He was looking at Lin Feng in an ice-cold way and said, "Who are you?" "Me?" said Lin Feng while pointing at himself, and then immediately said, sounding cold and detached, "I am a nobody. I cannot rival you," said Lin Feng in the tone of a joke. Yunxi giggled. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. If Lin Feng was a nobody, what was Du Gushang? A nobody? For a moment, Du Gushang didn't understand. Then he heard some people laugh who were saying, how ridiculous, he was making fun of him, saying that he couldn't rival with him, but now that he's facing him, he got slapped silly and cannot even withstand a single blow. If I were him, I wouldn't in the Imperial City. I would get the hell out of here and run as far as I could go. When Du Gushang heard that person making fun of him, a hideous expression appeared on his face. Lin Feng. He finally understood, thanks to that person who was making fun of him. The one who had just slapped him was Lin Feng. He had just said that Lin Feng couldn't rival him. At that moment, the mean girl was shaking. Lin Feng, that was Lin Feng. Actually, he was much stronger than Du Gushang. You will regret what you did today, threatened Du Gushang, sounding cold and detached. Immediately after, he turned around and started leaving. He had been humiliated, he couldn't stay there. Wait, said Lin Feng in a cold tone. Du Gushang thus stopped and slowly turned around. He then looked at Lin Feng in a cold way. Are you thinking of leaving like that? Said Lin Feng as if he was amused. What do you want? Said Du Gushang, who was surprised. Would Lin Feng dare to continue? A moment ago, you wanted me to slap my own face, kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times in front of you. Now, you found out that you are much weaker than me. Do you think that you can leave that easily? Lin Feng made it sound like he had no choice but to follow Du Gushang's lead and continued. What kind of person do you think I am? When the crowd heard Lin Feng, they got excited. They wanted to see what Lin Feng would do to Du Gushang. Show me how it is done. Slap your own face. Kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times in front of me, said Lin Feng, sounding imposing, domineering, and whose voice was even colder. His smile had disappeared, and his tone had become sharp, like his sword. You want me to slap my own face, kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times in front of you? Said Du Gushang, who couldn't believe it. Lin Feng dared request such a thing from him? It seems that when I speak, people like you think they can ignore me, therefore I will have to do it myself, said Lin Feng in a low voice. Suddenly, he rushed forward like a madman. His silhouette vanished in a flash. Without hesitation, he unleashed an attack. Du Gushang's heart was pounding. How fast was Lin Feng? In a flash, Lin Feng had arrived in front of him and Lin Feng's finger was pointing at him. The tip of his finger was filled with sword qi, and it suddenly rushed towards Du Gushang at incredible speed. Hastily, Du Gushang raised his fist to block the attack, but suddenly, a long and horrible shriek filled the air. Du Gushang's face suddenly turned deathly pale. His fist had been impaled by Lin Feng's finger. Whap! Lin Feng slapped Du Gushang once more and the sound echoed through the atmosphere. Whap! 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 Lin Feng was unceasingly slapping Du Gushang's face. The crowd was watching, blankly staring at that scene. Du Gushang's arrogant face was going through a thorough beating and his heart was filling with coldness. Du Gushang had been ignorant. Lin Feng was playing with him as if he was a toy. Lin Feng was violently slapping his face in front of everyone. Since I have to do it myself, there is an extra fee included. When Lin Feng stopped talking, 2 loud sounds successively filled the atmosphere. Du Gushang was kneeling down and crawling on the ground and kowtowing in front of Lin Feng. He was extremely proud and usually so arrogant. This was a huge humiliation for him. His heart was pounding and he was sweating cold sweat. What a cruel guy. If I am a nobody who cannot rival you, what are you doing kneeling down and kowtowing me? Said Lin Feng in a disdainful way while glaring at Du Gushang, who was crawling on the ground. Du Gushang had just broken through to the 8th Ling Qi layer. When facing a cultivator in the Earth Fusion dimension, he basically couldn't withstand a single finger. Lin Feng had already fought against cultivators of the Shen Qi layer and nearly killed one. Du Gushang lowered his head. His heart was filled with endless hatred and wrath. A moment later, a foot pressed against his lower jaw, and he heard Lin Feng's cold voice. Get lost. Lin Feng only said these 2 words and Du Gushang's body was sent flying away. Lin Feng didn't look at him anymore. He then turned to Yunxi, warmly smiled at her and said, If you want me to take care of her, I'll immediately handle her. By her, Lin Feng obviously meant the mean girl. At that moment, the mean girl was shaking and her heart was pounding. Yunxi just said, in a cold and detached way in the tone of a joke, It's best not to touch such filthy people. All right? Forget it then, I don't like touching them either, said Lin Feng while laughing softly. Immediately after, he pointed at the 5th room of Cultivation Tower. It was empty. It was the place Du Gushang had seized. You want to go into the Cultivation Tower? Yunxi shivered. She looked at Lin Feng and said in a soft voice, I cannot go in. I'll help you, said Lin Feng while smiling. He grabbed her hand and started walking. Immediately after, Lin Feng jumped into the air. Yunxi was having a panic attack. She closed her eyes in fear and she could barely open them. She realized that she was high in the air and flying. Her heart was pounding from fear of falling. Then, she looked at the handsome young man on her side, and her heart was filled with endless softness and tenderness. What an amazing agility technique, thought the crowd when they saw Lin Feng and the girl. He was high up in the air. How powerful. When he arrived high in the air, Lin Feng stood on the energy from the atmosphere and started walking on the invisible force. Lin Feng and Yunxi shot across the sky like an arrow and landed on the 5th room of the Cultivation Tower, which was a few hundred meters in the air. When Yunxi saw the small silhouettes on the ground beneath the tower, she had the impression she was in a dream and nothing was real. Train hard, said Lin Feng while smiling at Yunxi. Immediately after, he moved again and was immediately on the 3rd room. He immediately entered in a room. There was nobody in the 3rd room either. It belonged to the death god Wen Aoshue. Lin Feng obviously could use the room if he pleased. If there had been nobody in the other rooms, he would have gone there as well, regardless of who they belonged to. Concerning Yunxi, when she saw Lin Feng move away, her dream to practice in that cultivation tower had become reality, but she wasn't excited. In her heart, she felt like she had lost something. Everything was like a dream, but that natural, unrestrained, and frivolous young man was just a passerby. He was so outstanding that she would only be able to look up at him in the sky, spreading his wings and flying away. What she didn't know was that, at that moment, the 2 girls with whom she had come with were still down on the ground and were jealous of her. They envied her because having the opportunity to practice in that tower was something that they were all yearning for. Concerning the mean girl, at that moment, her heart was filled with regret. The people in the crowd had different facial expressions. Lin Feng seemed to be a person that nobody could prevent from moving forwards. At that moment, nothing of what had happened was present in Lin Feng's heart. At that moment, in his heart and thoughts, there were only 3 things, the strong cultivator's memories that were separated into 3 parts. They were all extremely powerful. The surplus souls technique could divide the soul into many surplus souls filled with extreme power, the power to control the 10,000 things of creation. Lin Feng was drowned in these memories. He was inspecting the martial skills and agility techniques that the Zune cultivator had been using. They were extremely powerful. There were also things about fabricating weapons and concocting pills. They required the usage of surplus souls. After he learnt how to master the surplus souls technique and having to strengthening his soul, then it was possible to practice the other techniques. Everything would be easier to learn with a stronger soul. Besides, the power to control energy would be enhanced. Therefore, Lin Feng, after analyzing the situation, had decided to practice the surplus souls technique. Before being able to learn how to use surplus souls, Lin Feng had to first comprehend the soul and how it functioned. It would enable him to have a clear and distinct perception of the existence of his soul. It would enable him to pierce through the mysteries of the soul. He would be able to transfer his thoughts directly into his soul. This was, however, the most basic step. The technique included a method to visualize the soul and understand its complexities. Besides, Lin Feng had access to the Earth fusion dimension and had a strong power of comprehension. He only needed a few days to master the method of visualizing his soul. Lin Feng didn't know that the strong cultivator during his training had required 2 years to be able to see his soul. Lin Feng could do it in such a short time thanks to the Earth fusion and because his soul was already very powerful. At that moment, in Lin Feng's mind, he could see a dark illusion of himself, as if it was his dark self, a black silhouette, as if was the essence of his soul. In his previous life, Lin Feng didn't dare to imagine looking at a spirit. On the path of cultivation, it was said that after dying, one could see their own soul. Besides, it was also said that it was possible to transfer the power of the souls. The second step of the technique of the surplus souls was the spirit movement. It was about comprehending the soul on a much higher level. It was about being able to control the soul and move it to your will. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to use the surplus soul and it would be useless. In comparison with the first step, which was also about understanding the soul, Lin Feng found the second step was much easier. He was quickly able to achieve the spirit movement and even managed to make his soul leave his body and move as a spirit. The third step of the technique of the surplus souls was the incomplete soul. It was the most critical step. This step was different from the 2 others. The incomplete soul was the main part of the technique which made it so powerful. This step was extremely important. While practicing cultivation, the soul would separate into many surplus souls, 1 or 2, but a strong cultivator could obtain 100 or 1,000 surplus souls. The most terrifying cultivators who existed could obtain billions of surplus souls to an almost endless number. The strength of the soul was as vast and powerful as the universe. Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged. At that moment, in the air, there was a shadow floating in the atmosphere. If somebody had been there and could see that shadow, they would have realized that it looked like a perfect double for Lin Feng. That was Lin Feng's soul. At that moment, Lin Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. There was an image in Lin Feng's hand. He then exhaled and said in a low voice, "Split!" After that, an invisible strength spread through his body and a violent pain overcame all of his senses. He started shaking and his heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would burst. How painful! Lin Feng had the feeling he was being cut into pieces by 1,000 swords. The pain was similar to when his celestial spirit was awakened. Lin Feng immediately fainted. He couldn't stand the intense pain that filled his consciousness. At that moment, Lin Feng felt another pain within his soul. Lin Feng's soul started to struggle. A small black piece was reluctantly torn from Lin Feng's soul. That black piece turned into a surplus soul. At that moment, Lin Feng's body was shaking and shivering. He was agonizing. The pain was unreal. Finally, the surplus soul was formed and floated in the air. It was a very small part of Lin Feng's soul. His entire body was covered with a cold sweat. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. Practicing cultivation required an infinite amount of determination. He had only managed to make a single surplus soul. The technique of the surplus souls was revered, but many cultivators wouldn't dare practice it because of the risks. If a cultivator wanted to divide his spirit into 1,000 surplus souls, he had to endure terrible pain for each soul. Besides, there was still a chance that it could fail and not form a surplus soul. Sometimes they would even stop when splitting their soul as the pain was too much. Only those who had an iron determination could practice such techniques. Without determination and willpower, the body and the mind would not be able to handle such incredible pain. Lin Feng's heart fluctuated again. That small black surplus soul floating in the air moved towards the whole soul. They seemed to be in harmony with each other as if they were connected. Yet they remained separate. Lin Feng calmly took a few breaths, which allowed him to calm down. His heart started to violently pound again as his body became tense. This was what it took to understand the soul. Suddenly a new surplus soul appeared. With an incredible strength, it was possible to reach the heavens, to receive other people's worship, but how difficult was it? One had to go through incredible pain, but to what extent? Only those with an indestructible willpower and determination could reach the heavens and were able to reach great achievements. The Zune layer cultivator could kill millions of people and be worshipped, while a weak cultivator could only get bullied and humiliated. For example, during the war Han Mo and Yan Yu Pingshang had appeared, they could kill a few thousand soldiers very easily. With them involved, it was easy to determine the outcome of a battle. One attack carried out by them from the sky could annihilate an endless amount of soldiers on the ground. A melody from a zither could leave the battlefield littered with corpses. These people were extremely strong. Lin Feng needed to become stronger. He needed to reach the heavens and have the power to kill anyone who would bully him. Lin Feng wasn't aware of how much time had elapsed. At that moment, outside of the tower there were many people who were calmly waiting. Amongst them was a from the government of the imperial city. Lin Feng's titles were ready and he could receive them officially, but he was still in the cultivation room which could not be disturbed. The person sent by the government didn't leave, he also didn't disturb Lin Feng. He was only waiting there calmly. He didn't look impatient or annoyed at all. Many people were waiting outside of the cultivation tower as well and were surprised. That person had already arrived a few days back and was surprisingly still waiting for Lin Feng. Lin Feng was really prestigious. That person from the government didn't even dare to disturb Lin Feng in his cultivation room. He was waiting there even though he didn't know how much time Lin Feng would need before being done with his practice. At that moment, when looking up at the majestic tower, more precisely at the fourth room, the door of the closed cultivation room started moving and slowly opened itself. The crowd was stupefied. A silhouette came out of it. That silhouette immediately jumped in the air, and at the moment when it fell down to the ground, an invisible energy emerged and positioned itself to cushion the shock. The silhouette gently landed on the ground. That person was wearing a long gown, carrying an ancient sword on his back. It was precisely Lin Feng. When the person from the imperial city saw him come down, they smiled and went towards him while saying, "Lin Feng, Your Highness has asked us to come and hand this certificate to you, which certifies your titles. From now on, you are the owner of Yangzhou City." After that, the person handed over a certificate to Lin Feng which was purple and gold in color. "Thank you and sorry for the trouble," said Lin Feng while receiving his certificate. It was written in big and majestic characters. Xianxia Officer, Marquis, Yangzhou City Fief. You're welcome. I have fulfilled my duty. I'm leaving now. That person smiled again and immediately turned around as they abruptly left. That person had been waiting there for a few days to personally deliver the titles to Lin Feng. Lin Feng packed up his titles and smiled. He turned around and looked at a person who was glaring at him. It was Du Gushang who was staring at him with an evil look. On that day, after having been humiliated by Lin Feng, he had gone back to his clan to bring people to kill Lin Feng, but his clan refused to fight against Lin Feng. In the future, his clan forbade him from causing Lin Feng any trouble. Written on Lin Feng's robe was a name, Duan Wuya. If he killed Lin Feng, he had to remember that he was part of Duan Wuya's faction. Even though Du Gushang hated him, he still had no say in the matter. If he didn't receive the help of his clan, relying on his own strength, he couldn't kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his head, looked at another room of the cultivation tower. The door was still closed. Yunxi was probably still inside. Du Gushang, if anything happens to her, no one can save you, said Lin Feng extremely coldly. Deadly qi was released from his body. Du Gushang was astonished and terrified. He was shaking. Lin Feng had only said a few words, but it had been enough to terrify him. Du Gushang's facial expression was extremely ugly. He really wanted to teach Yunxi a lesson. But Lin Feng was threatening him. Besides, being threatened by Lin Feng was a new humiliation. His cheeks were burning. Everybody was looking at him and laughing. "Don't forget what I said," said Lin Feng indifferently. Immediately after, he left. The end of the year was approaching. Lin Feng had to go back to Yangzhou City. On an ancient road, there were many people on horses galloping towards Yangzhou City. Galloping on the ancient road was notably one girl. She was wearing a red chongpao. She looked powerful and was also very beautiful. Her eyes revealed her arrogance. Xianxia, this time, when we arrive in Yangzhou City, you will be able to demonstrate your extraordinary talents and abilities. Everybody in the clan will be extremely proud of you. At that moment, a young man said that to girl in the red Chongpao. He looked excited. That young man was Lin Hong. Next to Lin Hong was Lin Qian, his sister. Everybody in the Lin clan was proud to be associated with Lin Qian. These days, Lin Qian had become more mature. The qi emerging from her body was extraordinary. 1 year in the imperial city had enabled Lin Qian to advance from the first Ling Qi layer to break through to the fourth Ling Qi layer. She was a real genius. She had gone through such difficult training to accomplish those results. Lin Qian wanted to become a dragon amongst mortals. She was arrogant and wanted to look down on other people from above. Such a personality required her to have a strict determination in order to unceasingly become stronger. Brother, you are also quite strong. There aren't many who can rival with you in Yangzhou City, said Lin Qian calmly. The sound of her voice floated in the wind and reached Lin Hong's ears, which made a smile appear on his face. After having acquired both wealth and prestige, they were going back to their hometown where everybody would be proud of them. Qian, I'm still too weak in comparison with you, said Lin Hong while smiling. Actually, she was indeed much stronger than him. Besides, one of the 8 high officials, Chu Zhanpeng, was interested in her, which made a lot of people envious. Lin Qian and her friends were all disciples of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, and they were more talented than Lin Hong. But he was happily following his sister in the group. Chu Zhanpeng was their source of inspiration. Lin Feng was the piece of trash that the Lin clan expelled. The last time they saw him, he was extremely strong. They hadn't seen him for a while, but no doubt that he had become even stronger. Lin Qian didn't know about Lin Feng's new title of Marquis. Lin Hong and her had been practicing in a cultivation room until the annual meeting. They wanted to be as strong as possible when they went back to Yangzhou City. Right after leaving her cultivation room, she jumped on horseback and rushed to Yangzhou City. On the same ancient road, there was another girl wearing fire-red clothes. She was also riding a horse and rushing to Yangzhou City. Nalan Feng looked at the young man next to her. She was smiling softly and tenderly. Dugu, thank you for accompanying me to Yangzhou City, said Nalan Feng. She was a girl in love. Dugu Xiao was a member of the Dugu clan. The Dugu clan was a clan tied to the imperial court. He had powerful connections. Besides, he was also extremely powerful. He was Na Lan Feng's boyfriend. Na Lan Feng and Dugu Xiao had been in a relationship for 2 years now, but it was secret. Na Lan Feng didn't take offense though, because she was proud to be Dugu Xiao's girlfriend and she was in love. Na Lan Feng was the daughter of the Na Lan clan of Yangzhou. But in comparison with the Dugu clan, who had ministers within the court, the Na Lan clan was nothing. They were not even worth looking at. Na Lan Feng knew this was the case. But Dugu Xiao had accepted to go accompany her to Yangzhou City, which was giving her a great deal of face. She was very touched by him accompanying her. We've been together for so long. I told you, I will help you rise through the social ladder, said Dugu Xiang calmly. Na Lan Feng looked delighted. Obtaining a higher social status was her biggest ambition. Iya! Na Lan Feng urged on her horse, which dashed faster, making her long hair and red clothes flutter in the wind. Her heart was galloping at full speed, just like the horse. Lin Qian of the Lin clan? I wonder if you can fight against me? Na Lan Feng looked extremely impatient. This time, in Yangzhou City, everybody would see Dugu Xiao escorting her and would be surprised. At that moment, Lin Qian and Na Lan Feng were going back to Yangzhou City as heroes and expected everyone to worship them. They thought that everybody was going to consider them as goddesses. Lin Qian and Na Lan Feng didn't know that, at the moment when they had already been traveling for a while, rushing over to Yangzhou City, outside of the imperial city, 2 extremely precious dragon colt horses had just departed. There was a handsome young man and a beautiful young girl riding these 2 dragon colt horses. The boy was handsome and clean. He looked heroic. The girl was wearing clothes whiter than snow and was extremely beautiful. She looked like a celestial being. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the imperial city from outside. Life was so fleeting. Time passed at the speed of light. Nobody could predict anything. Lin Feng could still remember the year before when he and his father were expelled from the Lin clan. Back then, he had shown Yangzhou City how strong he was and returned to the Yunhai sect. But when he arrived at the Yunhai sect, it was destroyed and its members had been slaughtered. Lin Feng had then gone to the Imperial City and had joined the Celestial Academy. Concerning the future, it was filled with uncertainties. A year had already passed and Lin Feng was just as determined and motivated as before. He was high-spirited and full of determination. That year hadn't been like the others. He had gotten familiar with this new world and gained his own power. For someone who had come from another world, he had quickly become accustomed to the world of cultivation. He had broken through to the 8th Ling Qi layer and had learnt how to penetrate into a special cultivation dimension, the Earth Fusion dimension. Everybody found his talent amazing. Lin Feng was looking at Meng Qing, who was riding next to him. He had a soft and tender smile on his face. It had only been a short time since he had met the young girl, but she was following him everywhere. Without complaining, she just silently and secretly followed him everywhere. Everything she did was for Lin Feng, as if that girl had been sent from heaven to watch over him. Meng Qing noticed that Lin Feng was staring at her. She had a strange facial expression for a second and then looked at the vast and boundless road before them. She was calm, serene yet as cold as ice, like an ice goddess. Meng Qing, do you remember the first time we rode a horse? Said Lin Feng while smiling. Meng Qing slightly nodded, of course she knew. Well then we should ride one horse, like we did back then, said Lin Feng with a sly smile. He then jumped up in the air and immediately landed behind Meng Qing. The dragon colt horse neighed and galloped even faster, which made Meng Qing's body lean backwards against Lin Feng's chest. He took advantage of the situation and took Meng Qing into his arms. Both of them were extremely close to each other, as if they were in an embrace. That move made Meng Qing shiver from head to toe. This guy. I will lead the horse, said Lin Feng while smiling wholeheartedly. He then grabbed Meng Qing's hands which were holding the reins and the horse galloped even faster. When Meng Qing sensed Lin Feng's hands holding hers, she felt an electric shock run through her body. She could feel Lin Feng's chest pressed against her body. She had a strange sensation in her heart, as if she was floating on clouds. She didn't push him back. She just calmly sat on the horse, leaning against Lin Feng's chest. It was very calm, peaceful and warm. In a distant place, quite far from Yangzhou City, there was a chain of mountains. Surprisingly, there were many people on one of the mountains and they were very agitated. These people all released a strong qi. Some of them were fighting, some others were practicing cultivation to the side. On the mountain there were also many horses, Xianxia armored horses. In the mountains, above a precipice was a single silhouette. That man was closing their eyes and could feel the wind against his body. He had the impression of being absent from the material world. That person stayed like that for a while and then abruptly opened his eyes. The dazzling light of a blade flashed through his eyes. On that person's face, a huge word was carved, Dao. That person looked extremely brutal and aggressive. Blade of the wind, said that person in a low voice. A long blade cut through the air like it was a blade made from wind. It was almost invisible and inaudible, except for a magnificent and resplendent silver light which was diffused. Kacha! A small sound emerged and in the distance, a huge rock was cut into pieces. Hee. Ba Dao seemed satisfied of himself. He put his blade back in his back and gazed into the distance. Immediately after, in the distance, he saw two silhouettes riding one horse coming towards the mountain where there were many people. He finally arrived. When Ba Dao saw the two people approaching, he seemed really happy and smiled. The Xianxia troops had been waiting there in the mountains for them. They were waiting to go to Yangzhou City. The end of the year in Yangzhou City was a happy event. The juniors who were practicing outside of their hometown usually came back to see their families. At that moment, Yangzhou City was lively. The guards raised their heads on the top on the gate. They looked domineering and majestic. There was a continuous flow of pedestrians whispering things in the city. Have you heard that the prodigy of the Lin clan Lin Qian came back to Yangzhou City? Now, Lin Qian is terrific. She is a student of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu and has a high social status. She is even stronger than some elders of her clan. Besides, some students of the Holy Courtyard followed her. That's really amazing, said some to one of the crowd in a low voice. They looked envious. Lin Qian was amazingly strong and was the pride of the Lin clan. Thanks to her, the rise of the Lin clan was destined. Hehe. So what? Don't you know that when Na Lan Feng came back, Na Lan Xiong organized a grand banquet and many noble people attended? Besides, the Lin clan wasn't invited. Na Lan Xiong did it on purpose because his daughter Na Lan Feng has brought back a young man with her. His name is Du Gushao. He is related to some of the imperial ministers, one person who controls several thousands upon thousands. I don't dare think about such people, said the person next to them. They were surprised. Everywhere in Shuiyu, an imperial minister was an extremely high status. They were extraordinary people. Na Lan Feng had the good fortune to get acquainted with someone whose relatives were imperial ministers. It would enable the Na Lan clan to rise splendidly. How terrific! The Na Lan clan and the Lin clan both want to rise. The two other clans cannot rival them any longer. All they can do is side with those in power. Absolutely, last year, during the annual competition of Yangzhou City, Na Lan Feng and Lin Qian were both extremely strong, but after that, Bai Yuan Hao had appeared, he was even stronger than them. Oh, I just remembered. There was Lin Feng as well, the one who was expelled from the Lin clan. I don't know what he's been doing recently. Lin Feng? What could he do? He doesn't have an influential background. He must be leading a vagrant life and roaming the streets. Maybe Lin Qian and Na Lan Feng have already gotten rid of him. And even if they haven't, Lin Qian and Na Lan Feng have become so strong that Lin Feng could never catch up with them, said someone while sighing and shaking their head. At the annual competition of Yangzhou City, neither Lin Qian nor Na Lan Feng had been the most brilliant young talent. Instead, it had been an extremely frivolous young man, Lin Feng. These days, they hadn't received any news. Maybe he had died somewhere outside. Of course, nobody was really sure. Everyone was talking about Lin Qian and Na Lan Feng, the two prodigies of Yangzhou City. Every year at the end of the year, people used to gossip about the strong cultivators each year. But that year was particularly exciting. There were these two extremely strong and powerful female cultivators, and they were coming back stronger than ever. Occasionally, on the road, Lin Feng's name could be heard as well. People were usually just mentioning his name without being too interested. Boom! Boom! Noises were emerging from the distance and spread through the atmosphere. It sounded like galloping horses, but it didn't seem plausible. How could horses emit such a concentrated and synchronized sound while galloping? Only a magnificent army with veterans could emit such sounds. The crowd in Yangzhou City was, however, still walking around in the city, leisurely and carefree. They didn't notice anything strange. Boom! Boom boom boom! The sound was getting louder and louder. Many people were a bit surprised, trying to concentrate and listen to see if there was anything strange. Besides, the sound was getting more and more intense. The ground was even starting to shake. The crowd was stupefied. They looked in the direction of the Yangzhou City gate. In the distance, it seemed like there was a cloud of dust rising into the sky. What's going on? All the people were gradually noticing it. There was a massive cloud of dust. Besides, that sound was really the sound of galloping horses. How loud! It made their hearts tremble. Some red silhouettes gradually appeared in their field of vision. They were all wearing red armor. The horses were red as well. They all emitted a strong qi as they rushed through the air. They were galloping towards Yangzhou City at full speed, and a cloud of dust was rising around them, looking like a hurricane. Boom boom boom! Even though the guards at the top of the city gate had a position which enabled them to see into the distance, what was moving towards them seemed like a boundless dust cloud. Their hearts were pounding like crazy. An army. Surprisingly, it was an army. That was a terrifying and well-trained army of veterans. It was the first time that the city guards saw such a strong qi. Such a huge army in a perfect formation was also something breathtaking. They had the impression that their hearts were beating in their throats. The guards weren't the only ones. The population was also panicking while the army was moving nearer and nearer. Surprisingly, they were armored horses. It was a huge army of armored horses. Most people had never seen such a huge army of armored horses. It seemed like the ground would cave in under their hoofs. The ground was violently shaking. Everybody was absolutely dumbstruck. Why would such an army come to Yangzhou City? Quickly, quickly, close the gate, shouted some guards on top of the gate in panic. Shut the hell up, we have to keep it open. If somebody closes the gate, I'll kill him, shouted the leader of the guards. He was furious at those bastards who wanted to die. With such an army of armored horses, if the gate was closed, a single attack would be enough to destroy it. Besides, if they made the army angry, such an army could massacre the entire city. Amongst the guards on the city gate, none of them had the courage to fight. They were scared to death and their faces deathly pale. None of them had ever seen such a huge army in perfect formation. That sort of army was only seen on a battlefield but not in a small town like Yangzhou City. Quickly, go and tell the head of the city, hurry up, shouted one of the guards. Obviously, they didn't know what to do. All they could think about was telling Nalan Xiong. Roger, said a few guards when they heard the order and then immediately left. After all, who wanted to stay there? If the army attacked, they would all die. After that, when the vast army arrived near the Yangzhou city gate, they slowed down. They stopped before the gate of the city and didn't enter it. Even though the army was just calmly waiting there, they were still releasing extremely strong qi. It enveloped the gate of Yangzhou city as well as the crowd on and around it. Everyone within the city felt like they were being suffocated by the intense qi. How monstrous! The red armor, red horses, the image was shocking, almost like a psychological attack. It was too much for the crowd. They had never thought that someday such an army would appear in Yangzhou city. At that moment, amongst the army, a silhouette emerged and raised their head, looked at the people on top of the gate and said, "Listen, from now on, Yangzhou city is the fief of the Xianxia Marquis. Everything in Yangzhou city now belongs to the officer of the Xianxia army. Now, bring the head of the city to come and greet him. The Xianxia Marquis, the Xianxia officer, how powerful and majestic. Besides, he was making the head of the city come to greet them. They definitely had an extremely high social status. So that's how it was. The Xianxia Marquis was the owner of Yangzhou city, but nobody knew who this person was. The crowd felt a bit relieved. Since the fief of Yangzhou city belonged to the Xianxia Marquis, the army wasn't going to attack the city. That huge army hadn't come with malicious intent. Go! Quickly bring the head of the city here, shouted the leader of the guards on the top of the gate to one guard who wasn't moving. That person nodded and abruptly left in the direction of the government. He hadn't clearly heard the words of the Xianxia soldiers, though. He had only heard when he was told to bring the head of the city to greet them. The government was a huge and vast place. There were tables everywhere. The head of the city, Nalan Xiong, had organized an annual banquet to which many wealthy and noble cultivators were participating. He hadn't invited the Lin clan, but the atmosphere was pleasant and lively at that moment. Many people were proposing toasts. It seemed that Nalan Xiong was extremely proud because of his new son-in-law, and he was so excited that he was unceasingly drinking. Master, master! At that moment, a worried voice spread in the air, interrupting the crowd. Nalan Xiong frowned and looked at the distance, seeing a guard worriedly and hastily rushing over to him. A huge army is outside the city and we don't know who they are and what they are doing here, said the guard who was uninterruptedly sweating. The crowd was stupefied. An army had come to the city? At that moment, another silhouette appeared and was running in their direction. Stop, said Nalan Xiong. Are you here because of the army too? What is that army doing right now? They want you to go and greet them, said the second guard who had arrived. Nalan Xiong frowned and looked pensive. Tell their leader to come here, pay his respects and apologize for his offense. At that moment, a cold and detached voice came from the host seat. It was Du Guxiao. He was furious and half-drunk already. Surprisingly, there were people who dared disturb him during the banquet, and besides that, they also wanted Nalan Xiong to come and greet them. Since Du Guxiao was there, they had to give him face. He was there, so no matter who it was, they had to come pay respects and respectfully apologize for offending him. Many people sighed he was really worthy of his social status. He was extremely strong. They were all panicking and he, instead, ordered the troublemakers to come and apologize for their offense. Du Guxiao was wildly arrogant and presumptuous. The guards looked petrified and nervous. But, there is no but. Tell him to get over here and apologize for his offense. Say that Du Guxiao gave the order. Otherwise they will regret the consequences. Du Guxiao stood up and released some cold qi. His voice was ice-cold as well. The guard was surprised and blankly staring at Du Guxiao. When he saw the coldness in his eyes, he immediately nodded and said, "Roger." When they finished talking, the two guards abruptly left. "All right, everybody can continue. Let's not let such events ruin our banquet," said Nalan Xiong while raising his glass and smiling. Everybody raised their glass and laughed heartily. Concerning Du Guxiao, he went back to his seat and looked calm. In such a small city, no matter how strong the person was, they had to obey him and apologize for their offense. The Xianxia troops were calmly waiting outside of the city. At that moment, one guard came back from the government building. He climbed to the top of the gate and looked at the vast and boundless army. He couldn't help but shake from head to toe. "Tell him to get over here and apologize for his offense." The guard was thinking about these words and they did not sit well in his chest. If he said these words out loud, wouldn't they just kill him? "Open your mouth," said an aggressive voice piercing the guard's ears. The guard was shaking. Immediately after, he closed his eyes and said, "The head of the city said that you should go and apologize for your offense." When he finished talking, the guard felt as if he had been relieved from a huge burden. But when the other guards heard what he said, they were astonished. They were all shaking from head to toe while thinking about the reaction of the army. How did that arrogant bastard dare to tell the Xianxia troops such an audacious thing? When the Xianxia troops heard the words, they started to release an incredible amount of qi, which created a hurricane which rushed towards the city gate. The entire crowd suddenly felt extremely cold. How cold? That qi was piercingly cold, to the extent that it made everyone feel a shiver run down their spines. Lin Feng, on his dragon colt horse, moved forwards. Nalan Xiong, was he really this brave? He was wearing a mask, but under his mask he had an incredibly evil grin. Lin Feng said, in a cold tone, "We have been invited to go to the government building to apologize." "Roger," shouted the troops in unison, which caused panic within the crowd. They brandished their spears and headed towards Yangzhou City. Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but when the guards in the crowd heard that the troops were going to the government for an apology, they felt that this was not a good thing for the Nalan clan. The young man riding the dragon colt horse was probably their officer. How majestic! He could say a few words and the entire army obeyed him. Boom! Boom! The ground started shaking once again. The Xianxia troops were galloping in perfect harmony, which sent terrifying booms through the atmosphere, sounding like thunder. The hearts of the people in the crowd were pounding. The Xianxia army transformed into a huge red dragon as it entered Yangzhou City. That huge red dragon seemed like it was flying through the city. At that moment, the people were panicking. None of them dared to block the way of the Xianxia troops. Everybody was moving aside. What a strong and powerful army! Where are they from? Why have they come to Yangzhou City? The people of Yangzhou City were asking themselves many questions. When they saw that huge army with their own eyes, they had the feeling that their heart would explode in their chest. They were way too majestic. The qi they were releasing was so strong that the people in the crowd had the feeling that their legs lost all power. Some of them were completely frozen, not daring to move. In the government building, the atmosphere was still lively and joyful. People were still merry and drinking. At that moment, the ground started shaking as if there was an earthquake. The people present at the banquet were suddenly stupefied and frowned. Immediately after, the noise of the Xianxia horses galloping became louder and was unceasingly spreading through the atmosphere. What's going on? What the hell is this? Each and every single person who was present at the banquet stood up, their facial expressions growing rigid. That noise was frightening. What was happening outside? Nalan Xiong frowned and gazed into the distance outside the building. He looked lost in thought and seemed to be contemplating the size of the army. "Father, do not worry. Du Guxiao is here. The only reason why such a large army is coming here is because they want to apologize for their mistakes," said Na Lan Feng while slightly smiling. Du Guxiao, with his social status, was not scared of any army. "All right." Na Lan Xiong slightly nodded and said, "All right, everyone, let's drink more. They are coming here to apologize." The guests listened to him, but they couldn't ease the fear in their hearts. Were these people really coming to apologize? Why did the guests have the feeling that cold killing intent could be felt from the direction of the army? It seemed like it was coming from the Xianxia army. The rumbling sounds were getting louder and louder. When the guard in front of the building saw the army galloping towards him in the distance, he was astonished. Red armor, red horses, they looked majestic and cruel. His heart started pounding in his chest. Only a short moment later, an incredibly vast and boundless army arrived in front of the government building. Boom! The sound of destruction spread through the atmosphere. A hurricane emerged and crushed the gate in front of the building. Boom! Sounds of things being destroyed filled the atmosphere. Everything in front of the government building had been destroyed. The Xianxia troops annihilated everything in their path and left no obstacle standing. After having cleared the path to the entrance of the building, the troops entered the government building. Even though their army was incredibly large, they were still in perfect formation. There wasn't the least bit of chaos in their formation. Concerning the guards, they were stunned by the sight of the sea of cavalry. They were standing motionless and let the cavalry pass by. They had the impression that the horses could crush them under their hoofs at any moment. But the army was in perfect formation and simply moved around the guards. Not even a hair was touched. They were perfectly accurate with each of their movements. The guards were terrified to be standing in the path of the horses. People in the government building were panicking and running around like headless chickens. They were scared silly. The happy laughter and cheerful voices of the banquet had stopped, not because it was covered by the noise from the army, but because nobody felt like laughing anymore. Everybody was standing up and looking at that vast and majestic sea of Xianxia horses. They had never been this scared before. Their hearts were violently pounding. A gigantic and powerful Xianxia army like that could easily annihilate the city. Only a glance at these troops on their Xianxia horses was enough to scare even a hardened soldier. That army was composed of the most elite troops. Every single soldier was a talented and disciplined cultivator, and there was an army of these powerful cultivators heading in their direction. The troops suddenly adopted a spiral formation, encircling everybody who was present at the banquet. Not even a single drop of water could trickle through, making everybody unable to escape, even if they grew wings and attempted to fly out. At that moment, there wasn't a single person who could escape. This incredible army of elite troops could destroy anyone's courage. Na La Xiong's heart was pounding. Such a huge and powerful army had come to apologize. Du Guxiao was frowning. He put down his glass and slowly walked towards the person who was the closest to him. He looked at the person in front of him. The person was wearing a red armor and a majestic helm. That person's facial expression was ice cold. He then said, "What guts? You are the Xianxia army. Why have you come to Yangzhou City?" The Xianxia troops were elite troops in Shuiyu. The guests were stupefied. This army was the elite Xianxia army? That's why they were wearing red armor and had Xianxia armored horses. Nobody paid attention to him. They looked at Du Guxiao's performance as if he was a fool. Du Guxiao was furious. Mere soldiers dared to make him lose face, especially now that he had bragged about how respected and influential he was. "Who's your officer? Show yourself and apologize," Du Guxiao shouted. Even though he felt scared standing before such a powerful army, he belonged to the Du Gu clan. He had the right to be arrogant. His family was incredibly powerful, and it was hard to scare him when he had such a high status. Everybody in the Nalan clan treated him like a deity. He was drunk and started to believe that he actually was a deity when inside such a small city. He was extremely arrogant. Besides, he was the one who dared to force the army here. How could he flinch at this moment? Nalan Feng stood next to Du Guxiao. She was looking coldly at the army. She felt proud of the man she loved. Nobody dared offend the members of the Du clan. Even the Xianxia officers wouldn't dare. After all, she didn't just pick anyone to be with her. You are all extremely audacious. How dare you storm into the government like this? Na Lanfeng said. She had the impression that her boyfriend was a mighty hero. She wasn't scared at all because a member of the Du clan was beside her. Show myself? Apologize? Audacious. Lin Feng mockingly said. He made his horse slowly trot to the front of the army. He was wearing a bronze mask. His expression was ice-cold and evil. He didn't look at Du Guxiao and Na Lanfeng. He was looking directly at Na Lanxiong. Na Lanxiong, head of Yangzhou City, you wanted me to come here and apologize? Na Lanxiong was astonished. How did Lin Feng know who he was within the crowd? Lin Feng frowned when he heard Du Guxiao interrupt with a shout. I'm talking to you? Didn't you hear me? Lin Feng looked at Du Guxiao, another arrogant cultivator acting foolishly. What do you want? Said Lin Feng in a cold tone. The crowd was shocked. Du Guxiao was astonished. His face lost all color. The expression in his eyes turned ice-cold. My family name is Du Gu, said Du Guxiao in an arrogant tone. Lin Feng was surprised. Du Gu? That name sounded familiar. He had indeed met Du Guxiang. Lin Feng looked at Du Guxiao again, and a smile appeared under his bronze mask. So what? The Du Gu clan of the Imperial City, said Du Guxiao aggressively. His relatives are part of the Imperial Ministers, said Na Lanfeng arrogantly. Now, get down off your horse and apologize. Then I will pretend that this never happened. Du Guxiao said, when he heard Na Lanfeng say the word Imperial Ministers, his facial expression also revealing a proud expression. Imperial Ministers? Whispered Lin Feng while lowering his head and looking at Du Guxiao with a cold stare. He only noticed that, every second, Du Guxiao was growing even more arrogant. Indeed, Du Guxiang and him were both cut from the same cloth. Cut one of his arms off, Lin Feng said in a cold tone, while waving his hand. Everybody was dumbstruck. Cut one of his arms off. Lin Feng's voice was calm. Everybody was absolutely petrified. Lin Feng wanted to cut one of Du Guxiao's arms off. Du Guxiao was related to an imperial minister and he would dare to cut his arm off? Du Guxiao's arrogant expression vanished. His heart was pounding. What did he just hear? After having declared his social status and demanding for Lin Feng to apologize, Lin Feng hadn't even paid attention to him and calmly ordered his soldiers to cut one of his arms off. People in the crowd felt like their hearts skipped a beat. What did you just say? Asked Na Lanfeng, whose heart was pounding. Immediately after, she looked at Lin Feng with an ice-cold glare. Du Guxiao was her boyfriend and she was extremely happy to be with him. When the people of the banquet had learnt that a huge army had come to Yangzhou City, they had all panicked. Only Na Lanfeng and Du Guxiao had remained calm and were extremely arrogant. They were the ones who demanded the army come to apologize. Listen to me, you want to cut one of my arms off? Said Du Guxiao in an ice-cold tone, while releasing some cold qi. At the same time, a soldier wearing a bronze mask rushed out from the army while releasing some extremely thick and brutal qi. Slash! Lin Feng didn't feel like hearing any more words. Ba Dao jumped through the air. A magnificent and bright light filled the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. The only thing left in the atmosphere was gushing blood. The entire atmosphere turned completely silent. Everybody was staring at the blood. Their hearts were shaken. They had really cut off his arm. That soldier didn't hesitate at all. The Xianxia officer gave an order and his arm had immediately been completely cut off. Besides, that bright and dazzling light which flashed through the air remained in their minds. They couldn't think about anything else. Oh! The entire atmosphere was invaded by a heavy silence. Du Guxiao broke that silence when he uttered a long cry of agony. He was covering his bleeding stump with his other hand. His face was deathly pale. There wasn't the slightest trace of color in his face. Besides, on his side, Na Lanfeng was blankly staring at the scene. Her beautiful cheeks turned white. Had Du Guxiao really lost his arm? It's over. Nalan Xiong's heart was violently pounding. The Du Gu clan would never accept the fact that Du Guzhao's arm had been cut off, and they would hold the Nalan clan responsible. How could this happen? Thought Nalan Xiong while feeling enraged. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng, the officer of the Xianxia troops, who was wearing a bronze mask. At that moment, Lin Feng looked at him as well. Behind his mask, his face was as calm and serene as before. He did not care about the events that had just transpired. "You wanted me to come and apologize?" said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached. Nalan Xiong's facial expression became rigid. He was realizing that Lin Feng might also cut off his arms. This officer was insane. Would it be that simple, though? But at that moment, Nalan Xiong was surrounded by an army and couldn't escape at all. Lin Feng just had to give the order and the Nalan clan would be annihilated. Nalan Xiong had listened to Du Guxiao and told them to come apologize. He had asked the officer of the Xianxia army to come and apologize. Of course, all of this was happening because Nalan Xiong had trusted Du Guxiao too much. After all, his family was tied to imperial ministers. However, he wouldn't have thought that an officer would actually dare to cut off one of Du Guxiao's arms, especially when considering his social background. "Who are you?" said Du Guxiao, sounding evil while staring at Lin Feng. He wanted to slaughter Lin Feng. "I am Du Guxiao of the Du Gu clan. Our clan has imperial ministers, and you dared to cut off my arm. You are dead," shouted Nalan Feng while staring at Lin Feng. Her facial expression was hideous. "Du Gu clan, imperial ministers, I know all of that," said Lin Feng indifferently. He then looked at Du Guxiao and said, "What is your relation to Du Guxiang?" "Huh." Du Guxiao was surprised. He was staring at Lin Feng. "My older brother. Since you know, how dare you cut off my arm?" At that moment, his wound was extremely painful. "Your older brother? You are all the same. You whole clan must be incredibly stupid," said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached. He then added, "Could it be that your brother hasn't told you? A few days ago, at the Celestial Academy, I slapped him into a stupor and then made him kneel down and kowtow to me." Du Guxiao was violently shaking and staring at Lin Feng. He was dumbstruck. Surprisingly, it was him. He should have thought about this earlier. Xianxia officer, Yangzhou City must be his fief. Why didn't he think about it sooner? That was because in his head, the Xianxia army should belong to Duanren City, but surprisingly they had come to Yangzhou City. He was now realizing that the Xianxia army hadn't gone back to Duanren City. Instead, they had come to the new fief of their officer, a small city that was not worth mentioning. Lin Feng had set a whole city on fire, had crossed a huge distance to save the princess. He rushed over to the imperial city to save Lu Conglan from being executed. Then he killed Duan Tianlang's son in front of him. He was the Marquis of Yangzhou City. Lin Feng had become a legend in the imperial city. Lin Feng was absolutely fearless. He didn't even fear Duan Tianlang and killed his son in front of him. Was there anything that Lin Feng didn't dare to do? Du Guxiao's face was deathly pale. Why did this happen to him? There were imperial ministers in his family. The crowd also noticed that Lin Feng was silent. They were stupefied. He had slapped Du Guxiao's brother? He even made him kowtow? Who was this person? He was truly insane. He wasn't even scared of facing the Du Gu clan. Nalan Feng and Nalan Xiong saw that Du Guxiao had also become silent. They were shaking in fear. Du Guxiao, surprisingly, was keeping his mouth closed from fear. If he remained silent, it meant that Lin Feng was speaking the truth. His brother had really been slapped by Lin Feng and had kowtowed as an apology. "Who is he?" whispered Nalan Feng, but Du Guxiao ignored her. He had a strange smile on his face. Good. Du Guxiao was almost driven insane. He couldn't do anything against Lin Feng. He wasn't strong enough to rival him, and his clan would not risk getting involved. His brother had even been humiliated by him. All he could do was remain silent. His brother had been humiliated. He himself had just lost an arm. How could he not be driven into madness? That Xianxia officer was really a terrifying existence. Du Guxiao demanded the army come and apologize. It seems like he knows the officer but can't afford to offend him. thought the people in the crowd. The Nalan clan was in trouble. A moment before, Du Guxiao was insufferably arrogant and aggressive, but then his arm was cut off. He didn't even dare to make another sound. The Nalan clan had no escape. Apologize? Lin Feng was standing before them. Who could stop him? Everybody wanted to say that it had nothing to do with the Nalan clan so that they would be able to avoid a catastrophe. Nalan Xiong. I am the Xianxia Marquis and Yangzhou City is my fief. I arrived in Yangzhou City and instead of a greeting, you demand an apology. How audacious, said Lin Feng in an extremely cold tone, making everybody shiver. What should be your punishment? Said Lin Feng. Nalan Xiong's heart was beating extremely violently. He was the Marquis of Yangzhou City. He had surprisingly come to receive his fief and Nalan Xiong refused to greet him and demanded an apology. That was an offense. Nalan Xiong remained silent. He only saw Lin Feng turn to the other members of his clan. What do you think? How should he be punished? The crowd was shaking. Lin Feng was terrifying. The last person to speak will die, said Lin Feng. Then suddenly everyone burst into uproar. Nalan Xiong is a criminal. He should die. When Nalan Xiong heard that, he evilly stared at the person. The person was flattering him a short moment before, and at that moment he was saying that he should die. What a venomous snake. Indeed, Nalan Xiong should die. He definitely has to die. Yes, you're right. Kill him. Everybody who was present was replying as quickly as possible, scared to be the last person. Lin Feng was smiling under his mask. Finally, he looked at Nalan Xiong and said, Did you hear that? Everybody is saying that you should die. When Nalan Xiong saw that Lin Feng might kill him, and when he saw Lin Feng's calm eyes, he had the feeling that he knew him from somewhere. I know you. Who are you? Said Nalan Xiong to Lin Feng. He realized that Lin Feng may have come specifically for him. Do you want to know who I am? Said Lin Feng calmly. I do, said Nalan Xiong while nodding. He, of course, wanted to know. All right, I see. Lin Feng smiled. He put his hands on his bronze mask and slowly took it off. His face appeared. Everybody, including Nalan Xiong, could see him. At that moment, the atmosphere became entirely silent. Lin Feng. It's Lin Feng. I can't believe it. Their hearts were racing. The officer of the Xianxia army was surprisingly Lin Feng. Back in the past, Lin Feng had begun to show his brilliant talent, but then the Lin clan and the Nalan clan made him their enemy and forced him to leave. The previous year, during the annual competition, many of the prestigious figures of Yangzhou City had personally seen Lin Feng. All the people present at Nalan Xiong's banquet were rich, noble, and prestigious figures. Therefore, they could all recognize Lin Feng, that talented young man. The young man, who was now the officer of a powerful army which made the entire city vibrate, surprisingly was the same delicate and handsome young man they saw during the previous competition. Nobody would have ever thought of such a thing, even in their dreams. Besides, how old was Lin Feng? He was not even 18 years old, and he was already the officer of the Xianxia army, the Xianxia Marquis. He already had an army of tens of thousands under his control. That was amazing. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng and wanted to speak, but they all knew to remain silent. Nalan Xiong was also shaking. Lin Feng was surprisingly the officer of the Xianxia army. Incredibly, it was the same Lin Feng. His heart was pounding. Back in the past, Lin Feng was considered trash and had been expelled from the Lin clan. Now he had become a marquis. Nalan Xiong had the impression that the situation was contradictory with everything that he knew about Lin Feng. Of course, the person who was most surprised was Nalan Feng. When she saw Lin Feng take off his mask, she was dumbstruck. Her heart started pounding. Immediately after, she bit her lips and blankly stared at the frivolous and handsome young man. During the annual competition of the previous year, she had thought that she would be the best cultivator in the competition. She had thought that only Lin Qian would be her rival. However, nothing happened the way she had thought. Bai Yuanhou and Lin Feng appeared from nowhere. They had stolen her prestige. However, during the competition, she had thought that she was at the same cultivation layer as Lin Feng and she would easily surpass him in the future. However, Lin Feng was appearing in front of her again. He had an incredible social status. He had an army of Xianxia cavalry and owned the entire Yangzhou city. He had cut off the arm of her influential and arrogant boyfriend. Lin Feng was not even agitated. Lin Feng had easily ordered for his arm to be cut off. Maybe this was very normal for him. Du Guzhao's social status was high. His relatives were imperial ministers. The fact that he had come with her had made Na Lanfeng extremely proud. The entire city of Yangzhou respected and admired her because of her boyfriend's status. That was why they were unceasingly flattering her. Even her clan had organized the banquet and invited the richest and most noble people to greet him. Na Lanfeng wasn't prepared for such a situation. She hadn't thought that a fight would break out at all. All of this was happening because of the Xianxia army. Lin Feng had easily shattered her arrogance. Actually, he had crushed her entire reality and turned her world upside down. She was much weaker than Lin Feng. She could not even touch his shadow. Surprisingly, at that moment, the calmest person of the group was the person who had just lost an arm, Du Guxiao. That was because Lin Feng had mentioned that he slapped Du Guxiang. At that moment, Du Guxiao understood what kind of person he was dealing with and the social status that Lin Feng had. He had never seen Lin Feng's face before. When looking at that young and handsome man, Du Guxiao wanted to rip him to shreds. Lin Feng had not only crushed his arrogance, but he also cut off his arm. Besides, his natural talent was far beyond Du Guxiao. The crowd was astonished. When Lin Feng noticed the reactions, he was smiling coldly. Power was determined by strength and status. In the past, he was an unknown and quiet young man. Even though he had participated in the annual competition, his strength was still not enough. He also had no social status at all. He had been so talented that Na Lanxiong wasn't able to bear it and forced the Gu clan and the One clan to get involved. Everybody had joined forces in an attempt to kill him. He had been reluctant to leave Yangzhou city, but now he was back. However, the new Lin Feng had become much stronger. He could control an entire army. Therefore, he could look down on everyone. He had the power of life and death. He used to be humiliated every single day that he spent living in Yangzhou city, but he still returned to the place he called home. "Do you understand things more clearly now?" said Lin Feng in a calm voice, while looking at Na Lanxiong. That calm voice made everyone tremble. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng. They were all confused. They were unable to calm their racing hearts. Nobody would have thought that the young man, who was forced from Yangzhou city in humiliation, would come back and shock them all. Na Lanxiong was having trouble breathing as the shock had been too great. He didn't know what to say, but he knew, more than everyone else, what was going to happen. Lin Feng was as handsome, frivolous, and determined as before. In the past, Lin Feng's strength wasn't enough to make a difference, but now he was able to control an entire army and became the Marquis of Yangzhou city. Could Lin Feng still be the same weak young man? That was, of course, impossible. "What do you want?" Na Lanxiong was staring at Lin Feng. He felt extremely disheartened. Today was supposed to be a happy day, but because of Lin Feng, it had become a tragic event. "What about you?" said Lin Feng while smiling coldly, and then continued. "Last year, you, Na Lanxiong, as the head of the Na Lan clan, organized the annual competition. I had joined, but when I won, the Lin clan wanted my life. You, as the one organizing the event, didn't try to stop them at all. You gave your tacit agreement. You wanted me to die. I beat everybody, including your daughter. I even took her as a hostage, so of course you wanted to see me dead. The Yangzhou city competition was a joke." Lin Feng was speaking slowly. "Besides, you organized everything to make your daughter seem stronger than she was. But now I am stronger than your daughter. Back then, your daughter sent people to kill me because I refused to give her my table. She thought that she could put herself high above me. I could have died at any point." Lin Feng's words were insufferably powerful and cold. "Therefore, for everything that you made me suffer, I will return it back. I want you to take your own life. You must take your own life." Lin Feng's tone was calm and peaceful. The crowd was astonished and their hearts were pounding once again. Lin Feng was surprisingly asking Na Lanxiong, the head of Yangzhou city, to commit suicide. In the past, who would have thought that the delicate and handsome young man would, one day, look at Na Lan Xiong and tell him to kill himself? In the past, Na Lan Xiong was sitting at the top and it was as if Lin Feng was an ant beneath his foot. "If I decide against that," said Na Lan Xiong while staring at Lin Feng aggressively, "you can choose to refuse. I don't have much time to play with you, so I will give you 10 seconds to think it over. If you don't reply, I will take that as your refusal. The countdown starts now." He had 10 seconds to decide. How domineering, how powerful. 1, 2. Lin Feng didn't care about what other people thought. He was looking at Na Lan Xiong and counting. Na Lan Xiong's face turned deathly pale. He had never thought that suddenly, someone would tell him to end his own life. Besides, he also had the choice to refuse. The only problem was, who would dare to refuse? 6, 7. Time passed, the 10 seconds had almost elapsed. Everybody was staring at Na Lan Xiong. "No, don't," said Na Lan Feng while looking at her father and shaking her head frenetically. She regretted everything at that moment. Everything that was happening was because of her. She had used her status to send people to kill him over nothing. If she hadn't acted that way in the past, maybe they wouldn't be in such a desperate situation at that moment. Her pride and arrogance had a price, and what a tragic one. 9. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, a loud laugh spread through the atmosphere. Na Lan Xiong was laughing as if he was carefree. PSSSH. A sound echoed through the banquet hall along with the echoing laughter. Suddenly, blood started spilling from Na Lan Xiong's mouth. "Father!" Na Lan Feng's face turned deathly pale. Her father had chosen to kill himself. He hadn't dared to gamble. Lin Feng was excessively cruel. Na Lan Feng felt hatred rise up from the bottom of her heart. Everybody was looking at Na Lan Xiong. He had run himself through and pierced his vitals. Suicide. The head of Yangzhou City had, in front of Lin Feng, committed suicide as a punishment for his crime. A short time before, it was his future son-in-law who had made Lin Feng come to apologize. "Father!" shouted Na Lan Feng while looking at her father piercing his vital organs. A cracking sound spread in the air. Her face turned deathly pale. The expression in her eyes revealed pure hopelessness. "Lin Feng, I chose to obey you and commit suicide, but my family, including my daughter, are innocent. I hope that you can let them off," said Na Lan Xiong, and then he injected qi into his vitals and there was a small explosion of all his organs. Immediately after, his face lost its color and he fell heavily onto the floor. One of the great figures of Yangzhou City had killed himself because of Lin Feng's words. His power and influence were incredible. Lin Feng wanted him to die, so he didn't dare to live. He was scared that Lin Feng would annihilate his entire bloodline. These days, the officer of the Xianxia army seemed extremely cruel. His words were as sharp as a sword. Nobody could stop him, and if somebody tried to block him, he would kill them. Na Lan Xiong had had only one choice: to die. If he didn't agree, he would die. If he refused, he would die. Therefore, he had decided to accept. He had to kill himself in order to protect his clan. "I have nothing against your family, except for Na Lan Feng. How could I have mercy on her?" said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached, while looking at Na Lan Xiong's corpse. It wasn't only because Na Lan Feng had sent people to kill him and he almost died from that encounter. Even though he had taken her as a hostage, that wasn't enough. Lin Feng hadn't forgiven her. Besides, she wasn't showing any signs that she regretted what she had done. She was still insufferably arrogant and thought that, by relying on Du Guzhao's social status, she could act as she wished. Lin Feng couldn't tolerate her continuously looking down on people. Lin Feng had been in that world for over a year. He had changed and was no longer weak and indecisive. These days, if he had a feeling in his heart, he'd trust it, even if it meant killing people without mercy. The most important thing was to stick to one's convictions. The crowd was stupefied. Lin Feng surprisingly wasn't going to let Na Lan Feng off. Na Lan Feng was hugging her father's dead body. Her face looked lifeless and she was still staring at Lin Feng because Lin Feng had cut off one of Du Guzhao's arms and had forced her father to kill himself. What did he intend to do with her? "No need to look at me like that," Back in the past, it was just the beginning. When you tried to kill me, I would have never thought that I would have the opportunity to get my revenge so soon. You can cripple your own cultivation. I will not kill you. Lin Feng still looked expressionless. Na Lan Feng's eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Feng had a clear conscience when it came to what he was doing because he knew that Na Lan Xiong and Na Lan Feng would have done even worse things to him. Since that girl was so arrogant and presumptuous, Lin Feng thought that it would be good to make her cripple her own cultivation so that she would be forced to live like the ordinary people she disdained. "Hurry up! I don't want to have to see your face any longer than required," said Lin Feng coldly while staring at Na Lan Feng. In the past, when she tried to kill Lin Feng, she would have never thought that such a day would come. Mountains can be reduced to rubble over time, if there is a man with enough conviction to do so. All right, said Na Lan Feng, whose face was deathly pale. She suddenly released qi and attacked herself. Immediately after, she groaned. All of her accumulated qi filled the air. Na Lan Feng's face became even paler. She was extremely weak. The incredibly arrogant girl of Yangzhou City had become a piece of trash. The only reason was because she hated Lin Feng in the past and tried to kill him. When Lin Feng saw that Na Lan Feng was done with crippling her own cultivation, he put his mask back on and made his dragon-colt horse slowly turn around. He then started speaking in a calm and peaceful voice. "Pajun, you will stay here and reorganize everything in the government building. Then we will use this place to station the troops. Everybody else follow me." When Lin Feng finished talking, he left on his horse, looking natural and unrestrained. Rumbling filled the area again as the army started to leave the area. The Xianxia troops were also moving towards the exit. A short time after, they had all disappeared from the field of vision of the crowd. But the crowd was still staring at the empty space in front of them. The images of the army were still engraved into their minds. Lin Feng had left. Where had he gone? Lin clan, it has to be the Lin clan. Many people had the same thought at the same time. In the past, Lin Feng belonged to the Lin clan. Lin Feng had been expelled and disgraced, but now he had become extremely powerful. He had become of the officer of the Xianxia and even owned Yangzhou City. He had cut off one of Du Guzhao's arms, had killed the head of the city and made Na Lan Feng cripple her own cultivation. Even though he hadn't moved a single finger to do all this, everything was under his control. These days, Lin Feng could deeply affect Yangzhou City. He held the power of life and death. How could he not go to the Lin clan, who had expelled and disgraced both Lin Feng and Lin Hai? Lin Feng didn't know that the Na Lan clan was planning a festive occasion. He also didn't know that the Lin clan was extremely lively at this moment. At the end of the year, the Lin clan held an annual meeting and the competition between the juniors was still occurring. Around the fighting stage of the Lin clan were the older people of the Lin clan. They were looking at the juniors battling. They all had big smiles on their faces. The juniors of the Lin clan were good and they all had relatively impressive talents. It seemed like this generation had some good qualities. It seemed like the clan would be able to rise in the future. Lin Ba Dao Chen is the strongest and most outstanding young cultivator we have. Not only does she have an ice and fire spirit, but she is also very young. Having broken through to the 4th Ling Qi layer, she will soon catch up with me. And at that point, she will even be stronger than me. Even with all my years of experience, congratulations. An elder of the clan was looking at the fighting stage and talking to Lin Ba Dao. The elder was flattering Lin Ba Dao, which made a huge smile appear on his face. Lin Ba Dao felt extremely proud when people flattered his daughter. He of course enjoyed it very much. He also felt flattered for raising such a genius. Indeed, nobody can rival with Lin Qian. She's a real genius. Lin Feng, that piece of trash, was a nobody. He was extreme weak. I don't even care if he's dead now. Many people were flattering Lin Qian and Lin Ba Dao, even if it meant they had to lie. Indeed, during the last annual meeting of the Lin clan, everybody had seen that Lin Feng was powerful. They all knew that Lin Qian couldn't rival with Lin Feng, which is why Lin Ba Dao and the respectable elder had to expel him. He was much more talented than Lin Qian. Nobody was trying to compare them though. Lin Qian had an ice and fire spirit, and she was a student of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Lin Feng was far from being at her level. Even though he had won against her in the past, people still thought at the time he was lucky and he had probably died long ago. Lin Badao's smile was huge and he said, "All our juniors are incredible and all practice cultivation very hard. They are all very good. That is how a good clan head should act." Lin Hai in the past just prevented the clan from progressing. Besides, his son was a disobedient brat who was not loyal to the clan. Hee, laughed Lin Badao. Lin Feng and Lin Hai could never rival Chen Chen and me. Exactly never, said the people immediately in reply. At that moment, they didn't know it, but outside of the Lin clan, someone was standing at the entrance to the gate. He looked calm and serene. The Lin clan. Lin Feng raised his head and saw the sign at the top of the gate. Felt very familiar. Lin Feng's heart was beating a bit faster. It used to be his clan. Today is the annual meeting of the Lin clan, thought Lin Feng. He took a deep breath and immediately moved forwards. He hadn't seen the Lin clan for such a long time. Stop! The guards of the Lin clan blocked the way when they saw him. They coldly asked, "Who are you?" Lin Feng looked at these two guards, smiled indifferently and said, "My name is Lin Feng." "Lin Feng?" said the two guards a bit surprised. They had been serving the Lin clan for half a year, but they had never heard a member with that name before. Did the Lin clan have such a person? "I don't know him," said the guards while looking at each other. They were still blocking the way, not letting Lin Feng enter. "You will know me very soon," said Lin Feng while smiling. Immediately after, a strong wind blew past their bodies. Even though their eyes were wide open, they couldn't see Lin Feng's movements. He had disappeared in a flash. He had vanished before their eyes. He moved past the guards like the wind and headed into the Lin clan territory. The annual meeting of the Lin clan was happening like every year at the end of the year. At that moment, Lin Ba Dao's son, Lin Hong, was punching another junior of the Lin clan. His fist was surrounded by a powerful ice. Immediately after, the entire crowd heard a loud shout from Lin Hong's opponent. "Wow, how strong! Like father, like son. Lin Hong is extremely powerful." Indeed, it has been a series of successes since Lin Hai and his piece of trash son left the clan. Nowadays, the head of our clan has 2 children and they are both geniuses. Lin Qian is famous for being a genius, but Lin Hong is also a talented genius. He is amazing. Except for Lin Qian, nobody else in the Lin clan can rival him. They are both almost as powerful as the elders of the clan, said an elder while smiling. His clear and loud voice spread through the entire arena. Everybody could hear him very clearly. Amongst those who heard him was Lin Feng, who was calmly walking through the Lin clan territory. Lin Feng hadn't thought that people would still be criticizing him and his father to satisfy Lin Ba Dao. He couldn't help but smile. He raised his head, looked at the person in the distance and said in a mocking tone, "Oh, is that so?" His voice wasn't loud at all, but everybody heard him. People were stupefied. They turned around and immediately, they saw a silhouette. A young man. He looked surprisingly familiar. That familiar person was called a piece of trash by everyone, but during the annual meeting of the previous year, he had displayed an incredible power. After that, he had also shown an amazing display at the competition of Yangzhou City. Everybody had seen how strong he was, but he had been expelled of the Lin clan. At the time, the clan had decided to choose Lin Qian instead of Lin Feng. Everybody thus thought that Lin Qian was much stronger than Lin Feng and had a better talent to develop in the future. They thought that the clan would be able to rise alongside her and, someday, she would become the clan head. It's him. It's Lin Feng. Lin Feng came back. He came back to the Lin clan. Many people were astonished when they saw Lin Feng. He looked different. He seemed more handsome and delicate. That handsome young man also looked more mature than before. He looked very calm, yet his facial expression was extremely sharp and cold. Lin Feng. Lin Ba Dao narrowed his eyes. That young man, whom he had expelled from the clan, surprisingly dared to return. A mocking smile appeared on Lin Ba Dao's face. Of all the places where he could go, he returned to the Lin clan. He was courting death. On the stage, Lin Qian wasn't reacting the same way as her father. She started shaking violently. It was Lin Feng, unbelievable. She had asked herself if the young man, who was terrifying the people in the imperial city, was going to come back to the Lin clan. She was not feeling safe and had hoped he would not return. Lin Feng had come back, and it was possible that he had come back to reclaim his and his father's lost honor. "You dared to come back?" said the ninth elder when he saw Lin Feng. He had an ice-cold and evil smile on the corner of his mouth. He then said, "Lin Feng, your father rebelled against the respectable elder and killed members of the clan. He has committed many crimes. Besides, you are the same and don't respect the elders. You are arrogant and rude. You have also been expelled from the Lin clan. Besides, last year, you attempted to assassinate Nalan Feng, but luckily she managed to escape alive. Today, you dared to return to Yangzhou City and even come back to the Lin clan. Are you done talking crap?" said Lin Feng to the ninth elder. He found him to be ridiculous. He had come back and they were still creating more crimes to accuse him. He didn't feel like listening to them anymore. "Talking crap?" The ninth elder narrowed his eyes. He was staring at Lin Feng with an ice-cold glare. "You called me a piece of trash a moment ago. Today is the annual meeting of the Lin clan. Would you dare to let your son come here and fight me?" said Lin Feng. The ninth elder's son was about the same age as Lin Feng. When he heard Lin Feng, he remained silent. His eyes looked even colder. "How come you're no longer talking? Your son is a piece of trash and doesn't dare fight, right?" "He is even worse than a piece of trash," said Lin Feng mockingly. He then started walking slowly towards the fighting stage. After a short moment, he appeared in front of the entire crowd and slowly walked towards the fighting stage. Many juniors of the Lin clan, when they saw Lin Feng pass by, opened the way for him, letting him pass towards the fighting stage. After that, Lin Feng moved onto the fighting stage and looked around at the crowd surrounding the stage. "How come you aren't saying anything?" said Lin Feng to the ninth elder again. Lin Ba Dao smiled coldly and said, "Lin Feng, we had forgotten that you were also a junior of the Lin clan. Last time, we didn't kill you, we let you off, and surprisingly, instead of being thankful for showing you mercy, you dared come back to the Lin clan." "Didn't kill me? Mercy?" Lin Feng was a bit surprised. When had Lin Ba Dao showed him this mercy? When had he let him off? "When I arrived, I heard people licking Lin Ba Dao's boots. He is really shameless. He even surrounds himself with the same type of shameless people." "How audacious!" shouted the ninth elder extremely loudly. He also released a cold chi. "Maybe I am audacious. A moment ago you were talking about how great and majestic Lin Qian and Lin Hong were. They are true geniuses, right?" "Of course, they are the geniuses of our clan," replied the ninth elder. "Well, and me, I am a piece of trash, right?" "So you already know your place," said the ninth elder mockingly. "Since that is clearly the case, I, the piece of trash, I am willing to exchange pointers with the geniuses of the Lin clan, Lin Hong, Lin Qian, and any others who wish to come onto the stage. If I lose, then kill me," said Lin Feng in a loud voice. If he lost, he would die. How arrogant! How presumptuous! How majestic! The people of the Lin clan remained silent. Apart from Lin Qian and Lin Hong, who would be willing to battle against Lin Feng? 1 year before, Lin Feng was already extremely powerful. How strong would he be after a year? "How come nobody is speaking? I, Lin Feng, want to die," said Lin Feng while laughing and staring at the crowd. He wanted to die. How insane did that sound? Everybody was stupefied, but as before, nobody dared reply. All the juniors of the clan were astonished, and they were all looking at Lin Qian and Lin Hong. Only they could win against Lin Feng. But they knew about Lin Feng's exploits in the imperial city. Fighting against Lin Feng would be courting death. "I, Lin Feng, beg of you to come and kill me, but nobody is coming. What a load of crap. You all dare to speak such insane words and pretend that you are better than me. You talk about geniuses. I admire your shamelessness. I didn't know that your shamelessness had reached unfathomable heights." Lin Feng really was making fun of the Lin clan, and it was becoming more and more obvious. The people of the clan felt their cheeks burning. Lin Feng had been expelled from the clan, but at that moment, he was on the fighting stage of the Lin clan and asking people to go kill him, and surprisingly, nobody dared to fight against him, including the young genius who was the hope of the clan, Lin Qian. "You impudent brat!" furiously shouted the ninth elder. He had just finished talking and Lin Feng was already shouting and mocking the ninth elder. "Didn't you, a moment ago, say that I was a piece of trash and that they are geniuses, but now, where are they? I am here and I want to die, but they don't dare to fight. If you are willing to, you can also come down. I really want to die." How insane! How shocking! Lin Feng was inviting the ninth elder to come onto the fighting stage to kill him Oswell. He really had a death wish. The ninth elder narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Qian and Lin Hong. He then immediately smiled coldly and said, "Lin Feng, Lin Qian and Lin Hong are geniuses of the Lin clan. It would be a humiliation for them to fight against you, but since you want to die, I should help you." When he finished talking, the ninth elder jumped onto the fighting stage, immediately landing in front of Lin Feng. What an impressive agility technique! How beautiful! Lin Feng surprisingly challenged the ninth elder to a battle. How insane! He really wants to die. The ninth elder has broken through to the fifth Ling Qi layer. He definitely deserves his reputation as a strong cultivator. He is extremely powerful. Lin Feng is already dead. The crowd had various thoughts about the ninth elder when they saw him jump onto the fighting stage. At the same time, an insane quantity of ice qi concentrated itself on his fist and suddenly bombarded the atmosphere, moving straight towards Lin Feng. It seemed like Lin Feng was going to freeze on the spot. Lin Feng was calmly standing there, looking at the ninth elder, who had an evil smile on his face. "Die!" shouted the ninth elder, but at that moment, Lin Feng waved his hand and cut the atmosphere. A bright and resplendent sword qi flashed in the air. Immediately after, the ninth elder didn't even have the time to give a horrible shriek before his blood filled the air. He just pitifully groaned and collapsed. His facial expression looked calm. His body was lifeless. The crowd was astonished and their hearts were violently pounding. They were shocked, dumbstruck. Had the ninth elder died? The ninth elder had been killed by Lin Feng with a single blow? The crowd was dumbstruck and terrified. They only saw Lin Feng look at the corpse on the ground and say with an indifferent tone, "A piece of trash." Lin Feng walked forwards again. He looked at the crowd with an insane smile on his face. "I, Lin Feng, want to die. I, Lin Feng, want to die." His furious shout was echoing throughout people's hearts like the waves of a tsunami. The words, "I want to die," were so arrogant. He had been expelled from the clan, and at this moment, he was looking down on everyone. The one everyone used to call a piece of trash was at this moment looking down on the clan and mocking them as if they meant nothing. "I, Lin Feng, the piece of trash who was expelled from the clan." Lin Feng kept joking. In the past, during the competition of Yangzhou City, he had also said things that sounded insane at the time, but his power shocked everyone. Back then, he was already much stronger than Lin Qian. Lin Qian could not rival him. Besides, these days, even though Lin Qian had broken through to the fourth Ling Qi layer, Lin Feng had just killed the ninth elder who was at the fifth Ling Qi layer with a single attack. How strong was he really? Could Lin Qian rival such a monster? Lin Feng was the most outstanding disciple of the Lin clan, but such a genius had been expelled. "Why is nobody speaking?" said Lin Feng. The crowd only stared at him. They all remained absolutely silent. Lin Feng couldn't help but keep mocking them. "Before I arrived, were you not all flattering Lin Qian and Lin Ba Dao? Were you not all just criticizing my father and me to gain his good graces? Now, I am standing before you, but each and every single person here has suddenly become deaf and mute. If I am a piece of trash, you are a bunch of shameless, low-life, worthless cultivators." Lin Feng's voice was piercing through the silent atmosphere. Everyone's faces were turning bright red. They were looking at Lin Feng with killing intent in their eyes. "Your father and you are the same traitors who don't respect the elders of the clan. You are both filthy animals." At that moment, a furious voice interrupted. It came from Lin Feng's third uncle, Lin Haoran. When he saw Lin Feng, he remembered his son, who had been crippled by Lin Feng and became filled with jealousy. But this jealousy quickly turned into hatred. Lin Feng was stupefied. A sharp expression filled his eyes and he glared at Lin Haoran. A traitor, his father, and he were animals? Incredibly, it is possible to reach such a high level of shamelessness, said Lin Feng coldly and then added, back in the past, my father and I never offended you, but because you wanted his position as head of the clan, you humiliated me and threatened my father. You wanted to replace him as the clan head using despicable methods. Have you ever thought about the fact that he was your brother? After that, because you created an opportunity to reach your goal, the respectable elder attacked and injured my father. Then you expelled us from the Lin clan. You are really shameless. Besides, during the annual competition of Yangzhou City, I started to reveal outstanding talent, but you were afraid of my talent, which is why you tried to kill me. Did you think about our blood relations at that time? Now, you are calling me a traitor? Why is that? You attack your own brother, the head of your clan, and you dare to call other people traitors. You chose to replace my father with someone else? I, Lin Feng, have nothing to do with scum like you. There is only humiliation to gain from associating with you. I, Lin Feng, have returned. Lin Haoran, if you criticize my father again, I will kill you. When Lin Feng said those words, an immense quantity of sword chi whistled through the atmosphere. Lin Feng looked like a powerful sword at that moment. He was infinitely sharp, dazzling, brutal, and aggressive. Lin Feng surprisingly dared to threaten his third uncle, threatening to kill him. That was a huge humiliation for Lin Haoran, to be threatened by Lin Feng in public like that. He coldly said, your father is an animal, and the son of an animal is an animal, so you are both filthy animals. How could Lin Haoran be intimidated by a little boy to the extent that he wouldn't dare to speak? Boom! Lin Haoran's words reached Lin Feng's ears. An invisible pressure suddenly fell onto everyone's shoulders. Lin Feng was spinning around and seemed to have transformed into a sword, an extremely sharp one. An incredible sword energy overwhelmed the entire atmosphere. The crowd was gasping in astonishment. How powerful! It seemed like they had underestimated Lin Feng. He seemed to be much stronger than all of them. The invisible sword energy was surrounding the entire crowd. They were all fixedly staring at Lin Feng. He had become so monstrously strong. Lin Haoran's heart was pounding. Nobody knew that the energy which was now oppressing his body was painfully sharp. He was controlling himself, but his facial expression was changing drastically. His heart was pounding. Panic-stricken, he was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. How strong! That sword chi is way too strong. Lin Haoran thought. How strong had Lin Feng become? Lin Haoran was absolutely terrified and regretted what he just said to Lin Feng. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. The invisible sword energy turned into a sharp sword. Lin Feng jumped into the air. It seemed like his entire body transformed into a sword, an extremely sharp and devastating sword. The crowd was dumbstruck, to the extent that they forgot to try to stop Lin Feng. Even if they did see him coming, they couldn't afford to take the risk of getting in his way. An incredibly brilliant and resplendent light filled the atmosphere. There was no sword, only the light glow given from sword energy. Lin Haoran felt hopeless and his facial expression gradually dropped and blood started to pour from a hole that had been pierced between his eyebrows. One strike and his life had ended. As before, only one strike. Lin Feng moved back to his original position on the stage. There was nothing in his hand, but sword chi was still present in the atmosphere. That incredibly daring young man confused everyone in the crowd. Where was his sword? He was such a genius, yet he had been expelled from the clan. At that moment, he had come back to regain his dignity. You killed your third uncle? Said Lin Badao while looking at the corpse. He was looking at Lin Feng in an ice-cold way with killing intent in his eyes. Third uncle? Said Lin Feng while laughing and then added, Lin Badao, you and Lin Haoran, have you ever acted like my uncles? Lin Badao was stupefied. He and Lin Haoran had indeed plotted against Lin Feng's father. Lin Feng had never been like a nephew for them. You have never regarded me as your nephew. You always regarded me as a piece of trash and humiliated me. You expelled me from the clan and even tried to kill me. At that moment, you never thought that you were my uncle, right? Now that I have killed him, you just now remember that he was my uncle? Lin Ba Dao, don't you think that you are being ridiculous? Lin Feng said mockingly and continued. Besides, now I am no longer a member of the Lin clan. If anyone dares to insult my father, I will kill them. Once again, Lin Feng was openly threatening everyone. His words were extremely harsh. At that moment, Lin Feng's words were like sharp swords. Amongst the people of the Lin clan, many were regretting that Lin Feng had been expelled from the clan. If he had been in the Lin clan, he would have been much more prestigious than Lin Qian. However, everybody remained silent. The atmosphere was horrifyingly silent. Lin Feng's expression looked like he wanted to burst into laughter. He said, "Now, the cowardly atmosphere is contagious in the Lin clan. There is only a bunch of little people left who don't know how to do anything but unceasingly flatter Lin Ba Dao, the clan head. None of you has any strength of character and the clan has no future. This is ridiculous and sad. Lin Ba Dao, this is the result created from you becoming the clan head." When Lin Feng finished talking, everybody was astonished. They realized that what Lin Feng said was the truth. At that moment, he was standing on the fighting stage and nobody could rival him. Everyone remained silent. If Lin Hai had been there, he would have been a source of inspiration, even though he did not show himself often. He didn't resemble Lin Ba Dao. The people of the Lin clan, when they heard Lin Feng's making fun of them, all felt humiliated. Lin Ba Dao, in the past, you plotted against my father and me to make us leave the clan. Now, I am back to reclaim our dignity and honor on the fighting stage. Lin Ba Dao, can you act like a real man for once in your cowardly life and join me on the fighting stage? Lin Feng was challenging Lin Ba Dao. Lin Ba Dao looked uncertain. Lin Feng, who had been expelled by him, surprisingly challenged him. How strong was he? The crowd looked at Lin Ba Dao. Lin Ba Dao slowly stood up, but suddenly heard Lin Qian shout, "Father, don't fight against him." The crowd was stupefied and looked at Lin Qian. They only saw Lin Qian was unceasingly shaking her head and stopping her father. Lin Qian wanted to prevent her father from fighting against Lin Feng. When Lin Feng arrived, he challenged Lin Qian. Lin Qian had not even considered fighting against Lin Feng. Could it be that she knew his real strength? Did Lin Qian know where Lin Feng had been this whole time? Did she also know his real strength? "Traitor!" shouted a voice which filled the atmosphere. A silhouette was rushing through the air. He looked majestic. Many people were delighted to see the silhouette appear. It was the respectable elder, Lin Rui. In the past, he injured Lin Hai and also contributed to Lin Feng and Lin Hai's expulsion from the clan. Now he was showing himself again. Lin Feng was definitely going to die. Respectable elder. All the members of the Lin clan were slightly bowing in front of Lin Rui, who was descending from the sky. His voice was ice-cold and he said, "The son of the traitor has come back. Everybody hurry up and kill him. You have to kill any traitors that enter our territory." Everyone? They had to capture him together. The crowd was stupefied. Lin Ba Dao, however, immediately nodded and said, "Members of the Lin clan, listen to the order. Kill Lin Feng." When Lin Ba Dao finished talking, many people started to reluctantly walk towards the fighting stage. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd and a demonic smile appeared on his face. Together, everyone against him, so they wanted an unfair fight, right? At the Nalan clan, Lin Feng had not personally fought. Using his authority, he had controlled everything with only his words. However, he had gone to the Lin clan for a different reason. He wanted to regain his honor and dignity this time. He wanted to regain his honor on the fighting stage, not using his status and authority. But at the moment, the Lin clan wanted to attack him, the whole clan against him. Lin Feng laughed, gazed towards the sky and shouted, "Order! What's going on? What's happening?" The members of the Lin clan were stupefied. Suddenly they heard a rumbling noise fill the atmosphere, but it was coming from every direction. It seemed like there was an earthquake and the ground was trembling. Boom! 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 The incredibly loud booms filled the atmosphere. It seemed like the buildings were about to collapse from the vibrations. Someone was coming to attack the Lin clan. They were destroying the barricades in their district. The crowd was shaking. The sounds were moving closer with each second. The noises spread throughout the atmosphere along with the thumping of everyone's heartbeat. It sounded as if there was a stampede of thousands upon thousands of cavalry charging at full speed, and were approaching from the four corners of the Lin clan district. They immediately forced entry into the Lin clan's district and galloped towards the crowd. Respectable elder. The crowd looked around and looked at the majestic, respectable elder. They were panicking. It seemed like an extremely heavy chi had fallen from the sky and landed on them. It was unceasing and getting nearer and nearer to the crowd. The crowd was in pain as the chi filling the atmosphere was so sharp that it could cut. They felt like they were suffocating under the intense pressure. The respectable elder, Lin Rue, was frowning. He could also feel the extremely strong chi moving towards them. Besides, he could tell that armored horses were charging towards them from all directions. How come so much cavalry were coming to the Lin clan? "Look over there!" shouted someone in the crowd. The crowd looked at the north of the area. Immediately after, red silhouettes appeared in the distance. Red horses, red armor, how domineering and imposing. That was an entire army of Xianxia cavalry. They were charging towards them. The people's hearts were racing. The people of the Lin clan were dumbstruck. How was that possible? Why would an extremely strong army of armored cavalry come to the Lin clan? "There are some over there as well," shouted the terrified crowd. There was an army to the south as well. And over there, the Xianxia cavalry were coming from the east, from the west, from everywhere. Everybody was surrounded by Xianxia troops. It was an endless sea of red. It was a magnificent and terrifying sight. The people's heart were violently shaking. They were all suffering in silence. There was only the sound of the cavalry approaching. The crowd was just blankly staring at that whole scene. There were even some short moments when they had blackouts from the panic. That was an army, an extremely strong army. That army seemed to be endless, as if there were millions of them. Besides, all of them had piercingly strong gazes and released brutally strong chi. That army must be painted red from the blood of their enemies. When the crowd sensed the brutally strong chi, their hearts started beating even faster. A blood-red army had appeared at Lin clan during their annual meeting and was encircling them. If the army wanted to annihilate the Lin clan, it would be as easy as wiping away dust. Who are they? Why has such a powerful army come to the Lin clan? Everybody was absolutely astonished. None of them thought that there could be a relation between the extremely strong army and the young man standing on the fighting stage. They didn't dare to think about such a terrifying thought, not even in their worst nightmares. Even though Lin Feng had just shouted order, they had already removed that from their minds. They had other things to worry about, and the crowd was completely focused on the powerful army. That strong and powerful army had encircled them. There were some horses moving out from the crowd. They were probably high-ranking personnel in the army. The members of the Lin clan were all moving aside, not daring to obstruct their path. They were surrounding the fighting stage, but they all gathered, facing Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his hands and the high-ranking personnel moved towards Lin Feng. "That fool, is he tired of living?" The crowd was cursing at Lin Feng in their hearts. He was surprisingly still standing on the stage. They just hoped that he wouldn't get involved. At that moment, the cavalry stopped at the edge of the fighting stage and glanced at the crowd. Immediately, everybody's heart started pounding. These people's facial expressions were so sharp and cold. They were all extremely strong cultivators. The weakest in the army were at the same level as an elder of the Lin clan. The ones in charge were even stronger. Lin Rue was also extremely strong. Amongst the army, there were at least 3 people who were of similar power or slightly weaker than him. Besides, if there was a battle, there was one person in the army that might be able to kill Lin Rue alone. The Xianxia troops were releasing their powerful chi. These people were born from battles and frequently bathed in the blood of their enemies. They were fighting gods. They were much stronger than an ordinary army. They had incredible battle experience, and they were a step above normal cultivators. "You have come to my Lin clan today. However, I don't know what we can do for you, but I will do my best to help you in any way possible." Lin Rue looked at the army and spoke with a very respectful tone. He had adopted the strategy of diplomacy. If he made them angry, they could annihilate the entire clan. It was better for him to stay humble. At that moment, he was even bowing in an extremely respectful way. He was bowing the same way the people of the Lin clan had bowed to him previously. He seemed to be a different person when dealing with such a powerful army. However, the soldiers didn't pay attention to him. They didn't even spare him a glance. Immediately after, they jumped down from their horses, placed their hands on their chests and bowed while shouting in unison, "Officer! Officer? Where was the officer?" The crowd was stupefied. They looked around them like crazy and were looking for someone who looked like an officer of these powerful troops. Could it be that someone even stronger was about to arrive? Some small sounds spread in the air. There were tens of thousands of soldiers here. Besides, what amazed the crowd was that some of them were kneeling on the ground. "Officer!" At that moment, a thunderous roar came from thousands of people shouting at the same time, and the ground shook from the entire army kneeling down. The entire army was all kneeling down and saluting. That was an amazing vision. In Shuiyu, people only had to kneel down only in front of the imperial family to pay respect. In front of others, a simple bow was sufficient. But the troops were kneeling down as a sign of devotion and respect for their officer. They had dedicated their lives to their officer. It was their way of honoring their officer. At that moment, the entire army was kneeling down facing the same direction, the fighting stage. The tens of thousands of Xianxia soldiers were kneeling and their brains were all thinking at incredible speeds, but their hearts were moving much faster than their minds. Surprisingly, these soldiers were saluting their officer by kneeling down. The crowd was looking around yet they couldn't see anyone who looked like a battle-hardened officer. Finally, they looked in the direction that the soldiers were facing. They were all facing the fighting stage. Everybody was blinking as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The crowd was finally looking at the young man standing on the fighting stage. Even though they had already guessed, nobody dared accept the truth. They didn't want to. A gentle breeze was blowing which made Lin Feng's robe start to flutter. He then slightly raised his hand and said, "Everybody stand." "Roger, officer," said all the soldiers in unison, and they all moved to their feet in perfect synchronization. The people in the crowd felt like a dagger had just been plunged into their chest. They were shaking as if they were about to collapse. Lin Feng, it was Lin Feng, surprisingly, it was actually Lin Feng. The crowd was dumbstruck. They couldn't believe their eyes. The one whom all the troops were kneeling down and saluting was surprisingly the only person standing on the fighting stage, Lin Feng. That was the young man whom they used to call a piece of trash and had expelled from the Lin clan. The crowd couldn't believe what was happening. Lin Rue groaned. His blood was boiling. He almost coughed a mouthful of blood. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. "Officer, how is such a thing possible?" thought Lin Rue astonished. Lin Ba Dao also couldn't believe it. The officer, surprisingly, was Lin Feng. They suddenly realized what was happening and what was about to happen. Lin Feng had come to the Lin clan to regain his honor. But he did not come alone. Cough, cough. Lin Ba Dao was coughing up blood. He turned deathly pale. They were finished. This would be the end. Together. Come onto the fighting stage and kill me. What are you waiting for? Lin Feng was looking at the crowd while sounding cold and detached. The people of the Lin clan were shaking. Would they dare? Such a strong army just required a few seconds to annihilate the Lin clan and slaughter all of its members. Would they still dare to attack Lin Feng together? "Respectable elder, you are very majestic. Originally, you gave the order for them to attack me in a group. Now you are standing there and doing nothing at all. What is that supposed to mean?" Lin Feng was smiling mockingly. The respectable elder's face became rigid. His lips were shaking, but the words wouldn't come out. At that moment, everyone's lives were in Lin Feng's hands. "Respectable elder, you are very strong. You attacked my father from behind and injured him in a single strike. You also expelled my father and I from the Lin clan. How domineering, how imposing. Now, I will give you an opportunity to show your invincible power to everybody again." When Lin Feng saw that Lin Rue was remaining silent, He continued talking. Back in the past, his father had displayed amazing power and strength. Nobody dared fight him to the extent that even the respectable elder Lin Rui had to personally appear to injure Lin Hai. After that, he had expelled them from the clan. How could Lin Feng forget Lin Rui? You expelled my father and me from the clan. When the crowd heard those words, they all looked puzzled. Indeed, the officer who was controlling such a terrifying army belonged to their clan. But he had been expelled. Lin Feng, while relying on his own strength, had become incredibly strong. He had easily killed the 9th elder and Lin Hao ran. Besides, he had also become the officer of the Xianxia army. He was respected by thousands upon thousands of people. Even without mentioning the tiny little Lin clan, at that moment, Lin Feng could even annihilate the entire city of Yangzhou. But such an amazing genius had been expelled from the Lin clan. He was forced to leave. What sort of joke was that? However, that was the bitter reality, and it certainly saddened many of the clan members. Such geniuses appeared once every 1,000 years. But they expelled him and caused him to feel hatred towards the clan. If Lin Feng was in the clan, how prestigious would our clan be? Many people were trying to imagine what would have happened if Lin Feng hadn't been expelled from the Lin clan. With Lin Feng's current power, he had managed to obtain Yangzhou City, so if Lin Feng was still in their clan, it would mean that the entire city of Yangzhou would have belonged to the Lin clan. Their dream was to overtake the Nalan clan as the top clan in the city, but the task of making that dream come true had been assigned to Lin Qian. The Lin clan could have actually owned the entire city of Yangzhou. Compared to their dream, this was a much larger achievement. However, because of one wrong decision, they had taken the wrong path. Lin Rui was looking at Lin Feng yet remained silent. He had expelled Lin Feng from the clan. Was he blind? Since you're not talking at all, I will help you. I will give you 2 choices. The first one is you attempt to get onto the fighting stage together and see the result. The second choice is you and me battle. If you win, I will immediately withdraw the army from the Lin clan. When Lin Feng saw that Lin Rui remained uncommunicative, Lin Feng offered a choice which astonished the crowd. They wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would give such a choice to Lin Rui. Lin Rui had the opportunity to defeat Lin Feng and make him withdraw the army. Lin Rui was the respectable elder of the Lin clan. He was extremely strong and was only a step away from breaking into the Xianxia layer. Each of his attacks were extremely powerful. Besides, how old was Lin Feng? Even though he was a genius, how could he fight against Lin Rui? Lin Feng is so young and proud. He refuses to back down because he is a genius. He already controls an entire army, that's why he acts so confident. Thought the members of the Lin clan. In their eyes, Lin Feng was a genius, but he would never be able to defeat Lin Rui. Lin Rui was about 80 years old. How could he let a young boy defeat him? Lin Feng, are you joking? Lin Rui hadn't even spoken yet, and Lin Ba Dao had already interrupted. They were facing an incredible army, so none of them actually dared to think about fighting. If Lin Feng wanted them to die, they would die. Lin Ba Dao only hoped for one thing, that Lin Feng would withdraw the army. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at Lin Ba Dao. Lin Feng smiled as if he was going to mock them again. I'm sorry, Lin Ba Dao, included in my terms is one detail. No matter if I win or if Lin Rui wins, you, Lin Ba Dao, will die here. Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but Lin Ba Dao was astonished. His heart felt ice cold. Cold chi was emerging from his body. No matter who won the battle, Lin Ba Dao was going to die. Of course, I will give you an opportunity. If you manage to kill the respectable elder, I will forget about our past, said Lin Feng while laughing. Lin Ba Dao was astonished. He immediately glanced at Lin Rui. Impossible. I, Lin Ba Dao, am not that kind of person. Lin Rui is my elder. I would never attack him, said Lin Ba Dao with a tone of morality and justice. His devotion to righteousness inspired reverence. All the people of the Lin clan were slightly nodding in agreement. Slash! At that moment an attack was cutting through the atmosphere. Lin Ba Dao's hand was surrounded by a cold, twinkling light. A dagger was rushing towards Lin Rui's back at full speed. It was a cold-blooded surprise attack aimed to kill Lin Rui. The crowd was stupefied. Lin Ba Dao's words were still fresh in their minds. but he was already launching a sneak attack. He had proved his own hypocrisy. In order to save his own life, Lin Ba Dao was ready to reveal his shameless nature. "How dare you!" shouted Lin Rui. At the moment when Lin Ba Dao's dagger had almost reached Lin Rui released a piercingly cold ice energy as well as his spirit. In a flash, Lin Ba Dao's dagger and hand were frozen solid. "Die!" The respectable elder's furious shout spread through the atmosphere. Lin Rui's palm reached Lin Ba Dao's chest. Immediately after, he was covered with a layer of ice, as if he was about to be sealed within the ice. "Old fool!" Lin Feng was smiling coldly. Lin Ba Dao had attacked, but Lin Rui retaliated at the exact same time. He had been protecting Lin Ba Dao this whole time. On the path of cultivation, there were too many people who, for their lives, were ready to sacrifice the people around them. Lin Rui had lived for almost 80 years. How could he believe the words which just left Lin Ba Dao's mouth? "Lin Ba Dao, I have always been good to you and you dare to try and attack me by surprise. Don't blame for being rude now," said Lin Rui with killing intent in his voice. The piercingly cold energy emerging from his body was becoming more and more intense. "No, father! Lin Rui, don't you dare!" At that moment, two people shouted furiously. It was Lin Qian and her brother. They both threw themselves at Lin Rui. "Screw off!" Lin Rui raised his hand and released his ice energy. How could he still care about Lin Qian at that moment? All he cared about was his own life. "Die!" shouted Lin Rui evilly. His ice energy was condensed into all of his attacks. Lin Ba Dao was shaking, his body twitched twice. In a flash, the condensed ice energy burst forth and he was frozen to death. Lin Ba Dao, because he wanted to become the head of the Lin clan, had unscrupulously employed unethical methods and plotted against members of his own family. In the end, the result was tragic. "Father!" cried the two voices. Lin Rui was expressionless. He slowly turned around, he looked brutally cold. Was the Lin clan really a family? How could they kill each other so easily and without mercy? Lin Ba Dao wanted to kill Lin Rui, but Lin Rui killed him. All these people were now showing their true colors and how treacherous they really were. Lin Rui looked at Lin Feng and jumped onto the fighting stage. He then said to Lin Feng, "Lin Ba Dao is dead. I killed him for you. Besides, Lin Feng, you are an outstanding genius. I admit that I was blind. Today, let's fight. If I lose, I will accept my death." Lin Rui's words were inspiring and filled with a lofty and righteous aura. But Lin Feng didn't seem to care at all. What an old fool, saying such nice things to try and awake some compassion in Lin Feng's heart. He had lived for so many years and was adept at scheming. He had cold-bloodedly killed Lin Ba Dao without the slightest bit of hesitation. "No need to say such flowery words. Don't worry, if you win, I will withdraw my army. If you lose, it is not that you will accept death, you will beg for it." Lin Feng sounded calm. He then added, "All right, let's begin. I'm attacking, be careful," said Lin Rui while nodding. His ice spirit was invading the atmosphere with a powerful energy. The coldness was piercing to the bones. He took a step forwards and ice chi rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head. They were fighting. Lin Rui didn't have to be so polite to him. Lin Feng moved his right foot forward and raised his arm with a fierce sword energy. At the moment, when the sword energy was about to reach Lin Rui's body, Lin Feng slashed his hand down. A hero at dusk, under the setting sun, the brilliance was slowly fading. When Lin Rui saw Lin Feng's hand, he felt like he was seeing an illusion. He had the feeling that the sun was starting to set. Sword of the setting sun. Lin Feng had used his hand as the sword. His hand cut through the atmosphere. Blood sprayed into the air and Lin Rui's arm was sent flying through the air. One strike was enough to remove one of Lin Rui's arms. When the crowd saw that arm flying in the air, they were astonished once again. That attack didn't diffuse resplendent light. They hadn't even seen a sword. Lin Feng's sword was his hand. His entire body was a sword. It was a sword without brightness and splendor. In a short time, Lin Feng surprisingly had become extremely strong. Even the respectable elder couldn't rival him anymore. He hadn't even been able to withstand a single attack. Lin Rui had the strength of the 9th Ling Qi layer, he just needed one more step to reach the Shen Qi layer. But what was Lin Feng's level? Lin Feng was only 17 years old and was young like many of the juniors of the Lin clan. But the people of the Lin clan always relied on their parents and on the clan. Lin Feng was absolutely different from the others because he was already extremely strong and already controlled an army. That was a huge difference, and the young people of the Lin clan would be unable to catch up with him. That young man who had been expelled from the Lin clan was already above their entire clan and made them prostrate themselves before him. Oh! Lin Rui gave a horrible shriek. He raised his remaining arm and released all the ice chi that he could, not hesitating and putting everything into his attack. But Lin Feng moved again. He was quick and agile. He seemed moved in fusion with the earth. He looked mysterious. A light flashed. Immediately, Lin Rui's hand slightly touched Lin Feng's shoulder and ice started to appear. But then Lin Feng slightly moved his hand and a sword light filled the atmosphere. Slash! Lin Feng's hand slashed like a meteor. Blood sprayed and filled the air. Lin Rui's other arm had just been cut off. Lin Feng had cut it off as easily as the first arm. Lin Feng was much stronger than Lin Rui. Lin Feng dashed past Lin Rui, and at that moment, he was behind Lin Rui's back. Lin Feng's hand had pierced his back and he looked calm and peaceful. Oh! A cry of agony spread in the air. Lin Rui had the impression that the world around him was vibrating. His body was violently shaking. Blood didn't stop flowing onto the ground. But Lin Rui's heart felt even more painful than his arms, which had been cut off. If Lin Feng didn't kill him, he crippled his cultivation. Respectable elder, back in the past, you were very strong and controlled everything. You could do whatever you wished. You expelled my father and me from the clan, you chose a new clan head, you attacked and hurt my father. Now, I came back and I am stronger than you, therefore I now control everything. I can now do as I wish. If I want to cut your arms off, I can. If I want to kill you, I can. Lin Feng's voice was coming from Lin Rui's back. These words were the harsh reality. Strength was the most important thing in that world. If one was strong, one had power over weaker people and could thus do as they wished. Lin Rui used to have the advantage. He had injured Lin Feng's father and had expelled him. Now, Lin Feng was stronger than him and had easily cut off his arms. Who could do anything against that? If he wanted to cripple anyone's cultivation, he could. If he wanted to kill anyone, he could. Lin Rui's heart was bleeding. At that moment, his heart was filled with venom, but his mouth was firmly closed. He didn't dare say anything to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was right. In that world, the strong could control everything. If Lin Rui wanted to stay alive, he had to keep his mouth shut, even if he hated Lin Feng. Becoming a cripple is still better than dying. Lin Rui was already old and cherished life. He didn't want to die. Lin Rui, today, I will have mercy on you and will not kill you. You are now half dead. I cut off your arms because of what you did in the past. Now you need to vanish from my sight. If someday you have the possibility of getting your revenge, come at me, said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached. No matter what his status was, in that world all that mattered was strength. Lin Rui was shaking. He turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Immediately after, he started walking and slowly left. He looked lonely and desolate. That was the price he had to pay for having made such a grave mistake in the past. After Lin Rui left, Lin Feng gazed into the distance and then looked at the Great Elder and the Third Elder. He said, sounding cold and indifferent, "Great Elder, Third Elder, you too can cripple your own cultivation. Don't make me do it personally, otherwise there will be an extra fee of 2 arms." Lin Feng sounded calm and serene while the 2 elders were deathly pale. They should have expected it. Lin Feng was getting his revenge for all the bad things they had all done to him in the past. Back then, they kept humiliating Lin Feng, forced him to leave. These 2 people had been Lin Ba Dao's accomplices. That's why Lin Feng wanted to make them cripple their own cultivation. When the Great Elder saw the armless silhouette in the distance, he suddenly burst into an insane laughter. Immediately after, he moved his hand and bombarded his own cultivation. He groaned and blood gushed from his mouth. He had crippled his own cultivation. The third elder was shaking. He was slowly and hesitantly moving his hand, but not attacking. Third elder, if you don't want to die, cripple your own cultivation immediately, said the great elder, sounding tense. The third elder was shaking even more. He glanced at the great elder and crippled his own cultivation as well. The head of the clan, Lin Ba Dao, had died. The third uncle, Lin Hao Ran, had died. The ninth elder had died. The respectable elder no longer had arms. The great elder and third elder had crippled their own cultivation. Lin Feng had come back and spread terror amongst people's hearts. Lin Feng was standing on the fighting stage and looking at the crowd. Sounding indifferent, he said, "All others, I will not touch you, even if you hate me. That is, of course, providing that you behave properly. Of course, if you want to get your revenge, you can also come and find me. The best thing is for you to think carefully about your future, though." When Lin Feng finished talking, he turned around and moved down from the stage. He raised his hand. In a flash, the myriad of troops climbed onto their horses. They were a perfectly trained elite army. Lin Feng and the troops were making history together. Lin Feng also jumped onto his horse that was brought. He looked domineering. "Let's go," said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent. At that moment, a voice spread in the atmosphere. "Wait, wait!" When Lin Feng heard that voice, he stopped but didn't turn around. He just waited for the other person to talk. "Lin Feng, will you consider coming back to the Lin clan?" said a hopeless-sounding voice which made everybody else shiver and look towards Lin Feng. Indeed, would Lin Feng ever return to the Lin clan? If Lin Feng accepted to go back to the Lin clan, not only would it give him nothing, but it would give incredible prestige to the Lin clan. It would make them become one of the most prestigious clans in the entire region. That hopeless voice was resonating in people's hearts, but nobody dared speak. The same person spoke again. "If you are willing to come back to the Lin clan, we can make all those who opposed you in the past leave the clan, including Lin Qian." The person spoke again because they had seen that Lin Feng remained silent. The whole crowd was quiet. Indeed, if Lin Feng accepted, they could forget about Lin Qian just like they did to Lin Feng in the past. Back in the past, they had chosen the proud and arrogant Lin Qian, who couldn't rival with Lin Feng any longer. Lin Qian looked at Lin Ba Dao's corpse and felt extremely sad. She used to be the pride of the Lin clan. Even in Yangzhou City, many people respected her. But because of Lin Feng, her glory had been destroyed. Lin Feng was much more prestigious than her. Lin Qian could still vaguely remember when she had gone to the Yunhai sect and humiliated Lin Feng while looking down on him. But all of this was already the past. Back in the past, when I was expelled from the Lin clan, nobody said a word. Now that you see that I am strong and have a high status and you want me to come back to the clan, is that even possible? There are some things which cannot be taken back. Lin Feng was on his horse. He didn't even turn around to look at them. Immediately after, he left at full speed with his horse emitting whistling sounds through the atmosphere. The myriad of Xianxia troops seemed to be flying. The ground was shaking along with people's hearts. The Lin clan were all looking at the leaving silhouettes. Their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. Some things could not be taken back. Lin Feng was right when everybody kept humiliating him. Who had said a word? Who spared even a single word to help Lin Feng? When the Lin clan wanted to kill Lin Feng, who had said anything to try and save him? These days, Lin Feng was extremely strong and was the officer of a huge army. Only now they wanted him to go back to the clan. Was that even possible? They could never get back what they threw away and discarded. Never. At the end of the year, Yangzhou City was always extraordinarily lively. On the road, people were standing around in small groups. At that moment, in Yangzhou City, there was a majestic army composed of Xianxia armored cavalry. They were making an inspection tour of the city. All of them looked domineering and imposing. Everybody was looking at them with a deep respect. The Xianxia troops are extremely majestic. It is said that they are all elite soldiers. Now they are in our city. On the road, the Xianxia horses were trotting. The crowd was looking at these majestic horses. Some people were talking about them. That is an honor for our city. Now that the Xianxia troops are here, we are incredibly prestigious within the entire region. Who will dare provoke us? You're right, last year, I had the chance to see the Xianxia officer with my own eyes. He was only about 16 years old, but at the annual cultivation meeting of Yangzhou City, he had displayed incredible abilities. He was much stronger than Na Lanfeng or Lin Qian. They couldn't even withstand a single attack. At that moment, I already knew that the officer would become an incredible person. I just wouldn't have thought that it would happen in such a short period of time," said a man with a long mustache. He sounded so proud that it made people around him feel exasperated. 1 year before, there had been a young man at the cultivation meeting of Yangzhou City, but the members belonging to the biggest clans had attacked him and forced him to escape. 1 year later, that young man had become more mature, more determined, and extremely strong. He looked extremely majestic and imposing on his horse, controlling several thousand soldiers. He had returned to Yangzhou City as a glorious young hero. Since that moment, the 4 big clans of Yangzhou City had sunk to new lows. There was only Lin Feng controlling a military government. He had replaced the former government and shut out the clans from city affairs. But the people were excited and delighted by all of this. They had heard that Lin Feng wanted to build a Xianxia castle and take measures to make Yangzhou City grow more influential. Yangzhou people were, of course, happy because they would be able to enjoy more benefits, including benefits for their practice of cultivation. At that moment, the government infrastructure was in constant change. The Xianxia troops were busy enlarging the government palace. Within 1 day, all the walls surrounding the government had been destroyed. At that moment, Lin Feng was standing in an underground passage. While looking at the tunnel, Lin Feng looked pensive. The Xianxia troops had just finished digging this passageway, and it was pitch dark. Strong as they were, they had already done half of the work for him. Since Lin Feng had become the officer of such powerful soldiers, he, of course, used them to accomplish difficult tasks. His silhouette flickered and he disappeared down the passageway. After a short moment, he appeared in the middle of a room. In front of him was a huge table. Standing on the left and right of the table, there were 3 silhouettes. They looked pensive. These 3 people were the former middle, left, and right officers Ren Qingquang, Feng Yuhan, and Lei Qingtian. They all used to have their own armies, but now, they were assisting Lin Feng and staying by his side. Lin Feng, look, we are here. Here we can dig a river. Then, we can build towers on these 8 strategic locations. The government building is in a valley, so even people of the Xianxia layer come. In normal circumstances, we should be able to defeat them. Feng Yuhan sounded full of confidence. The Xianxia troops were elite soldiers. Ren Qingquang was an expert at planning and defensive military strategy. The left officer, Feng Yuhan, was an expert at organizing military formations and offensive strategies. The right officer, Lei Qingtian, was an expert at organizing a geographical strategy and modifying terrain to protect the troops. They were all extremely skilled officers. Obviously, controlling such a huge army required them to divide the tasks. All these officers had their own tasks to fulfill. Lin Feng was carefully observing the table. He slightly nodded and said, "Uncle Feng, you can reorganize the city as you wish. I just need you to help me build a secret underground city." Constructing an underground city will not be difficult now because the troops are extremely happy to follow your orders. However, the imperial city will not help us again. We have to rely on ourselves. If we spend too much time and money on all of this, it might become complicated. Besides, the troops could also lose their enthusiasm over time. Lin Feng slightly nodded. That was indeed a problem. Currently, the troops were in a perfect state of mind. Even if they accepted to help and invest from their own pocket, that wasn't a solution for the long term. An army was extremely strong but also required a lot of things. They required pills, purity stones, weapons, armor, and battle horses. Besides, constructing all these things in Yangzhou City also required a colossal amount of resources. "I understand. I will find a solution for all of this," said Lin Feng. Immediately after, he looked at Ren Qingquang and Lei Qingtian and said, "Uncle Ren, you can take care of the weapons and constructions. Uncle Lei, you can take care of the guards and protection of the city. You are all working very hard. Thank you." "All right. Don't worry. I can do it," the 2 officers replied to Lin Feng. These days, Yangzhou City was Lin Feng's fief. He could not let the army suffer. He had to make his army become even stronger and expand his power. He still remembered the memories from the strong cultivator. They were all extremely valuable and precious memories with vast knowledge. Sooner or later, the city of Yangzhou would rise and draw the attention of the entire country. Lin Feng didn't intend to go back to the imperial city in the following months. He wanted to concentrate his attention on Yangzhou city. Uncles, you are all working very hard, thank you. Lin Feng looked grateful. These three people used to be officers and these days, they were following and assisting him. That would always remain engraved in Lin Feng's memory. Lin Feng, the three of us, as well as Xianxia, followed the general even at the cost of our lives. Now, the general's heart had died with Xianxia. The three of us, in short, are willing to help you because the general trusts you with the future of the army. And because of that, we trust you too. Ren Qingquang was looking at Lin Feng and his eyes were filled with hope. Lin Feng was extremely frivolous and had dared to kill Duan Tianlang's son, Duan Han, for Lu Tsonglan. If Lin Feng didn't become extremely powerful, the three of them would give up because it was clear to them that these days, Lu Tsonglan's heart was no longer the same. He didn't have the same ambition as he used to. If they were on Lu Tsonglan's side, there wouldn't be much to do. Therefore, they had listened to Lu Tsonglan and had decided to follow Lin Feng and help him achieve his ambitions. Only they could understand the glory of such things. Lin Feng understood that as well, which is why he had to be extremely ambitious. In a clean and tidy room, all the furniture was brand new. Lin Feng pushed the door and entered that room. There was a gorgeous silhouette sluggishly lying on a bed and looking at the ceiling. It was impossible to say what that person was thinking. Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng and then turned around again. She looked as cold as before. Lin Feng smiled wryly. How come he hadn't managed to make her heart melt yet? But it was also very clear to Lin Feng that these days, he could freely enter Meng Qing's room. That was already a good thing. If it had been someone else, that person would probably have been frozen stiff by Meng Qing. Only Lin Feng could go into her room. Lin Feng walked towards Meng Qing and spoke in a low voice. What are you thinking about? Meng Qing slightly shook her head and said, Nothing. Lin Feng got closer to the bed and slowly sat down. Meng Qing moved her legs away, allowing Lin Feng to sit down. Are you thinking about me? Asked Lin Feng with a smile on his face. But Meng Qing was just calmly looking at him coldly, which made Lin Feng's face become rigid. That girl was way too difficult to understand. Meng Qing, still lying on the bed, looked at the ceiling again, ignoring Lin Feng. Lin Feng slightly moved closer to Meng Qing, which made her move back a bit more. She was staring at Lin Feng approaching. She then glared as if she was looking at a dangerous enemy. Lin Feng scratched his head and kept approaching Meng Qing, which finally made her react. She was blinking nervously. Can I hug you? Said Lin Feng while looking at that breathtaking beauty. Only if you do it without speaking, said Meng Qing. Lin Feng had anticipated that reply and was already hugging her, pushing her head onto his chest. Meng Qing and Lin Feng were locked in an embrace. Meng Qing was shaking from head to toe. She had no strength anymore. She couldn't do anything but follow Lin Feng's movements and lean on his chest. Meng Qing raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. Their faces were very close. At that moment, something very rare happened. Emotion flashed through Meng Qing's eyes and she looked shy. Her pure and holy face suddenly turned red, which made Lin Feng's heartbeat accelerate. Let me go. Surprisingly, Meng Qing was struggling to move away from Lin Feng, but he was holding her too tightly. Very quickly, she stopped struggling and lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Feng's scorching hot eyes. Lin Feng smiled. That girl was cold, but she still listened to Lin Feng. I like holding you, said Lin Feng while smiling. Meng Qing slowly turned her head around and raised it while looking at Lin Feng. Her eyes betrayed her at that moment. Meng Qing then calmed down and laid against Lin Feng's chest again. Lin Feng was hugging her and she was feeling calm and at ease. It was such a perfect moment. That short moment seemed like an eternity. Lin Feng was tightly holding onto that absolutely gorgeous young woman. His heart was beating quickly. She was enchanting. However, Lin Feng was not thinking of the act between a man and a woman, but was still feeling a strange warmth rising within him. Meng Qing, look at me. After being silent for a while, Lin Feng spoke. Meng Qing, who was lying on Lin Feng's chest, raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. She looked a bit surprised. "You truly are beautiful," said Lin Feng while smiling. Meng Qing felt unfamiliar emotions. She looked shy again. Every girl liked it when the person they loved thought they were beautiful. Meng Qing, even though she was an unusual girl, was, after all, still a girl. She also understood the feelings of love and hatred. Once a girl fell in love with a boy, she wouldn't be that different from the others. Everyone became a child when in love. Lin Feng was lowering his head, getting nearer and nearer to Meng Qing's face. Meng Qing looked extremely embarrassed. She was shaking and her heart was pounding. She wanted to escape, but at the same time, she didn't want to go anywhere. Finally, Lin Feng pressed his lips against her lips. Meng Qing was shaking. It was like an electric shock. Her eyes were wide open. Her face was rigid. She didn't know what was happening, but it felt right. They didn't kiss for a very long time before Lin Feng moved his head back and looked at Meng Qing. He smiled at her in a very sweet way. Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng and saw that he was smiling. She looked extremely shy. She didn't dare look at him. She had the feeling that she was drowning in emotion. She was extremely shy and nervous. Actually, Lin Feng was nervous too. It was the first time that he had fallen in love with someone. It was also the first time that he embraced and kissed a girl. How could he not be nervous? Even though he could use his sword and remain calm in the middle of a bloodbath, when it came to girls, Lin Feng was very nervous. Maybe he lacked experience. "Meng Qing, have a good rest," said Lin Feng while standing up and looking at Meng Qing. Immediately after, he turned around and started to leave. After Lin Feng left, Meng Qing raised her head. She was excited and embarrassed at the same time. She sat down and put her hands on her knees. She looked pensive. She wanted to remember a smile. In her thoughts slowly appeared a smile, a warm smile. 3 months later, many things had been constructed in Yangzhou City. There were vast new buildings that had been constructed. Besides, there were also 8 huge towers which were a few hundred meters high, and when looking up at them, they seemed to reach the stars. Besides, the old government building had become the headquarters for the new government. It was much more extravagant than in the past. Besides, it was very lively inside and there were things constantly going on. However, the people didn't know what was happening there apart from the fact that the government was undergoing reconstruction. In an underground place, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged, motionless. At that moment, Lin Feng had the feeling that he had reached an extremely high level of earth fusion. In his mind, there was a dark world in which a myriad of bright lights were flashing. These lights were all in different corners, seeming unorganized. These disorderly and unsystematic lights seemed like they had been put there randomly, but actually, when looking at them from the right angle, one could notice a special form. It looked mysterious. Many surplus souls were moving towards these lights, and finally, a strength attracted them. A light appeared between 2 lights, and all of the lights seemed to be fused into a shape. The dark atmosphere slowly became brighter. Immediately after the lights appeared, the lights were getting more and more intense in that dark atmosphere. They were gathering together, making the dark atmosphere extremely bright and even dazzling. The lights were also moving faster and faster. The lights were slowly adopting a peculiar shape, the shape of 9 palaces. In Xueyu, cultivators of the Xianxia layer were considered as extremely strong cultivators because they could control and condense qi from the world to transform it into pure qi that could be used, thus benefiting from its strength. Each thread of pure qi contained a colossal amount of strength. At the same time, cultivators of the Xianxia layer could also gradually learn how to control the strength of their soul, which helped them concoct pills and increase the power of pills, weapons, and their attacks. Besides, before breaking through to the Xianxia layer, even though some people could use various strong methods, they still couldn't benefit from the strength of the soul, which strongly limited their abilities. Every cultivator of the Xianxia layer had a few basic cultivation techniques. At least, they all practiced until they could perfectly control pure qi. There wasn't a single one of them who couldn't control it. However, pure qi control could be stronger or weaker. There could be large quantities and small quantities controlled by the cultivator. Weak pure qi control only enabled the cultivator to condense pure qi a little bit quicker. However, the strength was limited. Strong pure qi control enabled cultivators to unceasingly use stronger pure qi, but it required more time. At that moment, Lin Feng was practicing his pure qi condensation. Even though Lin Feng had a lot of purity stones, it wasn't enough to supply his army. Therefore, the thing was to provide his army with the best cultivation practices in order to save the use of purity stones. At the moment, he was still in fusion with the earth. Lin Feng's eyes were closed. His consciousness was in a world filled with darkness and bright lights. His mouth moved. He then immediately said, "Condense!" At that moment, Lin Feng was insanely shaking. He groaned. His eyes slightly opened. Lin Feng coughed and raised his head. He looked around him. There were dazzling lights surrounding him, and they were slowly condensing. When the last light was fused with the others, an incredibly dazzling aura appeared. There were 9 palaces, and they started absorbing the pure qi of heaven and earth. Lin Feng couldn't bear the pain, but the shapes that appeared made him smile. The 9 small palaces of qi condensation, what a powerful technique. Lin Feng could feel the pure qi from the earth starting to gravitate towards him. The cultivation towers of the Celestial Academy provided incredible amounts of pure qi. The pure qi would be drawn towards the tower and would fill the rooms for cultivation practice. Lin Feng was now also able to condense pure qi. These 9 small palaces were already extremely powerful. The knowledge that the cultivator of the Zun Qi layer transmitted to me is, as expected, extraordinary. I have now been learning surplus souls and can make 100 surplus souls appear. My soul has also become much stronger, coupled with earth fusion. If I didn't have all these things, I wouldn't be able to condense qi to such a degree, whispered Lin Feng. His extremely strong soul was giving him the chance to become much stronger. The surplus souls technique as well as the earth fusion had been indispensable to him when it came to condensing pure qi. A moment before, people in the government building were stupefied. Above them in the sky there was a pattern that appeared. It looked like 9 palaces, but then, in the blink of an eye, they disappeared again. They had just sensed the pure qi as if all the qi of heaven and earth was moving towards them. At the same time, around the government building, many people were stupefied as well. They had also sensed the pure qi emerging from the earth, as if there had been a strange strength absorbing the powerful pure qi of heaven and earth. Only an extremely strong cultivator of the Shen Qi layer could have managed to condense pure qi like that. After the people sensed the qi, they all looked in the same direction, the government building. 2 months after, the government buildings looked completely different. It was like a new small city was built within the city of Yangzhou. The government area was much bigger than before. There were palaces, pavilions, and even a castle within the area. It looked majestic, and it gave the feeling of power and military might. Besides, it seemed like it was still not complete. They hadn't constructed any ramparts yet, as they were still expanding outwards and reconstructing. Apart from the Xianxia troops who were constructing things within the government area, there were other people as well. There were some people who had been hired to help and some others who were working as volunteers. At that moment in Yangzhou City, everybody wanted to go to the government area and were happy to do some manual labor because there was an incredible quantity of pure qi that seemed to be gathered there, which meant that it was an extremely beneficial place for cultivators. On the path of cultivation, the pure qi of heaven and earth could alter bones, flesh, blood, and improve cultivation. A cultivator would have never refused an environment rich in pure qi. Besides, in Yangzhou City there weren't many people who had purity stones. Those who practiced cultivation using purity stones lived a life of luxury. Ordinary people could only absorb the pure qi of heaven and earth which was present in the atmosphere. However, these days the government area was filled with pure qi in which the manual workers could bathe all day while working. Then, in the evening, they could practice cultivation in the outer area. The government area was already divided into an inner government area and an outer area. The inner government area could be accessed only by Xianxia soldiers, the core members of the government. It was strictly prohibited for other people to enter it. If someone tried to enter it, they would be executed on the spot. At that moment, some silhouettes were passing through the door of which led from the inner government area to the outer area. They were Xianxia troops galloping at full speed while creating a hurricane of dust. In a flash they had left. Officer Lin Feng is such a heroic and majestic young man. Indeed, as he's as young as the rumors said. It's such an honor to be able to see Officer Lin Feng. Outside, there was a lively crowd who saw the Xianxia horses pass by. Their eyes were alight with excitement. These days, in Yangzhou City, Lin Feng had become a legend, a myth. His name was on everybody's lips. Seeing Lin Feng was, for them, an honor. Besides, even though Lin Feng was the Marquis of Yangzhou, they liked to call him Officer Lin Feng even more. The term officer was majestic and imposing. It perfectly corresponded with Lin Feng's status. By the way, have you ever seen the officer's girlfriend? She wears a fine veil just like a celestial being. Of course I have seen her. Even though we can't see her face, I can guess that she's an exceptional woman. The officer couldn't be with a girl who doesn't match him. They definitely suit each other. People were making various comments. At that moment, Lin Feng's horse had already rushed past. Meng Qing, everybody is saying that you are my girlfriend, said Lin Feng on his horse while glancing at Meng Qing who was galloping next to him. Lin Feng was smiling. He had clearly heard what these people were saying. Meng Qing glanced at Lin Feng but didn't say anything. But Lin Feng kept smiling wholeheartedly. In the past, Meng Qing used to be ice-cold and expressionless. These days, she was at least looking at him, which could be considered as an improvement. A group of Xianxia horses were leaving the government area, and then immediately they left Yangzhou City as well, galloping towards an ancient road. Celestial River was an ancient city with a history which dated back to millions of years. That majestic ancient city, even though it had gone through the challenges of time, still had the atmosphere of an ancient city. At the entrance gate, there was an incredibly artistic ferocious beast carved into the stone. It was a legendary wild beast, a phoenix. There was fire was burning on the back of its wings. That beast was filled with ancient qi. Celestial River also had another nickname, Phoenix City. Celestial River was situated in the middle of the Shuiyu country. It was surrounded by what seemed to be an endless desert. When one stretched one's eyes as far as one could see, there was nothing but yellow sand. However, that geographical position didn't affect the development of the city, which was a huge trading center, one of the biggest in Shuiyu. The city was filled with flourishing businesses of all sorts, including fields of real estate and different trade industries. Local people were very rare. Since the beginning of time, Celestial River had been a city in which people came to carry out transactions and find the objects they desired the most. With time, the local population had almost gone extinct and most of the population was businesses. There was a saying in Shuiyu which said, "If you need something, you will find it at Celestial River." In Celestial River, the average quantity of extremely strong cultivators was also higher than the national average to the extent that it had some of the strongest cultivators of the country. Those who didn't have a high cultivation were embarrassed to go there, considering they would encounter strong cultivators on frequent occasions. On the street, when a person saw another unknown cultivator, maybe he was a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer or even of the Shen Qi layer, that contributed to making the city even more appealing. At that moment, outside of Celestial River, a group of Xianxia horses were galloping on the yellow sand surrounded by a cloud of yellow dust. They were galloping towards Celestial River. That group was composed of only 3 people, Lin Feng and 2 others. Lin Feng and Meng Qing were galloping at the front and Ba Dao, who was wearing a mask and following them. These days, Ba Dao seemed introverted. He was also able to better control his aggressiveness and his temper. Meng Qing, Celestial River carries out very liberal politics. You can enter as you wish. However, inside it can be perilous. People are cruel and merciless. A person should not hide their presence or they may be attacked by others, said Lin Feng to Meng Qing. Meng Qing's lifestyle used to be completely different, so Lin Feng was doing his best to tell her as many things as possible. All right, said Meng Qing while slightly nodding. Lin Feng turned his head and looked in front of him. Coming from the left, 2 armored horses were rushing into the city before them. 2 cultivators of the 9th Ling Qi layer, whispered Ba Dao behind Lin Feng and Meng Qing. Lin Feng was stupefied. As expected, the rumors about Celestial River were true. At that moment, They were rushing through the yellow desert, then arrived on a road made of bluestone leading towards the city gate. But at the same time, two silhouettes descended from the air, landing under the Phoenix City Gate, blocking their way. Lin Feng, Ba Dao and Meng Qing reined in their horses, which started trotting and eventually came to a stop. They looked at the two silhouettes who were in front of them. They were two men who were about 30 years old. One of them looked ice-cold and dark, while the other had an evil smile on his face. These people were definitely not here with good intentions. "What do you want?" said Lin Feng, sounding cold. "Every person who wishes to enter the city must pay a fee of 10 purity stones of medium quality, which means that you three have to pay 30 purity stones in total. 300 purity stones of lower quality would be fine as well," said the one who was smiling evilly. Lin Feng frowned. "Celestial River is the city of freedom. You can enter and leave as you wish. Since when do you have to pay a tax? Besides, even if there was a tax, why would I give it to you?" said Lin Feng, sounding detached. "Because I say so. So no need to speak nonsense," said the evil-looking person furiously when he heard Lin Feng. Lin Feng's facial expression turned ice-cold. A moment ago, two people had entered the city and these two didn't stop them. When they arrived, these people came down. They most probably thought that they were weak. As expected, Celestial River was a heaven for strong cultivators and hell for weak ones. "What if I don't give you anything?" said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent. "If you don't give me anything?" said the man with the evil smile. Even though Celestial River was full of extremely strong cultivators, not all of them were strong. Lin Feng was very young and had high natural talent, but how strong could young cultivators be when compared to their elders? Young people like Lin Feng were the favorite targets of these two men. They were always stationed above the city gate and stealing purity stones. It was extremely easy to get purity stones because people who came to Celestial River often had all their money to purchase goods. "If you don't give it, you will die," said the one with the evil smile on his face. He released some deadly qi. "Sacrificing 3 lives for 30 purity stones of medium quality. Are you sure that it is the right decision?" asked the one with the evil smile. His qi was getting denser and denser. "No need, I'm sure," said Lin Feng while turning around and moving his horse forwards. These two men smiled coldly and said, "Do you think that you can just leave like that?" But at the moment they finished talking, Ba Dao rushed over to them, releasing a terrifying qi. At that moment, Ba Dao's qi turned into blade energy. It was extremely sharp and ice-cold. At that moment, these two men's facial expressions changed drastically. His blade qi was extremely powerful. There was also blade force. Besides, that qi had the force was at the 7th qi layer, which was the same level as theirs. "Die," said Ba Dao. In these two men's eyes, an expression of hopelessness appeared. A bright, resplendent and dazzling light cut through the air and removed their heads from their body. Ba Dao remained expressionless. "Let's go," said Lin Feng, and the 3 people entered Celestial River. At that moment, in the distance, there were a few silhouettes, 2 boys and 1 girl. When they saw these 2 heads fly away, they took a deep breath. "What a strong and powerful blade," said the girl in a low voice. These 3 people had arrived in Celestial River earlier, but because of these 2 people, they hadn't dared enter the city and were trying to hide in the distance. Ba Dao had immediately killed the 2 men. "Who's the person who's wearing the mask? He should already be a master of blade force. I heard that the 2nd core disciple of the Hao Yu clan, the Blade Master, was also coming to Celestial River. Could that be him?" whispered the girl. The 2 boys on her side said, "If he is the Blade Master, who are the 2 others?" The young girl shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Immediately after, these 3 people entered Celestial River. The big power closest to Celestial River was the Hao Yu sect. The second was the Ice and Snow Mountain village. Therefore, in Celestial River, there were always plenty of disciples of the Hao Yu sect and of the Ice and Snow Mountain village. In Celestial River, they could find all the things they needed. They obviously enjoyed spending time there. A year before, the Holy Courtyard of Xueyu had been inaugurated, the Yunhai sect had been annihilated, and at the same time, the Hao Yu sect and the Ice and Snow Mountain village had to give up many of their outstanding disciples to send them to study at the Holy Courtyard of Xueyu. In a year, the biggest sects of the country had completely shaken. For example, now, the best core disciple of the Haoyu sect was Xianxia and the second was Langyu aka the Blade Master. Amongst the Ice and Snow Mountain village, Bing Yuan was one of the best talents. All of them were illustrious disciples, they were rising stars. Amongst all of them, the Blade Master was particularly amazing. He was even more monstrous than Xianxia. Lang Yu's blade was piercingly cold. The cold pierced to the bones like needles. Lang Yu rarely needed a second blade strike in his battles. One was enough to kill his opponents. Very often, he didn't even need to take out his blade to kill his opponents. The Blade Master's blade had reached perfection. It was said that, when he had the power of the third Ling Qi layer, he had understood how to control blade force. Then when he had the strength of the sixth Ling Qi layer, he had learnt how to use energy attacks, and these days, he was extremely strong and had broken through to the eighth Ling Qi layer. However, with his energy attacks, he was already able to defeat cultivators of the ninth Ling Qi layer. People who dared to fight against him were rare. Lang Yu's blade didn't appear randomly. If he took his blade out, it meant he was going to kill. Therefore, in a short time, within the last 6 months, he had gained the nickname the Blade Master. Everybody knew the 8 high officials of Xueyu. Many people thought that, in the future, the Blade Master could become one of them. On the central road of Celestial River, there was the Celestial Mountain restaurant. Many people were having a break there and drinking some alcohol. At that moment, a silhouette stepped onto the wooden floor of the restaurant. When the people in the restaurant saw that silhouette, everybody went quiet. There is some blade energy. That blade energy is so cold. The crowd was stupefied. Everybody was staring at the person who had just entered the restaurant. That person looked like an ordinary young man. That young man didn't look like a noble cultivator. He didn't seem normal either. The only noticeable thing was that he was carrying a blade on his back. It was an ancient one, it was even partly rusted. People were trying to guess how old that blade really was. Everybody was staring at that common and ordinary young man and remained silent. It was because he was releasing an extremely strong and powerful blade qi which seemed like it could explode at any moment and kill people. When that young man looked at the crowd, they had the impression that his eyes were like blades. The young man came in and indifferently glanced at the crowd. Everybody could feel the sharpness of his blade. Everybody was avoiding looking into his eyes. They didn't dare. But at that moment the young man stopped. His blade-like eyes started looking at someone. That person was wearing a bronze mask and was releasing an incredibly brutal blade qi. That person was like him, a blade cultivator. But that person's blade was a brutal blade, his was a sharp blade. The young man smiled as he found the situation amusing and then stopped looking at him. Went away and chose a place to sit. Because of him, the atmosphere in the restaurant had become quite oppressive. Ba Dao, how strong is he? Asked Lin Feng to Ba Dao in a low voice. They were sitting at a table on the second floor and were next to the banister. Very strong. I cannot defeat him. My strength in blade qi is not as strong as his, replied Ba Dao and then continued. He has broken through to the 8th Ling Qi layer. Oh, said Lin Feng while nodding. He had, of course, noticed that that young man was stronger than Ba Dao. Considering the blade energy that he released and in view of the fact that he had broken through to the 8th Ling Qi layer, he could probably already use her energy attacks and was at the point of condensing pure qi. Everybody could sense his strong blade energy. He wasn't releasing as much blade energy as he could though. He was actually very relaxed yet was releasing such a powerful blade energy, as if he couldn't control it. It was not under his control, because he had not mastered how to successfully condense his pure qi. Small amounts of the pure qi he was attempting to condense would be released along with each heartbeat. Coupled with the fact that he had the strength of the 8th Ling Qi layer, he could easily kill people of the 9th Ling Qi layer. Besides, people who were as strong as him, yet as young as him, were extremely rare. But he is too arrogant. He cannot rival you, said Ba Dao, which made Lin Feng smile. Shamelessly boasting, joked someone at the same time. That voice came from the table beside Lin Feng and his friends. At that table there was 4 people, 2 boys and 2 girls. The one who had said these words was a young girl. She was looking at Lin Feng and Ba Dao. She then said, sounding ice cold, You're really shamelessly boasting. You really are ridiculous. Lung Yu is my fellow disciple, from the Hao Yu sect. He's extremely strong and has amazing natural talent. His nickname is the Blade Master. In the future, he will be the same as Chu Peng, the high official of our sect. He will become one of the 8 high officials. Who do you think you are? These 4 people were acting extremely arrogant. They really thought they were above everyone else. Besides, they were disciples of the Hao Yu sect, which is why they were proud of the Blade Master and Chu Peng. The Blade Master? What an arrogant name, replied Ba Dao. He immediately added, but I've never heard of him before. The name was as sharp as a blade. Blade Master was indeed an arrogant nickname. Kacha! A cutting sound emerged in the atmosphere. The banister next to Lin Feng's table was broken. The place where it had been cut was neat and clean, as if it had been cut with an extremely sharp blade. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the first floor over the banister. He saw that Blade Master was sitting at his table and drinking some alcohol. At that moment, the Blade Master put his glass down onto his table and said while sounding indifferent, "Next time that you open your mouth, be a little bit more respectful." He sounded calm and didn't try to hide his arrogance. He definitely deserves his nickname. He's extremely powerful. I didn't even seen him take his blade out, thought some people. Some young girls were looking at him with sparkling eyes. If only they could marry such a young man, that would be wonderful. Ba Dao stood up. Some brutal qi was emerging from his body. "Sit down," said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent. Ba Dao was surprised. He immediately sat down again, yet still released some cold qi. "Drink some alcohol," said Lin Feng calmly. Ba Dao grabbed his glass, had a sip, and then his glass broke between his fingers. Ba Dao was a slave but had been given to the arena because he was too disobedient. He had ended up with Lin Feng, who had given him freedom, but Ba Dao was still aggressive and had a strong personality. "That guy is overestimating his own abilities," joked the Blade Master. Ba Dao was getting angry, but Lin Feng and Meng Qing were very calm. These words weren't affecting them at all, as if they hadn't even heard them. "How you sect, the Blade Master," thought Lin Feng. He slightly smiled. It had been almost half a year since he had been out of the spotlight, yet it seemed like it had been 10 years. Many things had changed. For a few months, Lin Feng had stayed in the government practicing his surplus soul technique, increasing his qi condensation method and studying his memories granted to him regarding pills and weapons. However, Lin Feng had the feeling that his abilities still weren't high enough. There were too many things which he wanted to improve. Lin Feng didn't want to owe anything to Shuiyu, which was a tiny country. In the memories of the cultivator of the Zun Qi layer, there was one person that was almighty. By slightly waving his hand, he could make heaven and earth turn upside down. When the boys and girls, sitting at the table next to that of Lin Feng and his friends, saw that they remained silent, they sneered at them and stopped looking at them. "Brother, do you know why Lung Yu came to Celestial River?" "Of course, he came to Celestial River because of a blade," replied a boy. "Oh," smiled a young girl while looking at the others, and then said, "Lung Yu's blade skills are already so high. Are there still blades which can draw his attention? It probably must be an amazing blade. Moonbreaking blade, it's a spiritual weapon of highest quality. What do you say?" said a young boy of the Hao Yu sect while smiling. Everybody was captivated and surprised. As expected, the Blade Master had come for the Moonbreaking blade. They had all heard that that blade was available in Celestial River at that time. Many people had come because of it. A spiritual weapon of highest quality. Not many people can get it, right? If Lung Yu is here, who will dare try and get it? Unless they want to become Lung Yu's enemies as well as the enemy of the Hao Yu sect. When the crowd heard these people talking, they all understood what they meant. They were boasting about Lung Yu so that nobody would dare to try and steal the blade. The crowd understood that they had to think carefully before trying. That girl of the Hao Yu sect knew why Lung Yu had come, so it was obviously clear that she was saying these things on purpose. The people who were with her looked proud and arrogant as well. But in the crowd, nobody dared to contradict these people. The Hao Yu sect had a certain influence in Celestial River. Besides, at that moment, the Blade Master was also present. A spiritual weapon of highest quality, thought Lin Feng. He obviously knew the classification of spiritual weapons. There were ordinary weapons and spiritual weapons. Spiritual weapons could cut through iron as if it were mud. They also gave a cultivator a certain superiority during battles, and besides, they were also divided into 3 categories: low, medium, and high quality. At the Yun Hai sect, Lin Feng had obtained spiritual weapons in the temple near the precipice of Zhanggu. Most of them were low and medium quality spiritual weapons, but there were also a few high quality spiritual weapons. In Shuiyu, spiritual weapons and pills, no matter what quality, were all very scarce. Seeing spiritual weapons of high quality was an extremely rare thing. There were also better weapons than spiritual weapons. Mystical weapons. In Shuiyu, there were very few of them. Cultivators of the Xianxia layer rarely used mystical weapons. Lin Feng had never seen any in his life. "Ba Dao, that moonbreaking blade, do you want it or not?" asked Lin Feng to Ba Dao in a low voice. Ba Dao was stupefied. Ba Dao was a blade cultivator. He obviously loved blades. How could it not want it? "I want it," said Ba Dao while nodding greedily. Ba Dao was like that. If he wanted to do something, he just did it. "All right," replied Lin Feng, sounding indifferent while nodding. He didn't add anything else. After a short while, Lung Yu put his glass onto his table, stood up and left the restaurant. After that, someone else came in and took his table. He had just left, and thus the strong blade energy had vanished. The atmosphere wasn't as oppressive anymore. "Sister, let's go too." The Hao Yu sect disciples, who were at the table next to Lin Feng, also stood up and left. After they left, Lin Feng asked Ba Dao, "Are you going to go ask where to find your new blade?" Ba Dao was surprised. He immediately stood up and walked to a table near them. He asked the people sitting there, "Where can we find the moonbreaking blade?" The 2 people sitting at the table raised their head and looked at Ba Dao. They smiled coldly and said, "You're also wondering where the moonbreaking blade is?" Boom! He had just finished talking, and he released an incredible quantity of blade energy which oppressed the people who were sitting at the table. It was extremely brutal. They were shaking and looked absolutely terrified. In the Dream Pavilion. Today, there will be an auction sales at the Dream Pavilion. That person was panic-stricken and gasping with astonishment. A moment ago, Ba Dao's blade energy was unceasingly flowing towards Leng Yu, so these 2 people hadn't realized how strong Ba Dao's blade force was. At that moment, all the energy which was emerging from Ba Dao's body had fallen onto them, which gave them the impression that they would be crushed to death. What a monstrously strong blade force! That man, who was wearing a bronze mask, had already mastered blade force. "Lead the way," said Ba Dao. These people were surprised but obediently stood up. Fortunately, they had told Ba Dao the truth. If they had lied to him, he definitely would have killed them. "All right." The person nodded in fear and led him outside of the restaurant. Lin Feng and Meng Qing also stood up and followed. When the people in the restaurant saw Lin Feng and the others leave, the atmosphere became lively. Who were those people? What a strong blade energy! He is probably interested in the moonbreaking blade as well. Indeed, there was also that guy and that girl. They didn't seem like ordinary cultivators. Even though they were probably weaker than the Blade Master, they also said that they wanted the moonbreaking blade. It seems like there will be a great show soon. All sorts of comments were spreading amongst the crowd. There were even some people standing up and then leaving towards the Dream Pavilion. The rumors said that, on that day, apart from the moonbreaking blade, there were going to be 2 other treasures at the auction of the Dream Pavilion. The Dream Pavilion was one of the big marketplaces in Celestial River. It was a vast and broad place covering a huge area. Celestial River was a city which was millions of years old, and treasures were more numerous than in the Imperial City. There were new treasures being sold each day. There were some precious things which could only be acquired at the marketplace, at an auction market, or through trade. At that moment, Lin Feng and his friends entered the pavilion. It was very noisy inside. In the pavilion, there were all sorts of people. Handsome young men who had an elegant carriage, delicate and beautiful young women, shabbily dressed old men, and filthy beggars. Some people were there to sell things, while some others were looking for various things. "Sir, a Xian skill of high quality? "Are you interested?" At that moment, a middle-aged man walked next to Lin Feng and talked in a low voice. Lin Feng was surprised. He then smiled, shook his head and said, "I don't need it, thank you." When that middle-aged man heard Lin Feng, he didn't insist and immediately left as if nothing had happened. "What's wrong?" said Lin Feng, perplexed while looking at a person near them. "Sir, it must be your first time in Celestial River." "Indeed," said Lin Feng while nodding. "No wonder," said that person as if they had suddenly understood. He continued, "Celestial River is the biggest marketplace in Shuiyu. Here, there are various methods of selling things. Goods that are on the ground are ordinary goods and inexpensive. Of course, there are exceptions as well. Some of the sellers are also extremely strong cultivators and are therefore not afraid of putting the items they sell on the ground. They don't mind who would dare come and steal their things. The second way to sell things is to find people with whom you can exchange things. For example, that person a moment ago needed purity stones, which is why he was looking for someone in need of skills who would be willing to give him purity stones in exchange. There is also a third way to sell things, and it is at the auction sales. You can auction your things in the Dream Pavilion and sell them in their auction." "Why do people exchange things with other people and don't bring them to auction sales?" asked Lin Feng, confused. The fees of Dream Pavilion were quite low, and besides, they could sell things at a higher price. "There are many reasons. One of them is that they only sell 10 items a day. If you want to give them things to sell, you need to give it to them 3 days in advance, and then they select the objects that they want to sell. If your thing is rejected, they give it back to you. Many people are unwilling to go through that troublesome procedure. Besides, ordinary things cannot be sold at the auction. Then, there are some people who are paranoid and don't want to show what they have to everybody else. It makes them worried. If they bring things to the auction marketplace, they feel unsafe. Therefore, they prefer going and finding someone on their own, which comes down to finding a needle in a haystack." When Lin Feng heard these words, he nodded as a sign that he had understood. Indeed, there were all sorts of possibilities. There were people who were realistic and felt good only if they had the object they were selling on themselves near them. Many people were realists. "It seems like we'll have to stay at the Dream Pavilion for a few days," thought Lin Feng. That time he had come prepared. He absolutely needed to get a few things. "Look, it's Bing Yuan, the top disciple of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village." At that moment, a surprised voice spread in the air. Many people were looking in one direction. They saw a group of people being led by an ice-cold and fierce-looking man, Bing Yuan, who had joined the Ice and Snow Mountain Village after the high official Luo Shui left for the Imperial City. Lin Feng looked in the same direction as the other people and saw Bing Yuan. What a cold young man. In the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, only possessors of ice and snow spirits were accepted. All the skills they practiced were ice skills. When that group of people arrived, it seemed like the atmosphere had suddenly become much colder. "Ninth Ling Qi layer," said Ba Dao. Lin Feng faintly nodded. The fact that the Yunhai sect had been annihilated wasn't a random and groundless event. 1 year before, the Yunhai sect was, indeed, the weakest of all the largest sections. It was obvious when seeing the disciples of the other sections. Bing Yuan and his friends were walking forwards. At that moment, many people were moving aside, opening a path for them. Very quickly, Bing Yuan arrived in front of Lin Feng, but the crowd noticed that Lin Feng wasn't moving aside. He was standing in the same place he was before, motionless. "Ha!" Many people were stupefied. Who were these audacious people? They saw that Bing Yuan and his friends wanted to pass, but these people were making them go around them. Bing Yuan frowned and some ice-cold qi moved towards Lin Feng and the 2 others. The atmosphere around them was surrounded by a layer of white frost. Very quickly, Lin Feng's body was surrounded by a layer of ice. Lin Feng was still standing at his initial position, looking calm and serene. An invisible strength appeared. Lin Feng's clothes were fluttering in the air. In a flash, the ice around his body completely vanished without trace, as if there hadn't been anything at all. "What's going on?" The crowd was astonished. In the blink of an eye, the ice around Lin Feng's body had disappeared. It seems like that person is extremely strong. No wonder that he isn't moving even though Bing Yuan is trying to pass, thought many people at that moment. They were starting to pay attention to Lin Feng. He seemed quite mysterious. "I'm Bing Yuan of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village. Who are you?" asked Bing Yuan to Lin Feng, sounding extremely cold. Frost was floating around his body. "Lin Feng," said Lin Feng indifferently. Surprisingly, when Bing Yuan heard his name, his pupils shrank. Lin Feng. He had heard that name many times in his sect. The elders of the sect often talked about him. Half a year before, he had set a city on fire and was famous in the imperial city for all his actions. Strong cultivators who belonged to the largest sects obviously knew who he was. "Lin Feng, I've never heard that name. I don't know which sect he belongs to," thought people in the crowd. They were puzzled. They didn't know which sect had an outstanding disciple called Lin Feng, but from Bing Yuan's facial expression, they had the impression that he knew Lin Feng. He was frowning. Then Bing Yuan walked around Lin Feng. People who were with him angrily glared at Lin Feng. They were asking themselves why Bing Yuan hadn't killed him. He surprisingly dared to act so arrogantly before them. But Bing Yuan remained silent. His friends had no choice but to follow him and ignore Lin Feng. At that moment, a strong ice energy flew through the air towards Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng smiled coldly and slightly shook his hand. "Ah!" At that moment, a horrible shriek filled the atmosphere. It came from the disciple who had just attacked Lin Feng by surprise. The arm he had used for the attack was hanging from his shoulder by a layer of skin, and Cultivation had just been crippled. All the disciples of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village turned around and looked at Lin Feng with ice-cold glares. "Brother, what's going on?" "He attacked me by surprise," said the disciple whose face was deathly pale. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. "Attacked by surprise?" Lin Feng took a step forward and released swift and fierce qi. It invaded the entire atmosphere. That person started shaking and then groaned. He was terrified. He was staring at Lin Feng and blood started flowing from his mouth. "You dared kill me?" said that person with a trembling voice. Immediately after, his facial muscles relaxed and he collapsed onto the person who was behind him. He had just died, yet his eyes remained open with a shocked expression. Lin Feng had just killed him in front of the group of disciples. They would have never thought he would be so daring. The crowd was astonished, dumbstruck, and fixedly staring at Lin Feng. How audacious! He had killed that disciple in front of all his fellow disciples of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, including Bing Yuan. "As if I needed to attack you by surprise," said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent. That guy had just said that Lin Feng had attacked him by surprise. Lin Feng didn't feel like wasting words, so he immediately killed him. Lin Feng was much stronger than him and was not scared of the disciples. He had dared to kill him immediately while they all watched. Had Lin Feng needed to attack him by surprise? The other guy obviously just wanted to slander Lin Feng. People in the crowd were indiscernibly nodding. Indeed, with Lin Feng's strength and courage, it was impossible for him to have attacked that guy by surprise. The disciple was just lying. Lin Feng looked indifferently at the disciples of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, and more precisely at Bing Yuan. What did they intend to do? Bing Yuan looked glum. Even though he knew that his fellow disciple had provoked Lin Feng first, Lin Feng had killed him in front of everybody else. That was a humiliation for Bing Yuan and for the Ice and the Snow Mountain Village as well. "Lin Feng, it seems like you don't care about humiliating me," said Bing Yuan while releasing some cold energy. The crowd was stupefied. Did he want to fight? "Why would I care about humiliating you?" replied Lin Feng, sounding cold. "Since you know me, you also know my background. Now, why would I need to care about humiliating you or even your entire sect?" Bing Yuan was surprised. Indeed, Lin Feng was a disciple of the Yunhai sect. The Ice and Snow Mountain Village had also contributed to the destruction of the Yunhai sect. This patriarch, Han Shuetian, had even personally gone there to participate. Did Lin Feng need to give him face? It seems like Bing Yuan knows Lin Feng. It's just that we don't know him. We have to remember that name, thought the people in the crowd. Lin Feng surprisingly dared contradict Bing Yuan. It meant that he was probably extraordinarily strong, yet they had never heard his name. That was very strange. "Bing Yuan, brother. Kill him." "Yes, brother. He killed our fellow disciple. Kill him." Each and every single disciple of the Ice and Snow Village Mountain was furious. Lin Feng was too audacious. He had killed their fellow disciple and was still acting arrogantly. They were furious and wanted to kill him. "Kill me? Are you not done talking shit?" said Lin Feng while glancing at the disciple. Lin Feng was provoking them to try and kill him. He was extremely aggressive. He was inviting these people to attack him and see the results. Their facial expressions were hideous. They didn't dare attack him though. Lin Feng had just slightly moved his hand and killed their fellow disciple. Besides, Bing Yuan seemed hesitant. That person was extremely strong. They could only try to convince Bing Yuan to attack. But Bing Yuan did not dare attack either. Lin Feng's power is unfathomable. He has broken through to the 7th Ling Qi layer already, and that was over half a year ago. He's probably much stronger now, thought Bing Yuan while staring at Lin Feng. He then thought, besides, I came to Celestial River for a reason, and it has nothing to do with Lin Feng. The most important thing is for me to buy the thing I need. When Bing Yuan thought about the situation, he suddenly felt relieved. He had to stay in his peak condition because he had even more important things to do. In comparison with he had to do, the death of his comrade was meaningless. "Let's go," said Bing Yuan as he started leaving. That move made everyone stupefied. "Let's go?" Bing Yuan surprisingly left. Was he scared to fight against Lin Feng? The disciples of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village were even more surprised. Bing Yuan wasn't fighting? Their deceased fellow disciple wasn't going to be avenged? "Let's go," said Bing Yuan extremely coldly, which made them shiver. Immediately after, they glared at Lin Feng again yet left. They didn't dare contradict Bing Yuan. In the mountain village, Bing Yuan was extremely powerful and aggressive. Those who dared oppose him were punished. That time, they didn't know why he wasn't avenging his fellow disciple. Was he afraid of Lin Feng? Lin Feng looked at them leave. He looked calm and serene. Immediately after, he continued walking around the dream pavilion. A moment later, he arrived in front of an old man's rug that was selling pill ingredients and squatted down. "Old man, how much is that spiritual lichen?" asked Lin Feng to the old man. The old man raised his head, looked at Lin Feng and said, "1 purity stone of lower quality per stem. Help yourself." "I would like 100,000 stems," said Lin Feng. The old man was astonished and was blankly staring at Lin Feng. 100,000 stems. Even though spiritual lichen wasn't extremely valuable, 100,000 was a huge number. "Why do you need so much lichen?" "To concoct some spiritual sanguine pills." "Spiritual sanguine pills? What other ingredients do you need?" Lin Feng's pupils shrank. He knew that he had found the right person. "I am making pure earth pills, spirit breath pills, and red sun pills." When the old man heard Lin Feng, he remained silent for a second. Lights were flashing in his eyes. He then said, "Wonderful. Then you need some scorching heat herb, sanguine plants, and pure qi grains." "Indeed, I need a lot of ingredients," said Lin Feng while nodding. While walking around, Lin Feng was observing the vendors and their strength. That old man's strength was unfathomable. Ba Dao hadn't been able to tell. Therefore, they had come to him. It seemed like he was an extremely powerful cultivator who, on top of that, could also concoct pills. The old man smiled and looked at Lin Feng. "It seems like you came prepared, but did you already know that I had these things?" "Old man, I didn't know. But a cultivator of the Shen Qi layer selling pill ingredients here is always something easily noticeable," said Lin Feng with a warm smile. The old man smiled and shook his head. "Don't call me old man. You can call me Mr. Hua. That girl behind you is just as enigmatic." "Mr. Hua," said Lin Feng, getting more intimate with the old man. He then continued, "Mr. Hua, I just told you what I needed, and I need huge quantities. Do you know where I can find such large quantities? If small quantities are enough for you, I can help you, but if you need hundreds of thousands, I have no solution for you." The old man was shaking his head. Hundreds of thousands, that was a huge quantity. Who was able to pick that many plants? "But you asked me where you could find them. There is a place, but you cannot go there." "Cannot go there?" Lin Feng was stupefied and asked, "If I ask you to help me, Will it still be difficult? The old man frowned and looked at Lin Feng. Hundreds of thousands is a colossal quantity. I'm not sure I can get that much. Besides, if you need hundreds of thousands of each of the herbs and plant, even though they are not valuable, it is still a tremendous amount. Do you know of spirit blood pills? Asked Lin Feng. Ha! The old man was stupefied. A strong qi emerged from his body. That abrupt rise of qi made Lin Feng feel an incredible heat, as if he was going to burn alive. The old man probably was an expert at using fire. People who were experts at using fire had high proficiency in concocting pills and fabricating weapons. Of course, the soul also had to be extremely strong. What do you know about spirit blood pills? Asked the old man. I know about them. Spirit blood pills can alter the blood vessels and the soul, making a cultivator's blood vessels and soul become extremely strong. They are extremely beneficial for cultivators of the Xian Qi layer. It's a Xian level pill of medium quality, said Lin Feng slowly. The classification of pills was similar to that of weapons, which also depended on the different cultivation levels. After ordinary weapons, there were spiritual weapons and then mystical weapons. Besides, there were ordinary pills which were suitable for cultivators of Qi layer but who were of almost no use for cultivators of the Ling Qi layer. Only Ling-level pills had effect on cultivators of the Ling Qi layer but were of almost no use to cultivators of the Xian Qi layer. Cultivators of the Xian Qi layer required spiritual weapons as well as Xian-level pills. The spirit blood pill was a Xian-level pill of average quality, which was extremely beneficial to cultivators of the Xian Qi layer, even if they had broken through to the 6th Xian Qi layer. Weapons and pills were also classified according to their quality: high, average, and low quality. Using Xian-level pills of average quality on a cultivator who was under the 4th Xian Qi layer would have been a waste. Even though the pills were still beneficial to them, their bodies weren't able to entirely assimilate them. Then, if used on a cultivator above the 6th Ling Qi layer, these pills had almost no effect. Therefore, they were adequate for cultivators between the 4th and the 6th Qi layer. How could the old man not be surprised when he heard that Lin Feng wanted some Xian-level pills of average quality? Can you concoct them? Asked Mr. Hua while staring at Lin Feng. At that moment, Mr. Hua didn't look sluggish anymore. He looked captivated. How could I concoct that kind of high-quality pills? Said Lin Feng while shaking, which made the old man frown. But Lin Feng continued, but accidentally, I obtained the recipe of the spirit blood pills. The recipe? The old man was surprised and started breathing faster. There were 3 difficult things about pills: being able to or finding someone to concoct the pills, finding the material to concoct the pills, and then obtaining the recipe. Besides, the recipe was the most important thing. Without it, it was impossible to concoct the pills. Of course, many people thought that the one who concocted the pills was the most important because it was very difficult to find good ones. But without the recipe, how could anyone concoct the pills? However, with the recipe, even without someone to concoct the pill, at least the recipe was already extremely valuable. Indeed, the recipe, Mr. Hua. I just talked about a few pills. I need to make at least 20,000 of each. What materials do I need? Master Hua probably knows better than me. If you can help me, I will offer you the recipe of the spirit blood pill. Lin Feng had said 20,000, which represented a huge quantity. It was the first time that Mr. Hua heard a person say that they needed 20,000 pills. Then don't worry, I understand, said Mr. Hua while staring at Lin Feng. Mr. Hua, if you kill me, you will not obtain the recipe. Besides, you might not necessarily be able to kill me. I am convinced that Mr. Hua wouldn't try such a thing anyway, said Lin Feng while smiling. Mr. Hua remained silent, looking pensive. All right, deal, but I need a few days. All right, no problem. 3 days later, at dinner time, I will be at the Celestial Mountain restaurant waiting for you. How does that sound? All right, see you in 3 days, said Mr. Hua while rolling up his sleeves. In a flash, the herbs on the ground vanished. He obviously had a Na stone. Mr. Hua turned around and immediately left the dream pavilion. It seemed like the old man could handle things for Lin Feng at the speed of light. When Lin Feng saw Mr. Hua leave, he smiled. Lin Feng's plan had worked without any incident. Concerning the recipe of the pill, it wasn't going to be a loss for Lin Feng. It was in the memories which the cultivator of the Zunqi layer had given to him. He just had to write it down on a piece of paper and hand it over. Lin Feng wasn't going to lose anything in the transaction. Let's go. Lin Feng started walking again, going towards the depths of the dream pavilion. They weren't the only people in that case at that moment. They were surrounded by a myriad of people who were walking in the same direction, including the vendors who were packing up their things. The auction sales will start in about half an hour. Do you know if the moonbreaking blade will be sold today or not? Lin Feng respectfully asked someone walking over to their group. That person had seen Lin Feng kill the disciple of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, and then ignore Bing Yuan. They had also heard Lin Feng talk about Xian-level pills with Mr. Hua. That timid person couldn't believe his ears. Besides Lin Feng, who was also extremely strong, the man wearing a bronze mask who was following him was probably just a subordinate. Leave. Forget everything that you have seen and heard today, said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached. That person then timidly nodded and said, Understood. After that, that person left feeling aggrieved. Lin Feng ignored him and moved towards the entrance of the auction. Then, Lin Feng said to the two people at the entrance, I have things to sell at auction. With whom should I talk? Come with me, said one person. Lin Feng followed him and entered the auction room. After a short time, they arrived in a room where people were sorting various goods. When Lin Feng saw all these goods, he was stupefied. There was an incredible quantity of goods that people wanted to sell at auction. The person who received Lin Feng was a very sexy woman. Her skin was as white as snow. Her shoulders were beautiful and well-formed. She had well-developed white breasts. She was extremely attractive. What do you want to sell, sir? A D-level skill of low quality called Swift Leaf, as well as 10 spiritual weapons of medium quality, said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached. The sexy woman was stupefied. The smile on her face suddenly turned into a deep and profound facial expression. Sir, please come with me, said the woman while standing up. You can wait here for a moment, said Lin Feng to Meng Qing and Ba Dao. Immediately after, he entered in a secret room with the woman. In that room, things were in complete disorder. It definitely required some tidying. These goods were the ones which had been selected to be sold at auction. Sir, show me the things which you would like to sell at auction, said the woman who had arrived by an old man's side. All right. The Swift Leaf book appeared in Lin Feng's hand. At the same time, above the ground, a small light flashed and suddenly, 10 spiritual weapons appeared, and a resplendent light emerged. Lin Feng handed over the Swift Leaf skill to his interlocutor. The woman gave to the old man, who looked through it. Immediately after, the old man nodded and said, No problem. It's a medium-quality skill of the D level. There is no problem with the spiritual weapons either. Thank you, senior. The woman smiled and packed the skill and the weapons. She then sealed the box for safekeeping. She then wrote a few notes on the package and handed a small jade card over to Lin Feng. Sir, your things will be sold tomorrow after the auction. You only need to come back with jade card and we will know what items belong to you. The fortune won't be small and you will receive all your purity stones without a fee. Besides, using that card, you can enter the area reserved to our special clients, said that beautiful woman with an enchanting smile on her face. While talking, the way she was moving her body made her look even more seducing. No fees and sold tomorrow? Thought Lin Feng. The normal procedure was supposed to last 3 days, but because Lin Feng's goods were extremely valuable, he had gained some privileges. Concerning the reward, Lin Feng thought that he had already had plenty of fortune. The memories of the strong cultivator were his most valuable possession. Lin Feng nodded and left the room. In the area reserved for special clients, Lin Feng and Meng Qing were sitting on soft chairs while Ba Dao was standing behind them. From the inside of their booth and behind the special curtains, they could clearly see the entire huge auction room. At that moment, a delicate silhouette suddenly appeared at the very front. That was precisely the woman that had received Lin Feng before. At that moment, she had already changed her clothes and was wearing a long blue cheongsam which was drifting over the floor. Her shoulders weren't covered and her dress also had a low-cut neckline. Lin Feng was feeling a strange sensation. A light flashed in Meng Qing's eyes, who then glared at Lin Feng. As if Lin Feng had sensed it, he turned his head and briefly looked at Meng Qing. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile while his lips were slightly shaking. At that moment, in the area reserved to special guests, there was an ordinary young man who looked ice-cold like a blade. Then, a group of people, looking solemn and respectful, were standing behind him. "Lan Jiao is more and more alluring each day," said Leng Yu indifferently. "Leng Yu, if you like Lan Jiao, she will not refuse," flattered someone standing behind him. Leng Yu, looking evil, said, "Well, if she's too obedient, what's the point? I like to cut them by force." When the four others heard him, they looked at each other. The Blade Master was a monstrously aggressive and sly person. He didn't care about knowing if the person was willing or not. He enjoyed using his blade to abuse women. The four others would never have thought that he had a tendency like that. He surprisingly liked to cut them. "It's not that easy to come to Celestial River. I want the blade, but I also want a few women," said Leng Yu, sounding indifferent. The four others were surprised. It seemed like Lan Jiao wouldn't be able to escape from him. Why did she have to have such an alluring body, and, on top that, why was she revealing so much of it? Certainly made men drool. On that day, the auction was normal. There were 10 items. Lin Feng wasn't interested in the things which were being displayed at that moment. He was just sitting there and watching. However, at the moment when Lan Jiao displayed the 8th item, Lin Feng started to be interested. It was a Ling-level spiritual weapon of higher quality. Its price was 1,000 purity stones of medium quality. On that day, many people had come for the moonbreaking blade. It had just been introduced that its price had already been raised to 2,000, which exceeded many people's budgets already. Spiritual weapons of higher quality were precious, but 2,000 purity stones was very expensive. 3,000 purity stones of medium quality. At that moment, a voice, which was as sharp as a blade, emerged in the atmosphere. Some blade energy also spread in the atmosphere and enveloped the crowd in the auction room for a few seconds. Many people were surprised. They turned around and looked at the reserved area. A single person was releasing all that blade energy. "It's the Blade Master," thought the crowd. That blade energy had probably been released by the Blade Master. People knew that he had come to Celestial River. Surprisingly, he was releasing his blade energy across the crowd. How aggressive. But the Blade Master was stronger and more gifted than them. Besides, he was a disciple of the Hao Yu sect. He could afford to be that aggressive. He was a bit more vigilant in front of a cultivator of the Xianxia layer, but facing people of lower levels didn't scare him at all. After he released Blade Qi, obviously, the entire atmosphere became silent. 3,001 purity stones of medium quality. At that moment, someone sounding cold and detached spoke, breaking the silence. That voice also came from the area for special guests. Besides, that person wasn't far from the Blade Master. Only one booth was separated them. "Ha!" Leng Yu was surprised and immediately said coldly, "For 1,001, said the other voice, sounding cold. Progressively, Leng Yu's facial expression was changing. He suddenly released much more blade energy towards that person. "Blade Master, what does this mean? The auction room is supposed to be a fair and quiet place. What are you doing?" said a cold voice, sounding ice-cold and aggressive while blocking the blade energy. "Disciples of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village." The crowd was surprised. These were people of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, and surprisingly someone dared provoke the Blade Master. Only one person could do that. "Bing Yuan," shouted the Blade Master and continued, 5,000, 5,001, 8,000. That time, Leng Yu immediately increased to 8,000. At the same time, he released an incredible quantity of blade force which made the ground shake. The crowd was stupefied. The Blade Master was wealthy. That price was already very high. "Since Brother Leng Yu likes it that much, I give up." Leng Yu smiled indifferently. Ice-cold energy invaded the atmosphere like a hurricane. White frost emerged as well, and explosion sounds. The booth separating these two people exploded and 3 silhouettes were revealed. A man and a woman were sitting there, and a man with a bronze mask was standing behind them. Well, thank you, Bing Yuan, for leaving the moonbreaking blade for me, said the blade master sound egocentric. He didn't even pay attention to Lin Feng and the two others in the middle. The crowd was looking at Lin Feng, the two others. They were secretly shaking their heads. Lin Feng and the two others had unluckily ended up in a booth between Bing Yuan and the blade master. They were going to receive the collateral damage. Lan Jiao, say it, said the blade master while looking at the stage. Lan Jiao looked at the booth which had just exploded and smiled while slightly nodding. She was about to say something when Lin Feng said, 8001. Everybody was surprised when they heard Lin Feng. He was surprisingly bidding. He's been angered? Maybe he lost his sanity because of the explosion. It seems like they've run out of luck. Many people came up with the same idea, but those who had seen Lin Feng and Bing Yuan didn't think that was the case. Not only had Lin Feng provoked Bing Yuan, but he was also provoking the blade master, Lang Yu. When Lang Yu heard Lin Feng, he was stupefied. Apart from Bing Yuan, there was someone else who was trying to anger him. The blade master slightly closed his eyes and concentrated to find out who had said that. He then immediately found out. Then, he opened his eyes again and a cold smile appeared on his face. It seems like the warning I gave you with my blade in the restaurant wasn't enough, said Lang Yu coldly. Immediately after, he said, 9,000 purity stones of medium quality. 9,001, said Lin Feng hastily almost at the same time as Lang Yu finished speaking. The scariest was that Lin Feng sounded calm. He didn't sound nervous at all, as if he didn't care about the blade master getting angry. You want to die, said Lang Yu while standing up. An incredible blade energy rolled in the air, emitting explosive sounds. At that moment, Lang Yu launched himself through the curtains in front of him and appeared in front of the crowd. At that moment, he and Lin Feng were only separated by a small partition. They just had to make a small step forwards and they would be able to see each other. Ba Dao's silhouette flickered and moved to the front. His agility was insane. In a flash, an incredible amount of blade force invaded the atmosphere. In the air, an explosion sound emerged when the two blade forces collided. He stopped bidding and is making a spectacle of himself. The blade master should be renamed the Shameless Master, joked Lin Feng. How could he be so daring as to make fun of Lang Yu in front of everybody? 12,000 purity stones of medium quality, said Lang Yu while gnashing his teeth. He had bid again because Lin Feng had joked about the fact that he had stopped bidding. He, as expected, people of the Hao Yu sect have so many purity stones, said Lin Feng while laughing and then continued. That spiritual weapon is now too expensive for me. He should die. He did that on purpose. That guy is interesting. He surprisingly dares to provoke the blade master, tricking him into spending more purity stones for the moonbreaking blade. When the crowd heard Lin Feng, they were stupefied. That was extremely audacious. Lang Yu and the four people behind him looked ice-cold. Haha. Brother, you're right, it seems like the Hao Yu sect has too many purity stones, said Bing Yuan in the tone of a joke. He sounded overjoyed to pour oil onto the flames. Besides, Lang Yu would hate Lin Feng even more. If they fought, that would be interesting. But Lin Feng smiled coldly. His lips vibrated and he replied extremely coldly. Who are you calling your brother? The people of the Hao Yu sect are just like you. You are all shameless and have to do things in the shadows, because you don't dare let your real intentions show. You are all shameless cowards. When Lin Feng finished talking, the crowd was, once again, astonished. Not only was Lin Feng provoking the blade master, but he was provoking Bing Yuan. He was fearlessly humiliating them. Bing Yuan's smile became stiff, and then an exploding sound emerged in the atmosphere. The three rooms were united. Its occupants could all clearly see each other. At that moment, the main representative of the Ice and Snow Mountain village was Bing Yuan, and for the Hao Yu sect it was Lang Yu the blade master. Besides them, there were three more people. One of them was standing before the booth, the two others were a man and a woman. They were both calmly sitting on their chairs, ignoring the others. They had not moved a single finger so far and were just talking. Besides, that girl was wearing a fine veil on her face, looking fascinatingly beautiful. Bing Yuan, are you laughing at me? Lang Yu said in the tone of a joke. Bing Yuan had been provoking him all the way. He wanted Lin Feng and him to fight, but the result was that Lin Feng humiliated them both. Humph! Bing Yuan was glumly smiling. He had already given Lin Feng face, but Lin Feng, the first time, killed his fellow disciple and humiliated him. The second time, he was humiliating him again. Brother, Ling Yu, how should we dispose of him? You decide, Bing Yuan said, sounding evil, getting ready to attack Lin Feng. Who's your brother? He's right. People of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village are all cowards. What makes you think that we can become brothers? Said Lang Yu. Bing Yuan was dumbstruck. He had the impression that the whole crowd was staring at him and that he was suffocating from the humiliation. The oxygen seemed unable to reach his lungs anymore, and he felt like he couldn't breathe. A great quantity of cold energy spread through the air. The entire auction room seemed like it was going to freeze. Gentlemen, now please let the auction continue. You can solve your problems after the auction, said Lan Jiao from the stage. Her smile was soft and warm, just like the sound of her voice, which suddenly made the atmosphere feel a bit lighter. All right, said Bing Yuan, looking ice-cold. Lin Feng nodded at Lan Jiao and smiled back to her out of politeness. Now, Lang Yu has bid 12,000 purity stones of medium quality. Is anyone willing to raise? Said Lan Jiao while smiling at the crowd. Nobody was answering. 12,000 for a spiritual weapon of that quality was already too expensive. In order to practice cultivation, even for a cultivator of the Xianxia layer, so many purity stones of medium quality would have been enough to practice indefinitely. If there is nobody, I would like to congratulate the Blade Master on his new acquisition, the moon-breaking blade. Lan Jiao smiled and continued. The next object of our auction sales is an ancient cauldron. On the cauldron 9 dragons are carved. This cauldron is hundreds of thousands of years old. It must have been used to concoct pills and weapons in ancient times, but it seems that some parts are now missing. We cannot find out its level, but the expert of our company, the Dream Pavilion, said that if no part was missing, it would be at least a Xian-level cauldron of high quality, a real treasure. For everybody to understand clearly what parts are missing, we will show you the cauldron. When Lan Jiao finished talking, 2 people brought a cauldron. That cauldron was about 1 meter high. Its diameter was also about 1 meter. On the top, there were 9 dragon carvings. They almost looked alive. Besides, there was one dragon which was looking up at the sky and uttering a long cry. It seemed like it was about to fly away. However, the 8 other dragons seemed to be incomplete and did not look like the first dragon, as if that was the part that Lan Jiao had mentioned. Besides, from a certain distance, that cauldron seemed to be absolutely normal, and its carvings seemed to be releasing a strange qi. I hope that you can trust our experts at the Dream Pavilion. This cauldron has some missing parts, yet it shouldn't be inferior to a Ling-level cauldron of higher quality. You can already use it to concoct pills. If it were intact, it would definitely be a treasure of the Xian level. Even when mentioning these characteristics, it wouldn't be enough for the crowd to be interested. In Celestial River, we always have some antiquities which have missing parts. We are honest about it. However, it would still be classed as Ling level of higher quality. Besides, it can also be used to defend from attacks. Perhaps there were some cultivators who could concoct pills who would be interested. The price is 1,000 purity stones of medium quality, said Lan Jiao. Immediately after, people in the crowd shook their heads. 1,000 for a broken cauldron was too expensive and unworthy. When Lan Jiao saw that the crowd was shaking their heads, she smiled wryly. She knew that selling that precious cauldron wouldn't be easy. It was difficult to get a good price for it, but it was really a priceless treasure. I will buy it for 1,000 purity stones of medium quality, said someone at that moment. That person was an old man. He could obviously concoct pills. Even though that cauldron was of no use, the old man was still interested in these kinds of mysterious treasures. Besides, as far as he was concerned, 1,000 purity stones of medium quality wasn't a big sum. Since the old man said so, just give it to him, somebody said in a low voice, but people really despised that cauldron. People didn't fight for it because it wasn't an attractive object. Everybody remained silent. The atmosphere was a bit cold. That cauldron seems pretty nice. I think it's worth getting. It's a real antique. I will give 2,000 for it, said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached. At that moment it was the first object which he found interesting. On that cauldron, 9 dragons were surprisingly engraved. It had been in Celestial River for hundreds of thousands of years, but had been lost. In the memories Lin Feng received from the cultivator of the Zunqi layer, there was a story about 10 cauldrons in the continent of the 9 clouds. Within these 10 cauldrons, the cauldron with the 9 dragon heads was ranked 9th. It had been missing for hundreds of thousands of years, and Lin Feng could recognize it thanks to its patterns. However, nobody seemed to know about it. That object was extremely valuable, but nobody knew about it. Lin Feng had almost immediately bid 10,000 for it, but he didn't dare raise it so much because people would have found it suspicious. That old man looked at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng slightly nodded and smiled, looking calm and serene. He tried not to look surprised. Since the young man likes it, I will give it to him for 2,000 purity stones of medium quality, which is already a high price. The old man said, which made the entire crowd nod slowly. Nobody wanted to keep bidding. Moron! Joked Bing Yuan, but Lin Feng decided to ignore him. It was a cauldron with 9 dragon heads engraved, and Lin Feng was getting it for 2,000 purity stones of medium quality. Lin Feng didn't care about being called a moron 100 times over. Nobody is bidding anymore? Asked Lan Jiao to the crowd. As expected, nobody spoke. Lan Jiao didn't continue anymore either. After all, she already thought that 2,000 purity stones of medium quality was a lot for that cauldron. It wasn't worth it. Congratulations to the young man for winning the cauldron, said Lan Jiao to Lin Feng while slightly bowing. Her soft and white breasts looked even bigger as she bowed down, which drew everybody's attention. After taking the cauldron with the 9 dragon heads away, an enchanting smile appeared on Lan Jiao's face, and she said, "The last thing is the essence fire of a Xian-level beast, the 7-tailed fox. I am convinced that I don't need to say much about the price." Essence fire. Lin Feng was stupefied. That was from a beast of the Xian level. A cultivator of the Xianxia layer could use pure qi, and if they had a fire-based spirit, absorbing that essence fire, their attacks would be enhanced. Ferocious beasts were similar to cultivators in the fact that they condensed pure qi. The 7-tailed fox was a fire beast. Its essence fire was extremely strong. It could absorb pure qi and condense it into essence fire. It could increase its power that way. When Lan Jiao put it down, the crowd went insane. The essence fire of a 7-tailed fox was a treasure. In terms of ferocious beasts, it was an extremely powerful one. For fire cultivators as well as cultivators who concocted pills, that beast was very tempting. The starting price is 2,000 purity stones of medium quality, said Lan Jiao. It was more expensive than the moonbreaking blade or the ancient cauldron. It was starting at 2,000. Besides, everybody was bidding. Nobody thought that the price was too high. 3,000. 4,000. 10,000. Everybody kept bidding. The price had reached 10,000 in a very short time, and the scariest part was that it didn't stop increasing. 20,000, said an ice-cold voice. At that moment, everybody was stupefied. 20,000. Someone had increased the bid from 10,000 straight to 20,000, and that person was Bing Yuan. 20,000 purity stones of medium quality. How wealthy! Besides, Leng Yu is very wealthy too, thought Lin Feng when he heard them. The Ice and Snow Mountain Village and the Haoyu sect were much wealthier than the Yunhai sect used to be. Besides, Bing Yuan had raised the bid from 10,000 immediately up to 20,000. He obviously was very interested in the fire essence from that beast. The auction room was silent for a moment, and then Leng Yu said, while smiling coldly, 21,000. Ha! The crowd was stupefied. A moment ago, Bing Yuan had forced the price up, so Leng Yu at that moment was wanted to get his revenge. Leng Yu, you already purchased the moonbreaking blade. You still have 21,000 purity stones, said Bing Yuan coldly while frowning. Leng Yu had already spent 12,000 for the blade. Try and continue, you'll see if I have the purity stones, said Leng Yu while laughing indifferently. Bing Yuan didn't dare gamble. Idiot! Joked Lin Feng, who was sitting at the same place as before. Bing Yuan had immediately raised to 20,000. Everybody knew that he was extremely interested. which is why Lung Yu was playing with him like that. Bing Yuan is really an idiot. Many people had the same thought as Lin Feng, since he really wanted to have that object and had, a moment before, provoked Lung Yu getting his revenge was a logical course of events. 22,000, said Bing Yuan coldly. 23,000, replied Lung Yu sounding carefree. 25,000, said Bing Yuan looking glum. The price is still too low. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly said, 26,000 purity stones of medium quality. 30,000, said Bing Yuan. A wave of coldness, coming from the reserved area, rolled in the atmosphere, making many people shake from head to toe. Bing Yuan was furious. For 30,000 you can have it, said Lung Yu while smiling indifferently. He finally stopped there. Besides, Bing Yuan seemed to be furious, he didn't look happy. 30,000 purity stones of medium quality was everything that he had. If Lin Feng had raised again, Bing Yuan would have been unable to continue. I also wanted it, said Lin Feng while smiling lightly. Lin Feng knew that he had to stop raising because if Bing Yuan hadn't been able to raise anymore, it wouldn't have been amusing at all for Lin Feng. Finally, Bing Yuan had obtained the seven-tailed fox's essence fire for 30,000 purity stones of medium quality. Alright, this is the end of the auction. Everybody can come pick up their treasures, said Lan Jiao while smiling. Immediately after, she left the stage. People who had won bids stood up one after the other and walked towards the area behind the stage. Lin Feng stood up as well and looked outside of the broken window of his booth. An extremely cold qi rose in the atmosphere. Bing Yuan was running past Lin Feng. When they passed, a terrifyingly cold energy moved towards Lin Feng. It was extremely cold. But he didn't stop there, he immediately moved towards the back of the auction. Even though he had spent 30,000 purity stones of medium quality, he was able to get the essence fire. He would be able to fuse it with his ice. At the Ice and Snow Mountain village, they had secret techniques to leave the Ling Qi layer and break through to the Shen Qi layer. All of this would therefore be worth it. A sharp and piercing blade qi emitting a cold aura descended from the sky. Lin Feng's booth exploded. He could see everything very distinctly in Lang Yu's booth. Everything between them had been destroyed by Lang Yu. You're good, said Lang Yu sounding cold and detached. He then jumped and landed farther away. Besides, one of the disciples of the Hao Yu sect laughed coldly while staring at Lin Feng and the two others. You're dead, said someone in a low voice mockingly. Lin Feng was definitely going to die. But in the auction room they weren't going to attack, they wouldn't be allowed. However, immediately after leaving the pavilion, Lin Feng would definitely die. Are you looking at me? Joked Lin Feng. The four people were staring at Lin Feng and remained silent without expressing clearly what they meant. Lin Feng jumped in the air and landed on the stage. He immediately moved towards the back. The one who had made the best transaction was Lin Feng. He had obtained the ancient cauldron. Nobody knew what it was and he had gotten it for only 2,000 purity stones. How could he not be excited to collect it? The 10 people were receiving their respective goods. When Lin Feng's turn arrived, Lan Jiao slightly smiled to him and said, Sir, you don't need to give any purity stones. Tomorrow when you pass by to receive your purity stones, we'll just subtract the sum. All right, said Lin Feng while nodding. He looked at the cauldron which was being brought to him. Sir, the ancient cauldron is yours, said Lan Jiao while smiling. Lin Feng caressed the cauldron and a cold sensation invaded his hands. Lin Feng could distinctly sense the ancient qi of the object. His body flickered and the cauldron disappeared. Lan Jiao looked at Lin Feng while smiling and said, May Lan Jiao know your name, sir? Lin Feng, said Lin Feng while nodding and smiling at Lan Jiao. People took their respective items and left. Lin Feng, whispered Lan Jiao while looking at Lin Feng and the rest leave. She then whispered again, Check him out. Jiao Jiao, there is no need to check him out, said a silhouette in the corner of the room. It was a middle-aged woman. She had beautiful flowing hair. She looked gorgeous, alluring and morally elevated. Madam Yun knows him? Asked Lan Jiao while looking at the middle-aged woman. He set a city on fire and exterminated hundreds of thousands of MOU troops, which completely reversed the course of the war. Then he saved the princess. Later, he galloped into the imperial city and saved Lu Zonglan. Then he killed a young noble and became a marquis. Lin Feng's name is already illustrious. How could I not know him? Said the middle-aged woman while smiling. She had a strange feeling though because Lin Feng had been quiet for 6 months and had suddenly appeared in Celestial River. How powerful, said Lan Jiao startled. Lin Feng and she were about the same age. He was about 17 or 18 years old and had accomplished so many things already. Jiao Jiao, he is still single, he hasn't married yet, said the middle-aged woman with a smile yet not a smile on her face. Lan Jiao was surprised, smiled and said, Madam Yun, you're making fun of me again. Why? Jiao Jiao, heroes marry beautiful women. I think that you and him would be a perfect couple. If you manage to make it join us, that would be a wonderful thing, said Madam Yun to Lan Jiao. Lan Jiao, however, was shaking her head and smiling. Her facial expression was strange. Lin Feng left the auction. At that moment, some silhouettes were closely following him, but Lin Feng seemed like he hadn't noticed. He was secretly smiling coldly. He wasn't neither rushing nor walking slowly. He left the pavilion and walked in the direction of the restaurant. Lin Feng, brother, why do you need to leave so fast? You and me still need to talk, said a voice coming from behind. Then, an extremely cold Qi moved straight towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but stop. I'm sorry. I fear that I'm going to have to disappoint you. I have no time to waste with you, said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached. He then continued walking. But at that moment, in front of Lin Feng, there was a person with their arms folded across their chest. That person said in a low voice, Why do you need to hurry? In the distance, people who were coming out of the dream pavilion and looking at the scene. As expected, once they had left the dream pavilion, Bing Yuan and Leng Yu were impatiently waiting for him. How could they forgive Lin Feng for his provocations? Brother, Leng Yu, let's put our disagreements aside for the time being. How does that sound? Said Bing Yuan to the Blade Master. Leng Yu, who nodded and said, All right, but there are 3 of them and we are 2, what should we do? It's easy. We attack him together and see who kills him first. Then we kill the 2 others one-on-one. All right, but I want that girl. Agreed, Leng Yu. No problem. That girl seems quite good. You can do whatever you wish with her, said Bing Yuan while smiling evilly. Bing Yuan and Leng Yu's words were echoing one another. In the distance, people were shaking their heads. These 2 people regarded Lin Feng as a toy and they were openly talking about how they were going to kill him in his presence. Lin Feng shouldn't have provoked these 2 influential young men. Bing Yuan was the best disciple of the Ice and Snow Mountain village and Leng Yu was a prodigy of the Hao Yu sect, the Blade Master. These people were not ordinary people at all. Lin Feng had provoked them, he was going to die for that. However, at that moment, the crowd didn't notice that in Lin Feng's eyes, an ice-cold killing intent appeared. His face was filled with murder. These 2 people had surprisingly dared speak about Meng Qing with obscenities. Meng Qing was the apple of Lin Feng's eye. Nobody was allowed to touch or aggress her. Otherwise, they would die. Lin Feng's cold energy didn't make Leng Yu hesitate at all. Instead, he was evilly and viciously staring at Meng Qing. His eyes were sharp as a blade. He then said, Come on. When he finished talking, Leng Yu took small steps towards Lin Feng. Though his steps were small, he was still extremely quick, just like a whirlwind. Some dust rose from the ground. Immediately after, some blade energy reached the dust. Each time Leng Yu took a small step, the blade energy in the air became more dense. Besides, in the blink of an eye, he had made a dozen steps and his blade energy had reached its climax. It was extremely sharp. When he released it, it emitted an ear-piercing whistling sound. At the same time, Bing Yuan was attacking as well. Snow and frost were falling from the sky. A layer of ice invaded the entire atmosphere. It was extremely cold, to the extent that everybody was shaking. How powerful! The crowd in the distance was astonished. Leng Yu, the Blade Master, was as sharp as his blade. Bing Yuan, of the Ice and Snow Mountain village, had already managed to deeply freeze the entire atmosphere. Under his skills, the ground had become ice and snow. These two people were extremely strong. They definitely were some of the most outstanding junior cultivators of their generation. They were real geniuses. When that blade descends, he will definitely cut into two pieces, said the disciples of the Hao Yu sect arrogantly. Lang Yu, when battling, rarely had to strike more than once. Lin Feng wouldn't even withstand a single attack. He would immediately be killed. Lin Feng, you will freeze to death. Your blood vessels will freeze until you die, said the disciples of the Ice and Snow Mountain village. Lin Feng was too arrogant. He had dared kill one of the disciples of the Ice and Snow Mountain village. Besides, he had also dared to provoke Bing Yuan. He wanted to die. They couldn't wait to see how Lin Feng intended to dodge Bing Yuan's attacks. Many people were convinced that Lin Feng was going to die. He was an obscure and unknown person. How could he rival with the Blade Master and Bing Yuan? The real question was who would be the first to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng, when he sensed the sharp blade and the ice energy, still looked calm and serene. He looked so calm that his face was completely still. However, his eyes were filled with coldness and murderous intentions. "Slash!" shouted Lang Yu while blade energy started descending. Immediately after he said the word, "slash," a sharp energy moved towards Lin Feng and enveloped him. A bright and resplendent blade light emerged, and like lightning, descended from the sky towards Lin Feng. "Die!" At that moment, Bing Yuan also attacked. He had just released an incredible quantity of ice chi which was enveloping Lin Feng's body, as if it was corroding Lin Feng's skin. It seemed like Lin Feng was going to freeze to death. At the same time, an ice fist was moving towards Lin Feng as well. Bombarding through the atmosphere, it was ice-cold and brutal. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng very distinctly while slightly raising his head. "Die! Die! Die!" was echoing in the atmosphere and far away into the distance. An incredible deadly chi invaded the atmosphere as if it could slaughter everyone. That incredibly sharp deadly chi astonished Lang Yu and Bing Yuan. Their hearts started pounding. Their blade and ice attacks seemed very weak in comparison. The force and chi of their attacks was much weaker than what Lin Feng was releasing. Lin Feng threw himself at Bing Yuan like a sword. Then, a pallid sword light flashed for a brief moment. Bing Yuan's heart was brutally and violently pounding, and immediately after, it stopped. At the same time, Lang Yu's resplendent blade also fell through the air. Slash! A slight sound emerged in the air. Bing Yuan's body had been cut into two pieces and blood was gushing everywhere. Blood was everywhere. Lang Yu's blade had cut Bing Yuan's body into two pieces down the middle. The ground had exploded beneath him. The two halves of Bing Yuan's body flew in opposite directions from the explosion. The atmosphere suddenly became absolutely silent. The crowd looked terrified. They were staring at Bing Yuan's corpse. He died. Bing Yuan was cut into two by Lang Yu's blade? The crowd looked absolutely dumbstruck, as if they couldn't believe their eyes, especially the disciples of the Ice and Snow Mountain village. Bing Yuan was the best disciple of the mountain village. He had broken through to the 9th chi layer, and he had died like that? One attack had been enough to cut him in two. Besides, he had been killed by Lang Yu. It couldn't be true. It had to be a dream. An extremely strong junior cultivator had been killed in a flash. "You killed Bing Yuan?" said the people of the Ice and Snow Mountain village while furiously staring at Lang Yu. "Idiot, didn't you see that Lin Feng killed him before my attack even hit? Do you really think it was me that killed him? If I had, he wouldn't have died with only one strike," said Lang Yu while furious. At that moment, his facial expression was hideous. He was staring at Lin Feng. That guy had needed only one strike to kill Bing Yuan and forced him to cut Bing Yuan in half with his attack. If Lang Yu killed the others, he wouldn't need to justify himself, but this time he had killed a genius of the Ice and Snow Mountain village. If there was no explanation, maybe there would be a serious conflict between the two big sections. The consequences would be disastrous. Killed by Lin Feng? The people of the Ice and Snow Mountain village were looking at Lin Feng. "You dare attack Bing Yuan by surprise?" said one of them. Immediately after, they all looked disgusted by Lin Feng. Attacked him by surprise? Lin Feng was stupefied. Immediately after, he shook his head and said, "You're all retarded as well as blind." A moment before, Bing Yuan had attacked him, and even if Lin Feng had parried, why say that he had attacked him by surprise? Bing Yuan was attacking him and Lin Feng wanted to strike back. They called that a surprise attack. "You all want to die," said Lin Feng when he saw them all starting to walk towards him. He released deadly qi. When the disciples of the Ice and Snow Mountain village sensed that dense deadly qi, their hearts started pounding brutally. That deadly qi was extremely brutal, it was swift and fierce. "It doesn't look good," said the disciples of the Ice and Snow Mountain village. They had an ominous presentiment. At that moment, they saw a purple energy emerge from Lin Feng's body and move towards them. "What's this?" thought the people in the crowd, shocked. That purple energy was floating in the air like a snake towards them. All the people of the Ice and Snow Mountain village were terrified and panic-stricken. However, that long purple thread of energy turned into a dragon. In a flash, it enveloped and swallowed their bodies as they tried to approach Lin Feng. "Oh!" Some horrible shrieks spread in the air. The long purple dragon was holding them so tightly that it was painful. Their bodies felt like they were melting. Its body completely covered them as if they would be forced to drown inside it. A short moment later, the purple river-like silhouette returned to Lin Feng. At that moment, the disciples of the Ice and Snow Mountain village had already disappeared. They had completely melted and nothing was remaining of their bodies. How terrifying! What kind of spirit is that? It's monstrous. The hearts of the people in the crowd were brutally pounding. All the disciples of the Ice and Snow Mountain village, including Bing Yuan, had died. Bing Yuan had been cut into two and the others had been swallowed by a monstrous dragon to the extent that nothing was left. Everything that was happening was too shocking. They wanted to kill Lin Feng? Besides, Bing Yuan and the Blade Master, Lang Yu, had cooperated, but that had only lasted for a very short moment. Bing Yuan had died and therefore the other disciples of the Ice and Snow Mountain village had intervened. They thought that they were going to kill Lin Feng with numbers, and in the end, he was still standing there in the same place. A long purple dragon had emerged from his body and swallowed them like an evil spirit. The crowd was just realizing that if Lin Feng had dared to provoke both Bing Yuan and Lang Yu, it was because he was indeed extremely powerful. He was much stronger than Bing Yuan. "He's a genius. He's much scarier than Bing Yuan," thought the people in the crowd. At that moment, they were looking at Lang Yu. At that moment, Lang Yu was staring at Lin Feng. He looked perplexed. He looked as sharp as before, but he already didn't look as aggressive. That blade hadn't touched Lin Feng, not even slightly, and because of Lin Feng, he had ended up cutting Bing Yuan's body into two pieces. Lin Feng's power was, indeed, terrifying. Extremely arrogant yet can't withstand a single attack. "Such a worthless person," said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way while looking at Bing Yuan's corpse. Immediately after, he turned around slowly and looked at Lang Yu. Lin Feng was smiling coldly. "Are you the same, Blade Master? Do you think that you can bully everyone with only your current strength? There is a vast ocean of cultivators who are stronger than you." The Blade Master looked glum. His facial expression was hideous, but he had no way to contradict Lin Feng. He was just blankly staring at him. Lin Feng was extremely strong. Lang Yu had to be careful. "You threatened us with your blade previously because of a simple sentence? What gives you the right to use a blade in front of me?" Lin Feng took a step and sword energy whistled through the air. Sword qi and force was falling from the sky in the form of a hurricane rushing towards Lang Yu. It seemed like 10,000 swords were attacking at the same time. It was terrifying. That sword force was even more brutal than Lang Yu's blade force, and sharper as well. The sword was the emperor of all weapons. What a strong sword qi and force. What a cruel man. The hearts of the people in the crowd were pounding. Besides, the 4 disciples of the Hao Yu sect were dumbstruck. In the Celestial Mountain restaurant, they had provoked Lin Feng. Lang Yu had even been extremely aggressive to them. He had immediately threatened them with a blade and attacked the banister next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had, however, remained silent and incomparably calm. They had thought that he was a timid coward, a weakling, but at that moment, the force and qi which Lin Feng had just released proved to them that if Lin Feng didn't attack them before, it wasn't because he was scared, it was just because they were not fit to be his opponents. When Lung Yu sensed the incomparably sharp energy, he frowned. At that moment, Lin Feng had shown to everybody that he was stronger than Lang Yu. Maybe the real Lin Feng had finally shown himself. However, blade cultivators were sharp, aggressive, and had an indomitable will. With their blades, they could annihilate everything. Even if his opponent was extremely strong, Lung Yu remained fearless. He wasn't flinching at all. He was able to condense blade qi. He loved blades, understood blades, grasped how they worked. His nickname, the Blade Master, wasn't just a rumor. Even though he was insufferably arrogant and thought he was the best in the world, he was still a genius. A light flashed. It was the light of the moon-breaking blade. Its light was bright, clear, and piercingly cold. It's a Ling-level weapon, the moon-breaking blade. Lung Yu is surprisingly using his new weapon against that guy. How come we've never heard of him before? Thought many people. At that moment, Lung Yu wasn't hesitating, his body like a sharp blade. He became one with his blade. I recognize that I underestimated you, but you are still very far from being as strong as me, said the Blade Master while holding the moon-breaking blade. Lung Yu still thought he was the best and youngest genius in the world, but as before, he remained vigilant in front of Lin Feng. I, Lung Yu, started practicing blade cultivation when I was 5 years old. At the Hao Yu sect, there aren't any strong blade skills. I created everything on my own. I understood how to use blade force and how to use energy attacks. I did all of this in the last year. I defeated many of my fellow disciples at the Hao Yu sect. That's how I became who I am today. I taught myself a skill called Lonely Shadow. You can die under my created blade attack. I'm proud of it, said Lung Yu. He was speaking slowly. He considered everything and everyone beneath his attention. When the crowd heard him, they were all secretly nodding. Lung Yu was really a genius. He taught himself blade skills and could use energy attacks. He was extremely strong and powerful. Maybe Lin Feng was weaker than him. You don't understand blades. Your talent is that of a mediocre person, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly, and then continued. You cannot rival me. Just like you, I've taught myself sword skills and I have only been practicing for a year. Come and have a try. 1 year. The crowd was stupefied. Lin Feng had been practicing sword skills for only a year? Was it possible to become that strong within a year? Besides, Lin Feng was saying that Lang Yu didn't understand blades, that he was a mediocre cultivator. If he was a mediocre cultivator, what were the people in the crowd? It hurt the pride of many of these people. All right, remember. The name of my attack that will take your life is Lonely Shadow, said Lung Yu slowly. Then he jumped and didn't release any blade force. Instead, he used his blade to carry out an energy attack. Lonely Shadow, he said in a low voice. A light appeared and invaded the atmosphere as if it had no limit. That was a blade energy attack. That blade was like a person who didn't know which direction to attack from, so it appeared in every direction. Energy attacks, when using a blade, seemed like there were thousands of blades even though there was only one. That shadow-like attack was unfathomable and enigmatic. It seemed like it chased its opponent. Besides, if it touched anyone, nobody would be able to resist the power. Before, Lung Yu required only one attack to kill opponents of the same level as him. Even if they were people of the 9th Ling Qi layer, he could easily kill them. That Lonely Shadow was astonishing. Nobody had ever survived such an energy attack, and at that moment, it would be especially complicated since Lung Yu was carrying it out using a spiritual weapon of higher quality. His precious treasure, the moon-breaking blade. Lin Feng, you will definitely die. That blade attack is unfathomable. The Blade Master really deserves the moon-breaking blade. Bing Yuan was much weaker than him. When the crowd saw that blade, they were astonished. They gradually understood why, when the Blade Master used his blade, people would die. His Lonely Shadow attack fell from the air. The crowd had the impression that Lin Feng was already cut in two in front of them. A tearing sound spread in the air which made the crowd narrow their eyes. What's going on? The hearts of the people in the crowd were pounding. The moon-breaking blade was descending from the air. like a lonely shadow. However, Lin Feng was patiently waiting in his initial position. In front of him there was a sword. It was an ordinary sword, however. A blade was pressed against it. The blade was unable to move further. That majestic moonbreaking blade had been stopped by an ordinary sword. How's that possible? The crowd was fixedly staring at the ordinary sword. Couldn't look more ordinary than it did, but it had blocked the powerful blade. Nobody knew how Lin Feng had done that. I told you, you don't understand blades, calmly said Lin Feng. He was looking at Lung Yu, who looked astonished. He couldn't believe it. Then, the sword slowly moved back. It started emitting a bright and resplendent light. It was dazzling to the eyes. What a brilliant sword. Energy attack. Lung Yu's heart was pounding. He used his blade to carry out an energy attack again, to block the sword in front of him, and at that moment a metallic sound spread in the atmosphere. The moon-breaking blade was blown away and immediately blood was projected into the air. Lung Yu's body was violently pushed backwards. If he hadn't used his blade energy attack, that dazzling sword would have killed him. Lin Feng suddenly raised his hand and caught the flying moon-breaking blade. He then immediately shouted, "Ba Dao!" Ba Dao was stupefied. Lin Feng threw the moon-breaking blade to him. His eyes were excited behind his mask. Lin Feng had, as expected, remembered his promise. He had taken the moon-breaking blade and given it to Ba Dao. Even though it was stolen, it didn't matter. Lin Feng had anticipated that Lang Yu would attack him. He knew that even if he didn't get the moon-breaking blade at the auction, sooner or later, the blade would be Ba Dao's blade. Lang Yu lowered his head. There was a long blood trail from his arm which was almost cut off. He was stupefied. He hadn't even had one occasion to strike Lin Feng with his blade. Lin Feng had remained calm and relaxed and had easily blocked all of his attacks. Lin Feng was right. Lang Yu didn't understand blades. He definitely had natural talent, but it was still comparable to that of mediocre people. I taught myself how to use my blade when I was 5, and he has only been using a sword for a year, and he's already able to defeat me. Why the hell was I so proud? Where did my arrogance come from? Lung Yu asked himself. He regretted having the reputation of a genius at that moment. I was so proud of my lonely shadow, but he blocked it so easily. Maybe I really don't understand blades. Lung Yu's heart was filled with sadness. He felt completely dispirited. Lin Feng destroyed his arrogance. When Lin Feng noticed that Lang Yu was regretting, Lin Feng smiled coldly. Those who dared to humiliate Meng Qing had to die. Die! Lin Feng took a step. An infinite quantity of sword qi invaded the atmosphere. People's hearts were pounding. Lang Yu was going to get killed by Lin Feng? Was another genius going to take his last breath? Lin Feng's sword was dazzling. At that moment, Lang Yu was absolutely hopeless and dispirited. It seemed like he had given up. He didn't have his fighting spirit anymore. He was just looking at Lin Feng's sword, piercing the atmosphere. There was a mountain of thoughts in his head. He didn't understand what was happening. He had been training hard for 10 years. Get lost. At that moment, a shadow appeared in the distance behind Lang Yu. It looked like a swift and fierce blade shadow. It immediately moved towards In Feng. That person was like a blade and their energy was boundless. Slash! Lin Feng's sword descended from the air. An explosion filled the air. A crevice appeared in the ground. Lin Feng groaned. That extremely swift and fierce blade had reached him, which violently knocked him backwards. The blade is a weapon for strong cultivators. Losing and winning is something that depends on fate. In any case, there is always a cultivator who is stronger than you in this world, said an extremely loud and mighty voice which filled the sky. Then it continued, Lang Yu, no need to be discouraged. I won't kill him, so you can kill him as you wish with your blade. After that, 2 silhouettes started to rush into the sky. People's hearts were trembling. There was a cultivator of the Xianxia layer amongst them. He had stopped Lin Feng to help Lang Yu. He said that he wasn't killing Lin Feng to let Lang Yu do that himself. He was sparing Lin Feng on purpose. Lin Feng, you're very lucky, thought the people in the crowd. But at that moment, the ground started shaking insanely. A white silhouette which looked like a celestial being, was attacking. In a flash, her silhouette moved towards a distant point. She released an incredible coldness which was freezing people's hearts and thoughts. The only thing left in the area seemed to be coldness. "Die!" shouted the ice-cold and voice. In the atmosphere, some ice transformed into a white arrow which rushed towards the figure in the distance. The silhouette in the horizon flickered. Their pace accelerated. That blade shadow looked like a shooting star. However, that white arrow was still moving straight towards the silhouette at a much faster speed. Then that silhouette groaned and blood splashed through the air. Such a move had made the words that they just spoke sound like a joke. If Lin Feng wanted to kill, he could kill as he pleased. It's a cultivator of the Xianxia layer. When the crowd saw that white silhouette, who had suddenly appeared, they were stupefied. She attacked, and the ice from her attack was shot across hundreds of kilometers. Her speed was also much more incredible than that of the blade shadow. After her attack, blood filled the air. That silent woman, who was always by Lin Feng's side, was actually a strong cultivator. Besides, Bing Yuan and Leng Yu had dared to humiliate her. They wanted to die. If Leng Yu managed to leave alive, that would be a strike of luck. No matter if it was Lin Feng or Meng Qing, they could both easily kill Leng Yu. Who's that person who came to save Leng Yu? He's also a blade user. How surprising, thought the crowd looking at them from a distance. They didn't know if he was also a strong cultivator of the Hao Yu sect. Why wasn't he showing himself? Why was he hiding his identity? Why was he afraid of showing his true colors? Besides, he had come to save Leng Yu and hadn't even stopped for 1 second. Lin Feng gazed into the distance. He was thinking. That person was a cultivator of the Xianxia layer and was, just like Leng Yu, a blade cultivator. His blade abilities were extremely advanced. Was he Leng Yu's teacher? Genius of the Hao Yu sect, it would be best for you to not cross my path again, thought Lin Feng coldly. He then immediately moved towards Bing Yuan's corpse and looked for a ring with a Na stone. That guy had obtained the essence fire of the seven-tailed fox. It couldn't have gone far. He probably had a Na stone to store his items. Besides, the purity stones he had couldn't have come from nowhere. Since Lin Feng had killed him, he had to take his Na stone, otherwise wouldn't it just be wasted? Lin Feng took the ring from Bing Yuan's finger. Blood dripped on the ring. In a flash, information entered Lin Feng's consciousness. A cold qi dispersed into the air. That was Bing Yuan's remaining qi inside the ring. The essence fire of the seven-tailed fox was inside. Besides, there were a few skills and a few purity stones. Lin Feng wasn't interested in these little things, he just wanted the Shen-level essence fire. It was extremely valuable. Bing Yuan had spent an enormous amount of money to buy it, but now, it belonged to Lin Feng. Besides, coupled with his ancient cauldron and the moonbreaking blade which he had stolen from Leng Yu, Lin Feng had managed to take the top 3 items of the auction. Celestial River is abundant in treasures. Lin Feng laughed. On his first day at Celestial River, he had found some spiritual herbs and obtained 3 new treasures. He was particularly happy about the ancient dragon cauldron, which was one of the 10 great cauldrons. Lin Feng felt very lucky. Even though the cauldron didn't seem to be in good shape, except for the carvings which looked alive, it still couldn't be an ordinary object. It was an item shrouded in mystery and secrets. Unfortunately, these 10 ancient cauldrons were too old and Lin Feng didn't know where to find information about them. He didn't know how to use the dragon cauldron either. In the middle of a calm and peaceful night, in a hotel, Lin Feng was in his room, sitting cross-legged on the edge of the bed. He wasn't sleeping, instead, he was investigating his memories as this was his best resource for information. All the memories which had been transmitted to Lin Feng by the cultivator of the Zun Qi layer, no matter if they concerned pill concoction or weapon fabrication, were all priceless. They could never be exchanged for something material. The strong cultivator had given a priceless treasure to Lin Feng. At that moment, some footsteps broke the silence which made Lin Feng's closed eyes oscillate. Immediately after, he opened his eyes. Someone knocked at the door. Lin Feng said, sounding indifferent, "Come in." The door opened itself and a beautiful woman appeared at the door. However, it wasn't Meng Qing at all. Besides, Lin Feng had seen that woman during the day. It was Lan Jiao, the alluring young woman. Even though it was the middle of the night, Lan Jiao was still wearing extremely revealing clothing. At that moment, she had already changed her clothes and put on a fire-red dress. Her snowy white shoulders were still uncovered. Her large chest was still partially revealed. The sight was unbearable. It would drive a man crazy with desire. She's such a seductress, an extraordinarily beautiful woman, thought Lin Feng when he saw her figure. He looked a bit surprised though. It was the middle of the night. What did Lan Jiao want? Besides, she was wearing such revealing clothes. Wasn't she scared for her safety? Mr. Lin, can I come in? Asked Lan Jiao, still waiting at the entrance while smiling. She had such clear and beautiful eyes. They were enchanting. It seemed like she could steal a man's soul. Lin Feng remained silent for a second, and then slightly nodded while saying, "Come in." When Lan Jiao heard him, she entered the room and, without asking Lin Feng's permission, immediately sat down. She smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry for bothering you in the middle of the night." Lin Feng slightly shook his head and said, "Miss, what can I help you with? Am I not allowed to come and visit Mr. Lin without needing something?" said Lan Jiao straightforwardly. She was casting flirtatious glances at Lin Feng and her voice was filled with temptation. "Miss Lan Jiao, you came to my room in the middle of the night. This is not the best moment to visit me. Things cannot be that simple," said Lin Feng smiling. Lan Jiao was visiting Lin Feng in the middle of the night. Was she spying on him? She definitely had ulterior motives. Therefore, Lin Feng's voice also somewhat conveyed sarcasm. "Mr. Lin is insensitive and lacks passion," said Lan Jiao while smiling. She was still staring at Lin Feng in a seducing and alluring way as if she hoped that Lin Feng's heart would eventually melt. But what Lan Jiao didn't know was that Lin Feng could control himself much more than ordinary people when it came to beautiful women. "If I was passionate, I am afraid that you wouldn't be feeling safe right now," said Lin Feng while glancing at her partially revealed chest. His heart was pounding. He was filled with desire. If Lin Feng had a little less willpower and determination, something would definitely get the better of him. "If Mr. Lin feels like being passionate, I don't mind it," said Lan Jiao while smiling. She stood up and walked towards Lin Feng. When she arrived in front of him, all he could see was her white chest. Lan Jiao was doing that on purpose, and it was surprisingly turning him on. Lin Feng didn't know what her motive was though. "Since you are vigorously expressing your desire for you to me be passionate, I will be passionate," said Lin Feng, who stood up. He walked towards Lan Jiao, which stupefied her. She couldn't help but take a tiny step backwards, which made Lin Feng smile. "Miss Lan, you are seducing me, but you are scared of what I might do. Why is that?" said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent, and then continued, "Miss Lan, what is your real purpose for coming here?" Lan Jiao was stupefied. Her facial expression was strange. Lin Feng was surprisingly turning a blind eye to her seduction. Could it be that she wasn't seducing enough for him? If you are wondering where Lin Feng's secret powers of seduction come from, look no further. Why do you think that I necessarily have a hidden reason for coming to visit you? When Lan Jiao heard Lin Feng, her eyes turned wet and she had a pitiful expression. She took a tiny step forward. Only a few inches were separating her and Lin Feng. "Besides, when did I say that I was scared of what you would do? If you like my body, you can have it." Her voice, which was gradually becoming softer and softer. She sounded shy yet was filled with endless temptation. Lin Feng was observing Lan Jiao. She lowered her head and looked extremely shy. Her cheeks turned entirely red. Her dress slowly slid along her shoulders. Her snowy white breasts were becoming more and more revealed. Lin Feng was absolutely captivated by the view. He was staring at her dress, which was sliding down her shoulders. Only a tiny bit more and he would discover what was under her dress. "Do you want to see?" asked Lan Jiao, sounding extremely seductive. Lin Feng's heart was like a horse galloping at full speed. He then said, "I do." When Lin Feng said that, Lan Jiao's dress had finally started to fall. It slowly slid down her body until it softly landed on the floor. Her plentiful bosom was revealed before Lin Feng's eyes. They were soft and snowy white. They almost looked unreal. Lin Feng wanted to stretch out his hand and gently caress her voluptuous bosom. That thought gave birth to endless desires in his heart. Lin Feng's heart, at that moment, was burning evilly. A small flame of desire had turned into an inferno. "Do you want me, Master Lin?" Her voice was filled with endless seduction, and it triggered an explosion in Lin Feng's heart. His heart was filled with a scorching desire. He was unable to free himself from the endless desire. After all, he was still a young man. Apart from Duan Xianxia, he had never seen the naked body of another woman. He had also never had so much temptation before him. He had the impression that he was going insane. At that moment, Lin Feng's face was entirely red. He slowly raised his hands and moved them towards her plentiful bosom. "I can't," thought Lin Feng, alarmed. His hands were hovering in the air. He was sobering up. "There's something wrong. This is not right." She was wearing something under her dress. Why would she suddenly be naked right now? Lin Feng could think a little bit more clearly at that moment. He realized that the situation wasn't real. He slightly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He used earth fusion and started to perceive everything around him. Lin Feng opened his eyes. It seemed like his illusion was slowly dissipating like the moon reflected on a lake. At that moment, Lan Jiao was standing there and smiling. She was still wearing her dress. Even though she was wearing very revealing clothing, she still wasn't naked. A moment ago, Lin Feng had a hallucination. What's going on? Lin Feng's pupils shrank. Everything that had just happened was an illusion, but Lin Feng had the impression that it was absolutely real. "Mr. Lin, what are you thinking about?" Lan Jiao was staring at Lin Feng. She smiled, but her smile was hiding something deeper. Lin Feng was stupefied. He was speechless. He couldn't tell Lan Jiao that, a moment before, he was thinking about caressing her body, but it had just been an illusion. "A moment ago, I saw an illusion," said Lin Feng when he saw that Lan Jiao was smiling. He couldn't be fooled. Lin Feng, in the 6 previous months, had been learning how to condense pure qi, how to concoct pills. He had also learnt about the surplus souls technique. He had been drowning himself in the memories of the strong cultivator. He hadn't practiced cultivation to improve his level of strength, but his power had already reached the peak of the 8th Ling Qi layer. Besides, he could use the earth fusion and had an iron willpower, but he had still been imprisoned in an illusion. Obviously, Lan Jiao had been the one who had used the illusion against him, making his heart abandon itself to desire. That arousing illusion had managed to make him confused. Lan Jiao was extremely strong. She wasn't a simple auctioneer at the Dream Pavilion. It couldn't be that simple. With such strong people, how terrifying was the Dream Pavilion? "Miss Lan, even though it was just an illusion, everything I saw was real. It was really your body that I saw. Could it be that you are actually scared of what I might do, which is why you used an illusion?" said Lin Feng, surprisingly admitting what he had seen. "You're wrong," said Lan Jiao while smiling. Her seductive eyes were staring at Lin Feng. She then continued, "The things that you saw were indeed true, but I just guided the illusion. If you hadn't thought about it and wanted it to go in that direction, it wouldn't have happened that way. Actually, even though the illusion was not real, the things that you saw were real, so you guessed right concerning that part. That had nothing to do with strength. It was just that Lin Feng had been too careless. He hadn't expected to be the victim of an illusion. He didn't even know precisely when the illusion started. Lan Jiao's illusion looked too real, as if illusion and reality had merged together in Lin Feng's mind. "So you have displayed your abilities. Now tell me why you came," said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent. He had experienced Lan Jiao's power. Next time, he wouldn't be fooled and fall into her trap again. The earth fusion was an incredible dimension. He just had to activate it, and he would be able to perceive everything around him distinctly. Just like a moment before, when he had come back to reality, however, it wouldn't be so simple against a stronger cultivator. "Mr. Lin, since you are so impatient to know, I will tell you immediately," said Lan Jiao while smiling. She then continued, "Mr. Lin, I came to ask you to join us." "Join you? At the Dream Pavilion?" Lin Feng was surprised. He hadn't anticipated that she would make such an offer. In a way, but not just that. There is more than just the dream pavilion, said Lan Jiao while smiling. Lin Feng's heartbeat accelerated. More than just the dream pavilion? What Lan Jiao was probably trying to tell him was that the dream pavilion was only a front for their strength, nothing more. I'm sorry. I'm not interested, said Lin Feng, immediately refusing her offer. Lan Jiao's smile became rigid for a second. I'm not done talking. Why do you need to refuse so hastily? Said Lan Jiao while smiling again. She then slowly said, Mr. Lin, if you join us, you will benefit from an infinite amount of cultivation resources, extremely powerful martial skills and agility techniques. You will be able to enjoy all these benefits as much as you wish. Besides, the illusion that you just saw could also become reality. She was trying to seduce him again, martial skills, agility techniques, cultivation resources. Besides, he would also be able to have her. Everything was very tempting. I'm sorry. I'm not interested, said Lin Feng while smiling yet sounding stricter, leaving no space for doubt, which surprised Lan Jiao. Not interested? Wasn't he interested in obtaining all the powerful agility techniques and martial skills that he wished? Or wasn't he interested in her? Could it be that Lin Feng didn't find her attractive? She felt a bit hopeless. She was giving her best to entice Lin Feng, but it didn't seem to work at all. She hadn't thought that would be a possibility. Lin Feng didn't need martial skills and agility techniques. He had the memories from the cultivator of the Zun Qi layer. In these memories, there were many powerful martial skills and agility techniques to the extent that it even had things like the surplus soul technique. Women, except when it came to seduction, couldn't rival Meng Qing when it came to purity and beauty. Even Duan Xianyi was much better in comparison to Lan Jiao. Besides, she was also more elegant. Joining them also implied less freedom, and he would need to complete certain tasks. Obviously, that wasn't something that Lin Feng desired. Therefore, he wasn't even considering the offer. Mr. Lin, do you know who the person was that saved Langyu? You shouldn't have provoked them. Your life might be in danger now, said Lan Jiao, sounding like she wasn't about to give up. Are you done talking? Said Lin Feng while staring at Lan Jiao. Because Lin Feng didn't agree even though she was saying such tempting things. She was now trying to scare him. Lan Jiao was stupefied. Lin Feng continued, If you are done talking, just leave. You are a girl and you are in my room. If people noticed, then their rumors would be spread. Maybe you don't care about those rumors, but I do care, said Lin Feng. Lan Jiao was fixedly staring at him. She looked offended. Humph, groaned Lan Jiao. She was furiously glaring at Lin Feng. Then, she left Lin Feng's room. In the middle of the night, outside of the Celestial Mountain restaurant, some people were walking by. What a seductive lady! How pretty! When they saw Lan Jiao run away from the restaurant, a drunk man walked towards her. Oh, such a beauty! How white! Ha ha ha! That drunk man was staring at Lan Jiao's breasts and looked evilly. Is that so? Do you want to see? Said Lan Jiao while smiling. The drunk man's eyes suddenly became particularly brilliant. He was drooling. I do. The crowd was fixedly staring at Lan Jiao. Well, all of you look carefully, said Lan Jiao with a bewitching smile on her face immediately after. Her dress slowly slid down her body, which made them all breathless for a second. They were fixedly staring at these two snowy white breasts. However, a moment after, they stopped seeing her breasts, which they desired so much. Instead, blood splashed through the atmosphere. A few horrible shrieks broke the silence of the night. All those who had been looking at Lan Jiao were dead on the ground. Some people came see what was happening. There was a wave of cold qi in the atmosphere. It was very cold. People didn't dare look at Lan Jiao anymore, though. They wouldn't be able to seduce such an attractive woman. In the distance, a group of white silhouettes were approaching. They were carrying a palanquin. There were 4 people and they were all wearing white clothes. They looked extremely nimble and were extremely quick. These pure and holy white silhouettes seemed like they were flying through the air, which made them look like ghosts or celestial beings. In a flash, they arrived in front of the crowd. However, at that moment, they disappeared and instantly appeared in the distance and then vanished onto the horizon. How fast? The crowd was astonished. They had disappeared in a flash. What about the attractive girl? Said someone surprised. Immediately after, the crowd turned around and looked in Lan Jiao's direction. They were astonished. There was nobody. Lan Jiao surprisingly had disappeared too. And that palanquin? The enigmatic white silhouettes were, as before on the road, shuttling back and forth. On the palanquin, there was a beautiful middle-aged woman looking at Lan Jiao with a fake smile on her face. She said, "Why is Jiao Jiao so furious?" "Aunt Yun, your suggestion was stupid," said Lan Jiao sounding annoyed. She had a long face. "Why? How come? Considering how seductive you are, you didn't manage to tempt him?" asked Aunt Yun while smiling. "Aunt Yun, I perfectly know that you are making fun of me. That bastard will see," said Lan Jiao while hitting her fist in the palm of her other hand. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Feng was detestable. She had used her thousand evil illusion skill and Lin Feng had remained unaffected. She had even showed him her own body. She felt humiliated. Her face had been slapped. "Jiao Jiao, haven't you studied the thousand evil illusions? Coupled with your cultivation level and your beauty, how could you lose?" said Aunt Yun. Lan Jiao was stupefied and said, "How could I use the thousand evil illusions against him? Besides, I said that I had learnt that skill, but it was just a joke, nothing more." "Don't misunderstand," said Lan Jiao while lowering her head. She didn't dare look at Aunt Yun. She felt ashamed. She didn't seem to be the same woman as when she was facing Lin Feng. At that moment, she looked like a little girl. "Is that so?" said Aunt Yun while smiling. Her smile seemed deep and profound. "No wonder you were defeated. Lin Feng has set a city on fire, traveled into another country to save the princess. His willpower and determination are tempered like steel. Jiao Jiao, if you had submitted yourself to him directly, I would have despised him." "Ha!" Lan Jiao was surprised. She had actually really used the thousand evil illusions, and on top of that, it was the first time that she used it. However, she had lost, that's why she was furious. The scariest part was Lin Feng's last words. He had said that she didn't care about her reputation, but he did care about his. It made her look cheap and shameless. But Aunt Yun's opinion made sense in a way. If she had submitted herself to Lin Feng, she wouldn't have been so alluring any longer. That is why she had used the thousand evil illusions, which was extremely powerful. Lin Feng falling for it was a normal thing. "Jiao Jiao, it's been a few days. Now that the news is already spreading amongst those at the top, the treasure has come to light, but we don't know anything else, that's all. Wait for a few more days and we will hear. After receiving the treasure, you will not need to stay here anymore. Your training will come to an end," said Aunt Yun sounding mysterious. Lan Jiao had been in Celestial River for a long time. "Go back," whispered Lan Jiao. She looked perplexed. On the second day, in the Dream Pavilion, there were still 10 objects to be sold at the auction. One of the things which amazed the crowd the most was a D-level skill. Even though it was lower quality, it was still a D-level skill. They were brutally strong. That wasn't a skill which you could find anywhere. Apart from a large influential group or sect, ordinary people relied on themselves to gain benefits. It was very difficult for them to acquire skills of the D-level and above. In the Dream Pavilion, a D-level skill had appeared. Of course, it was making the crowd go wild. In the end, it was obtained by someone who spent 10,000 purity stones of medium quality to acquire it. It was a monstrous price. Besides, there were other treasures in that auction sale, a spiritual weapon. It was a spiritual weapon of medium quality. Someone bought it for 10,000 purity stones of medium quality as well. After the end of the auction, Lan Jiao looked at the booth where Lin Feng had been on the day before. At that moment, there was nobody in that broken booth. Lin Feng hadn't come to pick up his purity stones either. "Where is Lin Feng?" At that moment, an angry voice and loud shouts spread through the atmosphere. A silhouette was flying through the air towards the auction room. People in the crowd were immediately moving aside to open the way. Immediately after, that silhouette landed onto the ground and released some deadly chi which astonished the crowd. They were all looking at the entrance of the auction room. They only saw a majestic-looking young man who was bald, and there was a black burn on their head. It looked horrible, but nobody dared make fun of them. People who were near him were moving backwards, fearing that he would get furious and kill them. "Lin Feng, show yourself," shouted the man coldly. "It seems like Tu Jiu has come for the essence fire," thought the people in the crowd. On the day before, Lin Feng had killed Bing Yuan and had made Lang Yu move back with one sword strike. His name was already famous in Celestial River. Many people knew who he was. Lin Feng was known for all the insane things that he had done. That outstanding young man was the amazing hero who had set a city on fire. No wonder he was that aggressive and had immediately killed Bing Yuan. Besides, he had nearly killed Lang Yu as well. However, even though his name had become famous, it also meant more trouble. Everybody knew that he had stolen the beast essence fire. Besides, he had many enemies in Celestial River. Tu Jiu was one of them. Besides, he particularly liked that fox fire. What scared people as well was that Tu Jiu had a deep background in Celestial River. He didn't fear Lin Feng, even if a cultivator of the Xianxia layer was with him. Lan Jiao frowned. She saw Tu Jiu and thought, "Lin Feng, what will you do this time?" Tu Jiu had an influential background. He was extremely strong and was close to a breakthrough into the Xianxia layer. Bing Yuan and Lang Yu were weaklings in comparison. Bing Yuan had acquired the Foxfire. Instead of leaving Celestial River, he decided to try and kill Lin Feng. In the end, he had lost his life instead. Lan Jiao returned into the back room of the auction. Aunt Yun then said in a low voice, "Jiao Jiao, Lin Feng hasn't come yet to pick up his purity stones. You could deliver them to him." "Ah!" Lan Jiao was stupefied. "Help Lin Feng and bring the purity stones to him?" "All right, I have the purity stones. Let's see how he will receive me," said Lan Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, you cannot violate the rules of the Dream Pavilion," said Aunt Yun while shaking her head and smiling. "Don't worry, Aunt Yun. I will just make him undergo some hardships," said Lan Jiao, who was thinking of a plan to deal with Lin Feng. Her eyes were twinkling. Aunt Yun handed the purity stones to Lan Jiao. Lan Jiao immediately left afterwards. While looking at her vanishing silhouette, Aunt Yun smiled and said, "Jiao Jiao, you need someone to set rules for you? Otherwise you're too disobedient." Lan Jiao left the auction and headed towards Lin Feng. Tu Jiu had also learnt that Lin Feng wasn't there. He was determined to go to every corner of the city to look for him. He had to obtain that beast's essence fire. Besides, at the same time, in the ice and snow mountain village, which was covered with snow, a group of white horses were galloping at full speed towards the mountain, leaving their footprints in the snow. It seemed like they didn't feel cold at all. The best core disciple of the ice and snow mountain village had been killed in Celestial River. That was shocking news for everybody in the village. In the Celestial restaurant, Lin Feng sat at a table, drinking while lost in thought. He didn't feel like rushing to the Dream Pavilion to collect his purity stones. The Dream Pavilion wasn't going to disappear anytime soon. "Have you heard that recently there's a treasure that has appeared in Celestial River?" said a soft voice. It drew many people's attention. "What do you mean by recently? How long ago?" "I also heard that there's a treasure here, but nobody has found it." How could that really be the case? It would have caused people to talk and the news would have spread. Everybody would have been talking about it in Celestial River. The news would have spread quickly. "Humph, it's just not the way you think it is, that's all. Every treasure is different. Not every treasure has the same reaction." These two people were both gossiping about the latest rumors. They were speaking more and more loudly, as if they feared that other people couldn't hear their discussion. "A treasure? Does the ancient dragon cauldron count as one?" Lin Feng said while smiling and shaking his head. "Lin Feng." At that moment, a voice shouted his name, surprising Lin Feng. He looked down and saw Lan Jiao. Lin Feng was suspicious. What did she want? Lin Feng. The people in the restaurant were stupefied. They followed Lan Jiao's eyes and saw Lin Feng. He was Lin Feng? He was the genius who killed Bing Yuan and defeated Lang Yu with one sword attack? Lan Jiao went up to the first floor and walked towards Lin Feng. She didn't look furious any longer. Her seductive smile appeared on her face again. Lan Jiao walked towards Lin Feng's table and said, Lin Feng, are you not happy to see me? Lin Feng raised his head, looked at Lan Jiao and indifferently said, You are wearing more clothing today? You don't feel like showing me your body anymore? You… Lan Jiao was exasperated. A cruel expression appeared in her eyes. What would the others who heard that think about her? What a bastard. Lin Feng, I have your 20,000 purity stones of medium quality. Lan Jiao said while smiling coldly. Lin Feng was making fun of her, so she wanted to teach him a lesson. Hand them over, Lin Feng said while sipping on his drink, looking indifferent. Lan Jiao was stupefied again. Do you think that it will be that easy? Lan Jiao said while smiling coldly. Lin Feng slowly raised his head and said, Is that how the Dream Pavilion handles their affairs? This is my way of doing things and it has nothing to do with the Dream Pavilion. If you want your purity stones, you have to make me happy, Lan Jiao said while smiling coldly. Lin Feng was fixedly staring at her and looked absolutely expressionless, which made Lan Jiao feel uneasy. Give them to me, said Lin Feng, sounding ice-cold. Some cold qi surrounded Lan Jiao's body. That coldness made Lan Jiao stop smiling. She gnashed her teeth and said, What if I don't give them to you? If you don't give them to me? Lin Feng said while looking ice-cold. He stood up, released some more ice-cold qi and said, I advise you to think carefully. Lan Jiao was blankly staring at Lin Feng, her face turning red. Lin Feng's pupils shrank. He didn't understand Lan Jiao's facial expression. What did it mean? That woman had used an illusion skill on him during the night. She even tried to scare him. All of this gave birth to aversion in Lin Feng's heart. He didn't feel like talking to her anymore. And then, at that moment, she had come to him and was threatening to not give him his purity stones. Lin Feng found all of this terribly annoying. Lin Feng, you're such a bastard, Lan Jiao said while throwing a small bag onto Lin Feng's table. Immediately after, she turned around and left. Lan Jiao was starting to hate Lin Feng. During the night, she had used the 1,000 evil illusions on him and it had not worked at all. Then, at this moment, she had just gone to the restaurant to give Lin Feng his purity stones. She was just teasing him. She was hoping to apologize to Lin Feng, but he immediately threatened her and released some cold qi as if he did not want to waste time speaking with her. Her heart felt painful. She also had another purpose for coming. She didn't feel like admitting it, but she had actually come to give him a warning. Tu Zhou was looking for Lin Feng. He wanted to take his beast essence fire. She feared that he wouldn't need much time before he would find Lin Feng at the Celestial Mountain restaurant. Lan Jiao was leaving the restaurant and insulting Lin Feng in her thoughts. That bastard should just die. She didn't care. Tu Zhou definitely wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lan Jiao hadn't known Lin Feng for a long time, but she knew that he would never hand over the beast essence fire. Therefore, Tu Zhou would definitely kill him. I will let you die then. Cruel thoughts were passing through Lan Jiao's mind, but her steps were getting slower with each thought. She then stopped. She was lost and didn't know what to do. I can't. Wouldn't it be bad to let Lin Feng die to Tu Zhou? Lan Jiao thought. She then slowly turned around. Indeed, she didn't want to let Lin Feng die that way. She started taking quick and large strides, almost running back to the restaurant. She arrived in front of Lin Feng. You came back again. What do you want? Lin Feng said when he saw Lan Jiao. He was surprised and didn't understand what she wanted. Lan Jiao gnashed her teeth. She was fixedly staring at Lin Feng before she said, You should leave as soon as possible. There is someone who is coming to kill you. Kill me? Lin Feng said, surprised. He then immediately smiled and said, Many people want to kill me. This time it's not the same. This Tu Zhou, he wants to take the beast essence fire away from you. Tu Zhou is at the peak of the Ling Qi layer. Nobody of the Ling Qi layer can fight against him. If you don't give him the beast essence fire, he will kill you, warned Lan Jiao. At the peak of the Ling Qi layer? Nobody of the Ling Qi layer can fight against him, whispered Lin Feng. Lin Feng was curious to see if a cultivator of the peak of the Ling Qi layer could kill him if he didn't hand over the beast essence fire. When Lan Jiao saw that Lin Feng was smiling, she couldn't help but shout, Tu Zhou could find you any time now. You should leave as quickly as possible or he will kill you. When Lin Feng heard Lan Jiao, he raised his head and surprisingly smiled at her. Lan Jiao had been kind to come back and warn him. It seemed like he had misunderstood her, but Lin Feng still disliked her behavior. "I'm sorry," Lin Feng said while looking apologetic. Lan Jiao was surprised. That bastard was using this moment to apologize. "You will not be able to escape unless you hurry up and leave, bastard," cursed Lan Jiao. Lin Feng wasn't moving at all. Lin Feng slowly shook his head and then heard a voice coming from outside. "No need to try and leave, that won't be possible." When Lan Jiao heard that ice-cold voice, her facial expression became rigid. It was over for Lin Feng. That bastard had not listened to her and chose not to escape while he had the chance. "Lin Feng, get your ass over here," a loud voice shouted, filling the atmosphere and sharply pierced people's eardrums. The people in the restaurant were shocked. Surprisingly, someone dared talk that way to Lin Feng after everything that he was known for. Lin Feng was surprised as well. Who was Tuzhou? Why was he that arrogant? Lin Feng stood up and started walking. He was slowly walking down the stairs and then he left the restaurant. At that moment, outside of the restaurant, there were many people, but most of them were watching from afar. There was a single bald man who looked aggressive and imposing. He was staring at Lin Feng and the expression in his eyes was sharp. "Are you Lin Feng?" said Tuzhou coldly as he looked at Lin Feng. "Indeed. It seems that you and me are not enemies, right?" said Lin Feng indifferently. "Indeed, we are not enemies. Hand over the foxfire. Then, screw off and I will pretend as if nothing happened," threatened Tuzhou. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Tuzhou had come to find Lin Feng. His behavior made him look majestic and imposing. Nobody within the Ling Qi layer could fight against him, and he was not scared of a cultivator in the Xianxia layer. He also had a powerful background, which is why he was acting so rudely. "You want the beast essence fire?" Lin Feng said, a bit surprised. He then coldly continued, "I obtained the essence fire when I killed Bing Yuan. If you want it, I can give it to you in exchange for something else. If you have something of worth, you can obtain it." "Are you trying to negotiate with me?" Tuzhou said while smiling evilly. "In Celestial River, almost nobody can disobey me. All the people of the Ling Qi layer who dare contradict me die. I advise you to think it over. What do you prefer, your life or the essence fire?" When the people in the crowd heard that, they shook their heads. How brutally aggressive. That guy was at the peak of the Ling Qi layer, he was invincible below the Xianxia layer. Besides, he had incredible power in Celestial River, so people who dared to offend him were not high in number. Lin Feng surprisingly dared to provoke Tuzhou. If he didn't accept to hand over the essence fire, he would unfortunately lose his life. "Do you want to die? Or do you want to hand over the essence fire?" Tuzhou said, giving Lin Feng a choice. Lin Feng was calmly standing there. He coldly glanced at Tuzhou and said, "All those who say that they will kill me usually end up getting killed by me. For example, Bing Yuan. So now, what do you prefer? Getting out of my sight, or dying here? Leave or die?" Everybody was stupefied. Not only had Lin Feng not replied to Tuzhou, but he was also giving his own options. He even looked calm and frivolous. Lin Feng was threatening Tuzhou in Celestial River. Did Tuzhou want to leave or did he want to die? That was audacious enough. "You are going to die," said Lan Jiao, who was standing behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng was insane. Bing Yuan was very strong and was a disciple of the Ice and Snow Mountain village, but Tuzhou was much stronger. He was at the very summit of the Ling Qi layer. His strength was monstrously close to breaking through to the Xianxia layer. Not only was Lin Feng not acting docile, but he was also threatening Tuzhou. Did he want to die? As expected, when Tuzhou heard Lin Feng, an evil smile appeared on his face. He then evilly said, "You are the first cultivator of the Ling Qi layer who dares to threaten me in Celestial River. Therefore, your death will be brutal and painful," Tuzhou said while gesticulating, his smile looking ice-cold and cruel. "Arf!" roared Tuzhou, sounding like a ferocious beast. Immediately after, his body transformed into a black shadow and vanished. His right hand had transformed into a claw and he started to balance on a single foot. Tu Zhou's claws started moving towards Lin Feng, emitting a white light which filled the atmosphere. That horrible beast-like claw was going to skewer Lin Feng. This claw was extremely fast as it rushed towards Lin Feng. Could easily skewer people's flesh and muscles. Coming into contact with it would leave deep wounds on one's body. Lin Feng was going to die for having offended Tu Zhou. That was inevitable. The crowd was silent. Lin Feng noticed that this swift and fierce claw was moving towards him. He was a bit surprised. He had the feeling that what he was facing at that moment was a ferocious beast, an eagle-type beast. Surplus souls appeared in the atmosphere. They all had looked like smaller versions of Lin Feng's soul, and they copied his movements. At the same time, these dark souls all slowly raised their finger and thrust towards the claw as a power emerged from these souls. Lin Feng was not dodging, on the contrary, he was attacking with a single finger. Clying! A subtle metallic sound spread in the atmosphere. When the claw collided with Lin Feng's attack, they were both forced back a few steps. Tu Zhou's hand was still in the form of eagle claw, but in the middle of his palm, there was a red drop of blood. A moment before, Lin Feng's finger had been perfectly accurate. Besides, it had also managed to pierce through as if it had been a sword. Lin Feng had a mark on his hand. Even though Tu Zhou's claw had not touched him, the power of the claw had left a mark on his hand. Besides, his fingers were feeling numb as well. Tu Zhou's claw was extremely sharp, and he was much stronger than Lin Feng assumed. "You're good, but as before you will die," Tu Zhou said with an evil smile. Something strange was happening. A light flashed around his body, and at that moment, it seemed like he turned into a hideous eagle with extremely sharp claws. The sight was shocking to watch. Tu Zhou was emitting some piercing cries. He started moving through the air, many shadows appearing. They all belonged to Tu Zhou. An incredible white light invaded the atmosphere. It seemed like multiple of Tu Zhou shadows were moving towards Lin Feng with their claws, aiming to kill. The entire atmosphere was filled with his shadows. It was difficult to distinguish if they were real or fake. The white light flashed in front of Lin Feng's eyes. He slightly inclined his body to one side, and the white light hurtled by him at incredible speed, not hurting him at all. But immediately after, the endless and evil white light grew even brighter as the attacks continued. Lin Feng's silhouette slightly flickered. Each of his steps were perfect, soft, and agile. That way, he was able to avoid the attacks which were supposed to be deadly. At that moment, Lin Feng looked elegant, agile, and skillful. He was in the middle of an endless flurry of claw strikes, shuttling back and forth. He was dodging these strikes with extreme skill. "Ah!" A sharp sound spread in the atmosphere. The myriad of white lights merged together and transformed into a pair of gigantic claws. It really seemed like it belonged to a gigantic and monstrously strong, ferocious beast. It seemed like these gigantic claws were over a meter in size. Lin Feng was directly under one of these claws and had nowhere to go. He could not escape. It's almost the end. Lin Feng is going to die. People in the crowd were looking at Tu Zhou. He really looked like an evil beast. Lin Feng was a prisoner under these claws. He was going to be ripped into pieces. Lan Jiao's mouth was wide open. Her face was deathly pale. Lin Feng was really going to die. Lin Feng's silhouette was completely enveloped by the claws. He was looking at Tu Zhou, who looked like an evil eagle, and coldly smiled. An incredible purple energy burst forth. It looked like a huge purple lake. Then, countless purple tentacles appeared and rushed through the air towards the claws, entangling them and restricted them. Immediately after, the claws were completely drowned in the purple spirit. At that moment, the claws were still descending towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's purple lake was blocking the trajectory of the claws. The claws had been completely covered by the purple lake. Ah! A horrible shriek filled the air. The claws disappeared. Tu Zhou raised his hand. His cruel-looking face was deathly pale. At that moment, there was flesh bubbling and melting on his hand. His skin had been peeled off and his flesh had started to melt. The bones and muscles on his hand were now visible. It looked extremely painful. A moment before, The purple lake had melted part of his hand. At that moment, behind Lin Feng's back, there was the purple lake which was now emitting some bubbling sounds. Besides, there was a purple tentacle weaving through the air like a snake. People were shivering at the sight. Tu Zhou was at the peak of the Ling Qi layer? No cultivator of the Ling Qi layer could defeat him? How amazing! Thought the people in the crowd at that moment when they saw Lin Feng. That purple lake was monstrously strong. The evil eagle's claws had melted and Tu Zhou had been injured. Lan Jiao was also looking at Lin Feng. She was blinking her beautiful eyes. Could it be that she had been too worried about Lin Feng? "I want you to die," shouted Tu Zhou sounding glum while staring at Lin Feng. "I gave you two choices, to get the hell out of my sight or to die. You didn't leave, so you will die," Lin Feng said sounding ice-cold. His face filled with killing intent. At that moment, he was calm. His heart was filled with pride and determination. "I will die," Tu Zhou said while smiling coldly. "I know everything there is to know about the Ling Qi layer. I seldom have opponents. Apart from relying on my spirit and my claws, I can also rely on something much stronger. I am able to use pure qi. I am a hair away from the Shen Qi layer and can condense pure qi. We will see how you intend to block my next attack." An incredible light started to gather around Tu Zhou's body. A ball of light appearing in his hand. It looked like it was a ball of pure lightning. Some thunderous booms spread in the atmosphere. The ball was filled with deadly qi. There isn't only pure deadly qi, there is also some pure lightning qi. When the crowd saw that move, they were stupefied. Tu Zhou was using his best move against Lin Feng. No cultivator of the Ling Qi layer could resist an attack from pure qi. Lin Feng was very strong and had high talent, but under the power of a pure qi attack, which was generally used by cultivators of the Shen Qi layer, he would be exterminated. What a pity! He was such a genius and he was going to die so tragically. But Lin Feng was, as before, not worried. He was calm and was looking at Tu Zhou. He then slowly said, "You're always the one who attacks everyone first? Shouldn't we take turns? Now it should be my turn." "Ha!" The crowd was stupefied. Take turns? The opponent already had a ball of pure lightning qi in his hand, but Lin Feng wanted to take turns? Immediately after, they saw Lin Feng had started walking. In a flash, an incredible battle energy spread across the sky and consumed the atmosphere. It was burning and whirling around Lin Feng's body in the battle energy. There was something sharp. It was sword energy. Lin Feng slowly raised his hand. A whistling sound emerged in the atmosphere. An insanely strong white hurricane of energy appeared. That white hurricane progressively transformed into an extremely sharp sword. It was filled with brutally strong and piercing qi. The light emitted by that sword was dazzling to the eyes, making everyone who saw it close their eyes for a moment. A sword made of pure qi. The crowd was astonished. Their hearts were pounding. That white sword was illuminating the entire area, and it was made out of condensed pure qi. Tu Zhou had created a ball of lightning using pure qi, and Lin Feng created a sword. Attacks using pure qi were mysterious and hard to grasp. But Lin Feng had never given up and practiced with tenacity until he could master condensing of pure qi to a perfect state. He had managed to reach perfection and was thus able to create a sword from condensed pure qi. What a terrifying guy! The crowd was dumbstruck. Both of the fighters were using pure qi to fight. One was a ball of terrifying lightning while the other was a dazzling sword. Who was going to win that battle? Our world is extremely vast. Who can say that they are invincible? Especially when you are so young and have only broken through to the Ling Qi layer. Not only are you shameless, but you are also ignorant. Being such a fool. So pitiful, so sad. Lin Feng was staring at Tu Zhou and continued, sounding cold and detached. The pure qi that you're using to create your lightning is condensed from the qi of the natural world. However, the pure qi of my sword, I condensed it myself. I've been slowly condensing it step by step until I could slowly forge a sword of pure qi. I will show you how pitiful you are for thinking that no cultivator of the Ling Qi layer was worth your time. Lin Feng's words pierced through Tu Zhou's arrogance and raised doubts in his heart. He was starting to doubt his own abilities. Besides, Lin Feng's battle energy had invaded the atmosphere as well. It was in a constant battle with the energy in the atmosphere. His sword seemed like it would cut down anything in its way. Lin Feng took a step and suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, a sword made of pure qi appeared before Tu Jiu and descended from the sky, cutting through anything in its path. The incredible sword illuminated the entire atmosphere. It contained an endless quantity of pure sword qi, deadly qi, and even some battle energy was surrounding it. That sword was an incredibly deadly weapon. Its power was monstrous. Tu Jiu was gasping with astonishment. His ball of pure lightning qi was bombarding the atmosphere and moving towards Lin Feng's sword. Crackling sounds were followed by loud roars of thunder. The lightning were colliding with the sword made of pure qi. But the ball of lightning made from pure qi was unable to block the incoming sword attack. Lin Feng's sword was descending from the sky and piercing towards its target. A cracking sound emerged in the air. The lightning made from pure qi was pierced. The insanely brutal pure qi dispersed in all directions, creating a shockwave of pure qi. "I don't want the beast essence fire anymore," shouted Tu Jiu. He was unable to block the sword made from pure qi. If Lin Feng didn't stop his attack, he would really be able to kill Tu Jiu, so Tu Jiu had to find a way out. "He's giving up. Tu Jiu is giving up." The crowd was astonished. The strong and powerful Tu Jiu, who was extremely aggressive, had come to find Lin Feng because he wanted to steal the beast essence fire. Everybody had thought that Lin Feng, even if he didn't die, would at least lose the essence fire. When they had heard Lin Feng refuse Tu Jiu, they had been convinced that he would die. But the astonishing result was that Tu Jiu, who couldn't be defeated by any other cultivator of the Ling Qi layer, couldn't rival Lin Feng's power. Lin Feng had defeated him using his pure qi sword. At that moment, Tu Jiu, who was at the peak of the Ling Qi layer, had given up. He wasn't fighting anymore and decided that he no longer needed any of Lin Feng's items. What to do?" said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. Tu Jiu thought that things were really that easy. If he wanted to fight, then he'd fight. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and take the beast essence fire, but because he couldn't defeat Lin Feng, he thought that everything would be solved if he just gave up on wanting to steal from Lin Feng. How could it be that easy? Would he accept if someone did that to him? Lin Feng had told him to choose, leave or die. "I am from the Condor Castle of Celestial River. Would you dare to kill me and see what happens?" said Tu Jiu when he saw that Lin Feng's sword was still falling from the sky. The sword was slowly piercing through the pure qi and was growing faster and faster. His facial expression had changed drastically. Tu Jiu dared act aggressively and arrogantly in Celestial River because he was incredibly strong, but also because he came from the Condor Castle, which had a certain power in Celestial River. The Condor Castle was a corrupt organization. People who dared offend them were all mercilessly killed. The Condor Castle organization was based within Celestial River territory. They offended many minor people with minor influences in Celestial River, but they were unable to react unless they had enough backing. The crowd was also dumbstruck. Was he going to kill Tu Jiu? They had never thought about such a possibility until that moment. Even though the Haoyu sect was not far from Celestial River, in Celestial River, people of the Haoyu sect, and even of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, didn't dare offend the people of Condor Castle. The Condor Castle organization had deep roots in Celestial River. It had existed for countless years, and they were truly ruthless. In order to dismantle it, you would need to remove it from the roots, which was almost impossible, so it was best not to anger them. "Since you wanted to kill me, you should have thought that I might kill you too," said Lin Feng, sounding cold. The crowd were astonished. The sword made from pure qi pierced through the last remaining bit of pure lightning qi. It then moved directly towards Tu Jiu. "How dare you!" shouted a voice which resonated through the entire atmosphere. Tu Jiu looked at the sword that was piercing towards him from the sky. He looked hopeless and his heart was filled with regret. People of the Condor Castle organization had gotten used to acting imposing and arrogant in Celestial River. Therefore, he had never thought that he would ever be in such a situation. He had never thought that anyone would dare kill him in Celestial River. At that moment, he was doomed. Everything had happened too quickly. PSSH. The light from the deadly pure qi of Lin Feng's sword was gradually vanishing. Tu Zhou was standing there, motionless. Immediately after, his body slowly collapsed. Tu Zhou's eyes were still open, but between his eyebrows, a sword had pierced his skull and a thread of blood was flowing. He was dead. Tu Zhou of the Condor Castle organization had died. He was at the peak of the Ling Qi layer and had killed by Lin Feng in one sword strike. He hadn't even been able to touch Lin Feng even though he had the power to use pure qi, which was the power of the Shen Qi layer. The result exceeded all expectations. It was astonishing. Many people were still excited. Lan Jiao, who was behind Lin Feng, was dumbstruck as well. A moment after, she took a deep breath and looked at the back of the domineering young man. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. What an unwavering and determined young man. He wanted to kill Lin Feng, so Lin Feng had killed him. Lin Feng didn't care about his status. Lan Jiao frowned and started walking. She arrived at Lin Feng's side and said, "Lin Feng, you should leave as soon as possible. Hurry and leave." "Leave?" Lin Feng looked at Lan Jiao, shook his head and said, "Why would I leave? You will get killed," said Lan Jiao. Tu Zhou was a member of the Condor Castle organization. Besides, he had a very high status. You killed him, so the members of the Condor Castle organization will not let you off. They will quickly come for you. The Condor Castle organization? Lin Feng frowned. He had an appointment with Mr. Hua in the restaurant. He couldn't leave. "I am not leaving," said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent. Lan Jiao was stupefied and insulting Lin Feng in her thoughts. That guy took too many risks for nothing. "Lin Feng, you just want to die," said Lan Jiao furiously. Lin Feng was surprised. He looked at Lan Jiao and immediately said, "Why are you so worried about me?" Lan Jiao was stupefied. Indeed, what was wrong with her? Why was she worried about that bastard? She was supposed to hate Lin Feng. She initially wanted him to die. Why was she helping him? "I'm worried about you, but you're right. If you want to die, it's none of my goddamn business," cursed Lan Jiao. She seemed to be revealing her true nature, which was completely different from the other night. Lin Feng looked at Lan Jiao, who was leaving furiously. He started walking and went into the Celestial Mountain restaurant. People in the crowd were shaking their heads. A beautiful woman was warning him, but he couldn't differentiate good from bad. It seemed like this time he was definitely going to die. The Condor Castle organization was dangerous. They had a lot of influence in Celestial River. Besides, they were comprised of thousands of people, and except for the younger generations, they had all broken through to the Ling Qi layer. There were almost no weak cultivators. Besides, the three leaders of the organization had broken through to the Shen Qi layer. They were extremely powerful, especially the main leader. He had already broken through to the third Shen Qi layer. His power was monstrous to the extent that people who dared provoke him were extremely rare. Even though Lin Feng was very strong and had high natural talent, provoking the Condor Castle organization was no better than courting death. The crowd in the distance hadn't left yet. The news that Tu Zhou had died would spread quickly, and they wanted to see what would happen now that Lin Feng had decided to not leave. Just as the crowd had predicted, not such a long time after, rumbling noises emerged in the distance and the ground was shaking from the horses in the distance. It sounded like a small army of horses galloping. They arrived. People's hearts were pounding. The people of the Condor Castle organization had arrived very quickly. Lin Feng will die. When the crowd heard the rumbling noises, they understood that it was the Condor Castle organization who had come to get their revenge. The Condor Castle organization would definitely kill Lin Feng. A moment later, a group of cavalry on black horses were galloping towards them. They all looked evil and aggressive. The people of the Condor Castle organization were all the most evil and ruthless cultivators. They had so much blood on their hands, the numbers of people they had killed in cold blood would never wash away. They were like Tu Zhou. If they saw someone who had something that they wanted, if the person didn't hand it over, they killed them. They were extremely evil and aggressive. They had no principles and no moral values at all. Many people were rushing out from the Celestial Mountain restaurant. They had heard that the Condor Castle organization had come to avenge Tu Zhou's death. They would of course hide in the distance to avoid any unfortunate incident. A short time after, the Celestial Mountain restaurant had turned completely silent. Besides, in the distance, over 100 cavalry on their armored horses had almost arrived. When they saw Tu Zhou's corpse lying on the road, the leader's facial expression became ice cold and his eyes, which looked like those of an eagle, looked extremely sharp. That person was Tu Zhou's uncle, once of the vice leaders of the Condor Castle organization. "Get out here, you will die," said the vice leader of the Condor Castle organization. They all galloped towards the Celestial Mountain restaurant and immediately started destroying everything in their path. How strong and powerful! The crowd was astonished. In the distance, a thick bronze sign exploded. The leader of the Condor Castle organization had shouted, and his voice contained powerful pure qi. Inside the Celestial Mountain restaurant, the atmosphere was absolutely silent. There wasn't a single noise. The crowd was silently observing the scene. The people of the Condor Castle organization had stopped outside restaurant, waiting for Lin Feng, and Lin Feng was obviously not going to come out, otherwise he would die. What they were asking was obviously impossible. "Surround it," said the vice leader of the Condor Castle organization. In a flash, the horses encircled the Celestial Mountain restaurant. The vice leader was in the distance and was staring at the restaurant with murder in his face. "Go inside and capture him. I want him alive," said the vice leader. "Roger," said some cavalry in unison. They immediately passed through the entrance of the restaurant. Immediately after, the few cavalry arrived in the middle of the restaurant. However, immediately after entering the restaurant, an incredibly heavy energy spread through the atmosphere which made their heartbeats accelerate. A blade-like wind suddenly appeared. It was surrounded by an incredible energy. Horrible shrieks spread through the atmosphere. The few silhouettes at the back of the group were blown out of the restaurant. At the front of the group, some people wanted to leave but were blocked by the people behind. It was too chaotic, they were panicking, and suddenly blood splashed everywhere. Explosive sounds were unceasingly spreading through the atmosphere. Many people were collapsing onto the ground, including the first to enter the restaurant. They were dead. That move astonished the crowd. Lin Feng had forced them enter the restaurant, and when they did, he killed them. The people of the Condor Castle organization didn't dare enter the restaurant anymore. Instead, they were irresolutely pacing back and forth in front of the entrance door of the restaurant. The people inside were clearly dangerous. If he had killed Tu Zhou, that definitely meant that he wasn't weak. If he was alone, only the vice leader of the Condor Castle organization could defeat him. "Get information and go inside to capture him. Don't move back," said the vice leader of the Condor Castle organization coldly when he saw that his group was completely chaotic. Weren't they able to capture a single person with so many of them? The members of the Condor Castle organization were stupefied. They looked fierce and tough. Immediately after, they came back in formation and started galloping towards the inside of the restaurant. At the same time, rumbling noises spread in the atmosphere. There was no blade light and nobody had shown themselves. The entire unit of cavalry charged into the restaurant like a stampede. The vice leader of the Condor Castle organization smiled coldly. Those who dared kill the people of the Condor Castle organization had to die. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air which made the vice leader's smile become rigid. At the same time, people outside were also astonished. A purple light burst forth from the restaurant. There was a bubbling and foaming sound. The light was getting more and more intense. The crowd could see a purple light coming from the inside of the restaurant. All the cavalry who had entered the restaurant were drowned in the purple spirit of Lin Feng. Arg! A gigantic purple spirit appeared in the restaurant. All the cavalry of the Condor Castle organization had been swallowed by it. The purple lake that the crowd could see from outside looked like the gigantic mouth of a ferocious beast. When the purple lake started to slowly disperse, the crowd looked at the restaurant. There was no longer any sounds of movement. All those who had entered the restaurant had died. Not a single person had survived. It seems that killing Lin Feng isn't so easy either, thought people in the crowd. A moment before, dozens of cavalry had entered the restaurant and had died in a flash. The vice leader of the Condor Castle organization wasn't attacking. He was afraid. Lin Feng was killing everyone who entered the restaurant. Of course, there was another possibility, which was to destroy the restaurant, but if they did, Lin Feng would be covered by the dust and would have a chance to escape. At that moment, Lin Feng appeared at the door of the restaurant. He glanced at the crowd. He looked frivolous and aggressive. "If anyone enters the restaurant, I will kill them," said Lin Feng coldly. Many people remained silent. If they entered the restaurant, Lin Feng would kill them. Lin Feng wasn't a saint. "You want to die," said the vice leader of the Condor Castle organization. A sharp sound emerged in the atmosphere. He jumped up into the air, and he immediately threw himself at the restaurant with incredible speed. He was bursting through the atmosphere at an amazing speed. Lin Feng was smiling coldly. When he saw the vice leader of the Condor Castle organization, his silhouette flickered. He went back into the restaurant, and an incredible quantity of purple liquid appeared. "Die!" In a flash, the vice leader of the Condor Castle organization rushed inside the restaurant. His loud shout resonated through the atmosphere. 3 balls of pure qi appeared in the atmosphere and moved in the 3 directions, where Lin Feng, Meng Qing, and Ba Dao were. Kacha! The purple light filled the atmosphere and expanded into every direction. At the same time, a brilliant sword appeared and stopped the pure qi which was approaching. Humph! The vice leader of the Condor Castle organization groaned. He released even more pure qi. A dazzling light appeared around his body, and he raised his hands. At the same time, the purple liquid was covering his whole body, unable to make his body melt. The vice leader's claw-like hands were moving towards Lin Feng at full speed. But at that moment, the vice leader's heart started to pound. An extremely brutal and cold energy penetrated into his chest, as if it wanted to freeze his inner organs. He abruptly turned and was afraid because he noticed an extremely cold presence. His facial expression drastically changed. His body was shaking. He wanted to leave, but it was already too late. Coldness had already invaded his body. Kacha! The endless ice energy and the pure qi collided. At that moment, the pure qi was frozen in place. At the same time, some bubbling sounds could be heard. The terrifying purple lake surrounded the vice leader's body. An extremely brutal and violent purple energy started to corrode his body. His facial expression drastically changed. Crack! Ice qi crashed down from the sky. The vice leader of the Condor Castle organization tried to struggle, but the purple lake transformed into a huge dragon which tightly held him in place. Kacha! The ice was falling through the atmosphere. It then reached the vice leader's hand, freezing it. Besides that, the ice started to spread all over his body. He looked hopeless, and his body was covered by a layer of ice. Arg! The vice leader of the Condor Castle organization gave a horrible shriek when the ice enveloped his body. But it was of no use. He was surrounded by the purple lake. He had no strength to escape. Besides, he was freezing and being corroded. Death was one step away. The vice leader of the Condor Castle organization had broken through to the Xianxia layer, but at that moment, his body was melting and freezing at the same time. He was just waiting to die. That was terrifying. His body started shaking insanely. He didn't want to die. He had come to avenge Tuzhou. He wanted to kill Lin Feng, but he never thought that he would be killed. Cracking noises spread in the atmosphere. The ice kept invading his body at incredible speed, and finally, he was completely frozen. Outside, the crowd was fixedly staring at the Celestial Mountain restaurant. Even though the door of the restaurant was already damaged, it could, as before, prevent the crowd from seeing inside. What was happening inside? A moment before, the vice leader of the Condor Castle organization had entered. Had he killed Lin Feng and his friends? Boom! An explosive sound burst forth. The restaurant of the door was crushed into pieces. A silhouette was blown out of the restaurant. The silhouette fell down onto the ground before the crowd. That person was dead. When the crowd saw that silhouette, they were wondering who it was. They were absolutely dumbstruck. That silhouette was the vice leader of the Condor Castle organization, a cultivator of the Xianxia layer. The vice leader of the Condor Castle organization had died. He had entered the restaurant a short time before, and his corpse had already been sent back out. An incredible quantity of cold energy moved towards the remaining members of the Condor Castle organization. The vice leader, just like the others a moment ago, had entered the restaurant and died. The door of the restaurant was a free path to hell. A silhouette moved out of the restaurant. That person looked handsome, but infinite coldness and killing intent were also present in their eyes. If that person wanted to kill, they killed. A purple illusion appeared in front of Lin Feng. It was a huge purple dragon. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered and he jumped into the air. Purple energy emerged from his hand and blocked two silhouettes that were escaping on their horses. A sword light fell from the sky like a meteor. These two silhouettes were immediately blown into the air from the impact and died before hitting the ground. Behind Lin Feng's back, a pure and holy white silhouette appeared. They looked like gods. Many people of the Condor Castle organization had all been frozen and had died. Their horses were not even spared. Besides, at that moment, a silhouette as sharp as a blade appeared and emitted a resplendent light. Any person who found themselves under that blade would die. 3 people had massacred all the members from Condor Castle that had come to the restaurant. There was nobody left. They had no chance to fight back against such overwhelming power. They had all died miserably. The black horses were going insane, galloping around and neighing. Lin Feng and his 2 friends were way too strong. Each of them were monstrously strong. Each time they attacked, someone would die. That amazing woman was particularly strong. If anyone got too close to her, they got the impression that they were going to freeze on the spot. She was clearly a cultivator of the Xianxia layer. That man wearing a bronze mask was the weakest of the 3 of them, but he had still broken through to the 7th Ling Qi layer. Besides, he could control a shocking amount of blade force. Lin Feng was usually relaxed, carefree and enigmatic, but in any case he was monstrously strong. Very quickly, outside of the Celestial Mountain restaurant, a mountain of corpses appeared. Apart from a few people who managed to escape early, the others were all dead, just like Tujio. They had come in an imposing and domineering fashion, but this would be their final resting place, including the vice leader of the Condor Castle organization, who was a cultivator of the Xianxia layer. How powerful, thought the crowd when they saw Lin Feng. They could barely believe their eyes. They did not think that Lin Feng and his friends would be that strong, killing each and every single person who dared to enter the restaurant. No wonder he was in no rush to run away. He already had such terrifying strength, which is why he wasn't afraid of any opponents coming to fight him. Lan Jiao's eyes were flashing. She looked at Meng Qing. What a pure and holy-looking woman. She looked so lithe and graceful. She was a rare beauty. Her heart was beating slightly faster when looking at Meng Qing. She wanted to see her face. No wonder that. Her lips vibrated. As if she was thwarted in love, Lan Jiao's heart was filled with hidden bitterness. No wonder she did not manage to seduce Lin Feng. He already had such a beautiful woman at his side. Lin Feng stopped looking at the corpses and immediately went back into the restaurant. Meng Qing and Ba Dao followed him closely. The 3 silhouettes once more disappeared from the crowd's sight. The crowd looked at the restaurant. They had already killed so many people from the Condor Castle organization, including their vice leader. The next people sent from Condor Castle would definitely be even more brutal. What an irresponsible guy. You think that you can rely on the strength of 3 people to defeat the Condor Castle organization? Lan Jiao was cursing at Lin Feng in her heart. Lin Feng surprisingly didn't intend to leave. It seemed like he wanted to annihilate the entire Condor Castle organization, and if he didn't, then he would regret it. Lin Feng was sitting inside the restaurant, his eyes closed as he calmly breathed in and out. He was in fusion with the earth. His heart was in fusion with his body, and thus, his heart was also in fusion with the earth itself. Lin Feng, no matter where he was or what the circumstance, could always enter an ideal mental state for cultivation. He was surrounded by pure qi light. A vast quantity of pure qi was unceasingly moving towards Lin Feng's body. At the same time, Lin Feng entered into an ideal state of meditation, emptying his heart and mind. His body was recovering and regaining the vitality which his soul had consumed. Lin Feng could use pure qi. It didn't have too much effect on him, but When he used the strength of his soul, he had to recover quickly because without it, it would impact his fighting ability. When Lin Feng used his purple energy to attack, or made a gigantic dragon appear, he also had to use the strength of his soul. If he didn't have a strong soul, the purple spirit wouldn't be able to leave his body to attack. The stronger his soul was, the farther he could attack using his purple energy. While Lin Feng and his friends were recovering inside of the restaurant, the crowd outside still had not left. They were still looking at the restaurant, waiting for some other people from the Condor Castle organization to come. They wanted to see how this entire story would end. After a while, rumbling noises spread through the atmosphere. The ground started shaking again. That time, the ground was shaking even more intensely than last time. The noises were so loud that the people in the crowd had the impression that they were going to become deaf. Very quickly, a gigantic army of black armored horses appeared. It seemed like there were more than 1,000 of them. People's hearts started pounding. Tuzhou, who was at the peak of the Ling Qi layer, and the vice leader in the Xianxia layer had both been killed. 100 other members of the organization had been killed as well. That made all the other members of the Condor Castle organization furious. The whole nest had come out to attack. They are here. The crowd saw the group and moved far away from them. The newcomers were extremely strong. The crowd was too scared to be too close. Attacks might hit them if they were. The one leading them was a bald man. He looked tall and sturdy, with a huge scar on his face. He looked monstrous and hideous. A single glance was sufficed to see that he was anything but a saint. The bald man was carrying a broadsword on his shoulder, a deadly qi emerging from his body. He had an impressive bearing and a commanding presence. He was one of the vice leaders of the Condor Castle organization. The great leader and him were the core of the organization. The great leader was the strongest cultivator of the Condor Castle organization. He was mysterious. Very few people had seen him. It was said that a few years ago, he invaded the castle of the organization alone and had made everyone submit to him. He was extremely strong and had broken through to the third Xianxia layer. He had replaced the previous leaders and became the great leader of the organization. The cavalry, on their black horses, were galloping at full speed, and they immediately encircled the restaurant. The leader looked at the corpses on the ground and then at the restaurant, his eyes looking bloodthirsty. "Come out!" shouted the leader extremely loudly and aggressively. His voice was so imposing that the windows of the restaurant were shaking. Lin Feng and his friends just ignored him. Why would they willingly come out of the restaurant? That was impossible. The leader's facial expression was sharp and ice-cold. Sounding like a demon, he said, "For having killed my people, I will torture you to death. Everybody, stay in position and wait for them to come out. Then kill them." "Roger!" shouted the cavalry while releasing some deadly qi. The leader didn't have the same plan as the other leader a moment ago. He didn't want to enter the restaurant. He wanted to Lin Feng to suffer from fear. But how hard was it going to be for Lin Feng? In the Earth Fusion dimension, his heart stayed focused and he just continued practicing cultivation. His heart was like flowing water. The things around him did not affect the Earth and therefore they did not affect him. Otherwise, why would it be called Earth Fusion? The leader jumped off his horse and walked to the other leader's corpse, an evil facial expression appearing on his face. How cold! The leader's body was frozen and melted. His blood had frozen entirely. His muscles had stopped working. What a powerful ice energy! The leader raised his head and looked at the Celestial Mountain restaurant. He was convinced that the dead leader should have waited for them to arrive before he entered. Even though that leader looked rude and stupid, people close to them all knew that he was much wiser than the leader who died. His aggressiveness and tyranny intrigued people. That person was also much more cold-blooded than the previous leader. He had brought 1,000 people along. He wasn't willing to take risks. Those who were inside the restaurant had killed the other leader, which meant that they were probably strong enough to kill him as well. He didn't feel like gambling with his life. Even though Lin Feng was surrounded by an army of 1,000 men, Lin Feng was too difficult to kill. If the situation was too dangerous, they couldn't afford gambling. They had to be careful and vigilant. Outside of the Celestial Mountain restaurant, The atmosphere was absolutely calm, but it seemed like the situation could explode at any moment. The 1,000 men surrounding the restaurant patiently waiting. Time passed very slowly. The silence in which the atmosphere was drowned was oppressive, but the crowd did not leave. They were standing in the distance, waiting for a battle to start. However, they had just been waiting for a whole day. The troops of the Condor Castle organization had been waiting there for a whole day. They had not attacked, and besides, the crowd had also been there for a whole day as well. It was as if they weren't tired. The atmosphere was, as before, extremely calm. However, at that moment, in the distance, a sound emerged in the atmosphere and the ground slightly shook. Besides, that sound was becoming louder and louder, and the ground was shaking more and more violently. Horses were coming, even more people were arriving. The crowd was stupefied. They were looking into the distance, and immediately, they saw a group of snow-white horses moving towards them. The cavalry were dressed in white and were releasing some piercingly cold chi. It seemed like ice and snow were appearing on the ground as they passed by. The people of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village have come. The people in the crowd shrank their eyes and guessed who these people were. Bing Yuan, the prodigy of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, had been killed. The Ice and Snow Mountain Village was way too strong to ignore such an insult. They're galloping so fast. The crowd was astonished. This time, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. The people of the Condor Castle organization and the people of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village both had come. They would definitely manage to kill him. "Piss off!" shouted a voice coming from the very front of the cavalry when he saw that in front of him was the bald leader. The crowd was astonished. The person from the Ice and Snow Mountain Village was so aggressive. He was so strong that the bald leader of the Condor Castle organization was not even put in his eyes. The bald leader looked at him and said, "What is your social status within the sect of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village to talk to me that way?" "Bing He Tung," said the newcomer, sounding indifferent. The crowd frowned. Bing He Tung had personally come. He was a great elder of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village. Bing He Tung. The bald leader was a bit surprised as well. Bing He Tung was an extremely strong cultivator of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village. His name was famous in the entire region. He had broken through to the 3rd Xianxia layer and was about as strong as the patriarch of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, Han Shuetian. This time, he had personally come because of Bing Yuan. Bing Yuan was his direct disciple. He had spent a lot of time making him strong, and then someone had killed him. How could Bing He Tung not be furious? "Great Master Bing, I assumed that we had the same social status. It's not so good to be that aggressive," said the bald leader while narrowing his eyes. Bing He Tung had immediately told him to piss off, making the bald leader lose face. "It's not so good? Who gave you the damn permission to talk to me?" said Bing He Tung, whose voice was filled with coldness and eyes with disdain. The people of the Condor Castle organization are a bunch of dogs and chickens in Bing He Tung's opinion. Nothing more. They were rude and filthy to look at. Even though they had a little bit of influence in Celestial River, Bing He Tung despised them. "What about me?" said a voice which sounded evil. Bing He Tung's pupils shrank. At that moment, an extremely evil energy invaded the atmosphere. People started feeling shivers run down their spines. In the air, a silhouette was descending from the sky. It was moving extremely quickly. A brutal and evil fist bombarded the atmosphere and was moving straight towards Bing He Tung. It was filled with a dense evil chi. "Get lost!" furiously shouted Bing He Tung. It was snowing, and the snowflakes transformed into ice filled with a deadly chi which rushed towards the fist. Boom! The atmosphere was shaking. The snow was elegantly and gracefully falling down from the sky, fluttering in the wind. How cold! The crowd, who were in the distance, all started shaking when the coldness penetrated into their bodies. That coldness also contained a monstrously dense evil chi. The crowd saw Bing He Tung's body being projected backwards. On the ground, a long and deep mark followed his trajectory. He was blankly staring at the person in front of him. That person had long, messy hair fluttering in the wind. From head to foot, that person looked like an evil spirit. It was surrounded by evil chi. However, when Bing He Tung saw that person, he had a strange and familiar sensation. "Leader!" The members of the Condor Castle organization were all kneeling down. Their eyes were filled with fear. He's the great leader of the Condor Castle organization. As expected, he's very mysterious. When the crowd saw that person, they narrowed their eyes as if they wanted to see more clearly. Bing He-tung was still fixedly staring at him. "What? You don't recognize an old friend anymore?" said the great leader, sounding evil, which made Bing He-tung shiver. His pupils shrank and he said, sounding surprised, "It's you! Indeed, it's me. Bing He-tung, you just couldn't believe it, right? Indeed, I am too surprised. You came to Celestial River and became the great leader of the Condor Castle organization," said Bing He-tung, surprised. He recognized that person. In the past, they had already fought. Bing He-tung used to be slightly stronger than his interlocutor, but at that moment, they were already of the same level, but the great leader's attack had been enough to project him backwards. That's life. When my son died, I dedicated my entire life to becoming stronger and became who I am today, said the great leader, sounding evil and mysterious. Bing He-tung, this time we're meeting again, but we have one common goal. Let's take care of it first. All right, said Bing He-tung while nodding. That interlocutor had the right to talk to him. They turned around and looked at the Celestial Mountain restaurant. "Bunch of crap. Get into the restaurant and tell me what's going on," said the great leader of the Condor Castle organization. His voice was piercingly cold. Immediately after, the members of the Condor Castle organization stood up. The crowd was sighing in amazement. The great leader of the Condor Castle organization was extremely imposing, domineering and aggressive, which was why his people feared him so much. No need. At that moment, a cold and detached voice spread in the air. A silhouette appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. That person was slowly coming out. On that person's side, there was a pure and holy silhouette. She looked like a shadow. The great leader, Bing He-tung, as well as Lin Feng and his two other friends, all glanced at each other. They all recognized each other. "What a surprise! That's Lin Feng of the Yunhai sect," said Bing He-tung at that moment. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He thought, "That boy, he's a monster. He must die today." When the Yunhai sect had been destroyed, Bing He-tung had also participated in the massacre. On that day, he had seen how frivolous Lin Feng was, notably on the stage of the life and death arena. At that moment, less than a year later, that frivolous young man had already become so strong that he had been able to kill the best core disciple of the Ice and Snow Mountain village. If he gave more time to Lin Feng, he feared that he wouldn't be able to keep him under control and he would be a great threat. At that moment, he had to kill Lin Feng, not only to get his revenge but also to avoid further threats. On Bing He-tung's side, the great leader's face was filled with even more obvious killing intent. He was evilly staring at Lin Feng. "It's you. It's me," replied Lin Feng. Lin Feng surprisingly knew the great leader of the Condor Castle organization. Back in the past, he was also at the Yunhai sect. He had an extremely high status within the sect. "Lan, you look even less human each time I see you. Truly monstrous. You look half dead, as if brought back from the brink of death." The great leader surprisingly was a traitor of the Yunhai sect. It was the one in charge of enforcing the rule of the Yunhai sect, the great elder Lan. He had tried to help his son Xia kill Lin Feng a few times. On the day when the Yunhai sect was destroyed, Lan had cut off Nan Gongling's fingers. Half dead, Lan smiled as if it was a joke and said, "It looks like it, but this is only a human body. Besides, what is the point in looking good? Strength is the most important thing. For example, you are so young, but today you will die because I have the strength to kill you. And that girl on your side too, what a pity. Such a beautiful body, and she will have to die with you." Lin Feng's facial expression became ice cold when he saw Lan's evil expression. That guy had probably been learning evil skills to look the way he did at that moment. His body looked like it was decomposing even though he was alive. He looked like a horrible and evil monster. The crowd was thinking the same way though. Indeed, in the continent, only strength mattered. For example, Lin Feng's life at that moment was in danger, and it did not matter if he was handsome. it would be difficult for him to escape against strength. That bastard, thought Lan Jiao. This was a dead end for Lin Feng, he wouldn't be able to escape. He let himself fall into this trap. The vice leader of the Condor Castle organization, Mo Zhonglan and Bing Hiteng had all broken through to the Xianxia layer. Lin Feng couldn't escape. Lin Feng, how do you want to die? Said Mo Zhonglan while evilly staring at Li Feng. Back in the past, his son Mo Xia had been killed by Protector Kong because of Lin Feng. At that moment, he finally had an opportunity to avenge his dead son and kill Lin Feng. When Meng Qing heard that Mo Zhonglan wanted to kill Lin Feng, she took a big step forwards and immediately released some ice energy which froze the ground. Her ice energy was extremely sharp and covered the earth and even froze the air. The ice chi which Meng Qing was releasing wasn't weaker than that of Bing Hiteng's at all. Her ice chi was piercing to the bones. That is the strength of the second Xianxia layer. Mo Zhonglan and Bing Hiteng were stupefied. That girl had the strength of the second Xianxia layer. Besides, her ice chi was stronger, colder, and more violent than ordinary ice chi. No wonder that she had managed to kill the other vice leader. Not bad, but unfortunately, even if you manage to block one of us, will the result not be the same, death? Said Mo Zhonglan evilly. I, old as I am, haven't exercised in a while. I'd be happy to join the fun. At that moment a silhouette appeared. It was an old man. He was coming towards them. Mr. Hua. Lin Feng was stupefied. It was Mr. Hua who had been so friendly to Lin Feng, but it seemed like he had come one day too early. Hello, said Mr. Hua while slightly nodding at Lin Feng. He walked towards Lin Feng while releasing an insanely scorching hot fire chi, the exact opposite of Meng Qing's ice. Third Xianxia layer. The crowd was astonished. Surprisingly, there was another extremely strong cultivator who wanted to help Lin Feng. Mr. Hua, thank you, said Lin Feng to the old man who was by his side. Mr. Hua smiled and said, You still have some things to exchange with me? How could I let those things end up in their hands? Lin Feng slightly nodded and said, Mr. Hua, after we solve that problem, I will express my gratitude to you properly. You are still a young man, so full of confidence, said Mr. Hua while smiling and shaking his head. They had 3 cultivators of the Xianxia layer in front of them. The old man wasn't scared for himself. He wouldn't die. He was strong enough to escape, but he wanted to protect Lin Feng. The spirit blood pills were really amazing. Another one who has come to die, said Bing Hiteng coldly. He looked at Lin Feng and said, You are really naive. Do you think that these 2 can protect you? We have one more cultivator of the Xianxia layer. How will you block him? Xianxia layer? Said Lin Feng and glanced at the bald vice leader of the Condor Castle organization. He then immediately asked Meng Qing, Will you be all right? I can prevent him from approaching, said Meng Qing while staring at Bing Hiteng. All right, said Lin Feng while nodding. Mr. Hua, can you take care of that hideous monster? Sorry for putting you in trouble. I haven't exercised for a long time, but that hideous creature shouldn't be a problem, replied the old man. The problem is that there is another person. How do you intend to deal with him? There's another one? Well, I'm in need of a warm-up. I will help myself, said Lin Feng indifferently. At that moment, a sharp light appeared and invaded the atmosphere. I'll help myself. Lin Feng's loud and imposing voice resonated in the atmosphere. People's expression became rigid when they heard him. Help himself? Lin Feng, relying on his strength of the Ling Qi layer, intended to fight against a cultivator of the Shen Qi layer? Was that even possible? However, at that moment, Lin Feng's eyes looked sharp. He looked extremely frivolous, and it didn't seem like he was joking. He would have never joked about such things anyway. Meng Qing and Mr. Hua wanted to fight against Bing Hiteng and Mo Zhonglan. The bald leader was left and someone had to fight against him. Lin Feng had no choice but to fight against him. No matter if he wanted to fight or not, he had to. He's going to fight against someone of the Shen Qi layer, whispered the crowd. They looked impatient. They were wondering who would win, Lin Feng or the cultivator of the Shen Qi layer. But they, of course, thought that the bald leader would win. They just thought that Lin Feng had no choice but to fight, that he was forcing himself to be brave, that's all. Lin Feng was a genius and had high natural talent, but how could he compete with a cultivator of the Xianxia layer? Lin Feng had absolutely no chance of victory. However, the two other battles were going to be worth watching. When the bald leader heard Lin Feng's words, a cold and evil expression appeared in his eyes. Lin Feng was going to help himself. Lin Feng was humiliating him. A cultivator of the Ling Qi layer surprisingly dared to fight against him. "How long will you need to kill him?" said Mo Zhonglan coldly while looking at the bald leader. In Mo Zhonglan's opinion, Lin Feng would never be able to defeat the bald leader. Lin Feng just wanted to rush to his own death. That's all. A light flashed in the bald leader's eyes and he immediately said, "If nobody else interrupts, I will definitely kill him within 10 moves. By saying 10 moves, he was taking precautions in case anything went wrong, but he would normally need much less. How could he not win against a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer? All right, let's see if you kill him in 10 moves, humph." Mo Zhonglan coldly groaned, which made the bald leader's heartbeat accelerate. His face was filled with murderous intentions. He had to kill Lin Feng in 10 moves. Otherwise, Mo Zhonglan would be furious and it would be bad for him. Mo Zhonglan was really frightening. A year before, Mo Zhonglan had conquered the Condor Castle organization by himself. He would never forget that terrifying event. An insanely brutal and sharp qi filled the atmosphere while emitting whistling sounds. Behind the bald leader's body appeared an illusionary spirit. The illusion was a beast, more precisely an eagle. Its two piercingly cold eyes were staring at Lin Feng. "Within 10 moves, I will definitely kill him," said the bald leader coldly. In order to ensure his victory, he immediately released his spirit. He was definitely going to kill Lin Feng. Mo Zhonglan laughed and took a step forwards and released an incredible qi which immediately enveloped Mr. Hua's body. Mr. Hua was fixedly staring at him, unable to react. At the same time, Bing Hiteng also released some ice qi. Ice and frost appeared in the atmosphere and covered a huge area. The ambient temperature immediately fell. It was incredibly cold. These two people were blocking Meng Qing and Mr. Hua. The crowd would be able to witness Lin Feng's death. Within 10 moves, Lin Feng would die. 10 moves, said Lin Feng, whose eyes didn't look sharp anymore. Instead, he looked calm. He was in fusion with the earth, nothing could affect his state of mind. Every single thing that was surrounding him was perfectly clear and distinct in his mind. Everything belonged to his world, and he was in fusion with everything around him. Boom! The bald leader stamped onto the ground and a crack appeared in the ground. He jumped up in the air and raised a monstrous blade. The sound of an eagle spread through the air and bald leader's body suddenly started to swoop down. His silhouette turned into a bright light rushed towards Lin Feng. While he soared through the sky, he had almost reached Lin Feng, but Lin Feng wasn't reacting. How sinister! What a devious trick! The crowd was astonished. The bald leader's previous move had led everybody to think that he was going to focus on the power of his attack to win, but instead he adjusted his body and swooped down with incredible speed. He hadn't waited for his power to reach its maximum. Instead, he was swooping from the sky, not giving Lin Feng the time to react. That way he would be able to kill Lin Feng in one hit. However, to Lin Feng, who was in fusion with the earth, that seemed like a joke. If it had indeed been extremely quick, then it might have worked, but his speed wouldn't be close to enough. In Lin Feng's mind, the bald leader's actions were almost in slow motion and he saw every movement clearly. The bald leader's body released a soft light as it soared on the wind. A huge rumbling sound spread in the atmosphere. The broadsword in the bald leader's hand shot down from the sky at a terrifying speed and slammed into the ground, creating a huge crevice beneath it. However, Lin Feng was no longer there and had already moved away, looking at the scene indifferently. "One move," said Lin Feng indifferently. The crowd was stupefied. Lin Feng was counting the moves. The bald leader was stupefied. He raised his head and coldly looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had reacted very quickly, he was very fast. The bald leader jumped through the air like an eagle. His broadsword moved straight towards Lin Feng. The light emitted by the blade was swift and filled with pure qi. 2 moves. 3 moves. 4 moves. 5 moves. Lin Feng's silhouette was unceasingly flickering. The light of the broadsword kept passing by him but never reached his body. Each time, Lin Feng dodged the attack by a hair. The most shocking part was that Lin Feng was counting and dodging at the same time. A huge rumbling noise filled the atmosphere. The broadsword violently and heavily smashed into the ground. Lin Feng had dodged an attack again, looking light and relaxed. That was the 6th move. What a terrifying dodging ability! A moment ago, the 5 first moves had been monstrously fierce and powerful, but Lin Feng had dodged them easily. Surprisingly, he hadn't been touched once. His agility techniques were monstrously powerful. 6 moves. The crowd was astonished. Even though Lin Feng had dodged, after the 6th attack, the bald leader still hadn't managed to touch Lin Feng. Only 4 moves were remaining. The bald leader was dumbstruck. He was blankly staring at Lin Feng. He didn't care about his broadsword anymore. A golden color appeared around his body. It was filled with pure qi which was being released from his body. At that moment, he was realizing that Lin Feng was too quick. He knew that Lin Feng's power was terrifying. It seemed like Lin Feng was controlling everything. He could dodge the attacks as he wished. It seemed so mysterious. Even though the bald leader's attacks were all strong, they weren't able to reach Lin Feng at all. Iya! In the air, a sharp and high-pitched eagle cry emerged. It was piercingly sharp in everyone's ears. The bald leader was attacking again. He had transformed into a golden light that was dazzling to the eyes. His body looked like it was inside a golden eagle. At that moment, the bald leader had transformed into an eagle. Lin Feng raised his head. His silhouette flickered and, looking elegant and graceful, he moved away. However, that eagle illusion was closely following him at incredible speed. It was leaving a trail of light behind it as if there was gold filling the sky. It was extremely beautiful. Lin Feng slightly frowned and his silhouette kept flickering. However, at that moment, it seemed like the bald man's spirit had merged with his body. His soul was probably extremely strong. He was closely following Lin Feng, determined to kill him in under 10 moves. An incredible quantity of sword qi emerged in the air. It was so sharp. That sword energy seemed like it had appeared out of nowhere. PSSHHH. Lin Feng's hand was piercing through the atmosphere. There was no sword in his hand, but the crowd could see that it was as if his hand had become a sword. It would really be able to pierce through people. That qi was clearly not as powerful as the eagle. Boom! The golden eagle and the hand collided. The sword energy was destroyed and Lin Feng's body was projected back a few dozen meters. A cultivator of the Ling Qi layer, fighting against a cultivator of the Shen Qi layer, inevitably encountered a difference in strength. 7 moves, said Lin Feng. He raised his head. He still looked calm. 3 moves left. Let's see if you can block them. At that moment, the bald leader's facial expression was extremely evil. He had broken through to the Shen Qi layer. He should easily be able to defeat Lin Feng, who was only of the Ling Qi layer. I will definitely block them, said Lin Feng coldly. An incredible battle energy started burning around his body. Apart from the battle energy, he also released some sword qi and deadly qi. At the same time, behind Lin Feng emerged a purple lake which was bubbling and foaming. The bald leader was furious. Lin Feng had become angry. On that day, new people had unceasingly been coming to kill Lin Feng. Everybody was coming to kill him and looking down on him as if he had no choice but to die. How could Lin Feng not be furious? Would the 10 moves be enough to kill him? He wants to fight. Lin Feng wants to fight. When the crowd sensed Lin Feng's deadly qi and battle energy, they couldn't help but shiver. What an insane young man. Even though he had only broken through to the Ling Qi layer and thus his level largely differed from that of his opponent. His determination and willpower were unwavering. He followed his beliefs without hesitation. The bald leader had asked Lin Feng how he intended to block the last 3 attacks, but why did he not consider that Lin Feng also had the ability to attack? The bald leader was stupefied as well. Lin Feng wanted to attack him. He had decided to stop dodging and fight. The eagle silhouette was emitting a dazzling golden light. It was unceasingly absorbing more pure qi. Lin Feng was courting death. At that moment, Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the sky. He stretched his arm out and shouted coldly, "Sword!" When he finished speaking, a sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. It was made from pure qi and contained some deadly qi as well. It looked like the sword of a war god. At that moment, Lin Feng's body was like an extremely sharp sword. His body was releasing incredible amounts of sword qi and battle energy. The battle energy and sword qi is much stronger than a moment ago, when he killed the other leader of the Condor Castle organization. The crowd was astonished. At that moment, Lin Feng was releasing an incredibly strong sword qi and battle energy. It seemed like he was planning to kill. "That's only a simple sword made of pure qi, nothing more," said the bald leader while smiling coldly. Around his body, the flowing pure qi was emitting a dazzling golden light. He raised his head and cried just like an eagle, which made the crowd grow excited. Once a cultivator had broken through to the Xianxia layer, his spirit became more and more lifelike. A stronger spirit was extremely useful during a battle and helped to increase cultivation speed as well. At that moment, the bald leader seemed like he had become an eagle. He also possessed the precise vision of an eagle. When cultivators reached a certain level of cultivation, the latent energy of their spirit increased. Therefore, if a cultivator had a beast spirit, that beast spirit would be growing until it became monstrously strong and revealed its true powers. "Oh, is that so? Only a sword made of pure qi, nothing more," said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He then took a step forwards. His sword and deadly energies were getting stronger and stronger. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng. The battle energy left Lin Feng's body and rolled through the atmosphere. It was moving towards the bald leader at full speed. The crowd was astonished. Even though they were standing far away, they could sense Lin Feng's battle energy. It was extremely powerful. Lin Feng was fearless. All that was going through his mind was to kill his opponent. At that moment, Lin Feng looked like a warlord. "Die!" shouted the bald leader, whose voice was as sharp as that of an eagle's cry. His body transformed into a myriad of shadows which all moved towards Lin Feng. Behind Lin Feng, his purple spirit suddenly appeared. It turned into 100 snakes which all moved towards the bald leader and curled around his body, completely constricting him. The bald leader was shaking. The strength of the spirit could be sensed in the air. "Swallow!" shouted Lin Feng. These small snakes turned into a large venomous snake and started devouring the strength of the eagle spirit. These snake spirits were extremely corrosive, and it seemed like they were going to melt all the pure qi that was surrounding the bald leader's body. "Break!" furiously shouted the bald leader. His pure qi turned into a huge blade and rushed towards one of the snake illusions, piercing the purple spirit. However, immediately after, the myriad of purple snakes seemed to go into a frenzy. They formed a spiral around the bald leader and then started spinning at the speed of light. The strength of that spirit seemed incredible. Its movements seemed so precise and accurate. "Rise!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. A deadly light flashed in his eyes. 100 purple snakes suddenly curled around the bald leader's body, constricting him again. Lin Feng was relying on the strength of his spirit, which he made curl around the bald leader's body. The crowd was gasping with astonishment when they saw the scene. Lin Feng looked like a majestic war god. What a strong spirit! Lin Feng was so strong. His strange spirit seemed like it could transform itself as many times as he wished. This time, 100 purple snakes had appeared and were all absorbing the leader's vitality. Besides, they were very useful to Lin Feng as they were constricting the bald leader's body. However, what the crowd didn't know was that Lin Feng, in order to carry out such precise attacks, had suffered incredible pain when using the surplus soul technique. He was releasing his surplus souls, which he then merged with his purple spirit. That was the only way for him to reach such a monstrous strength. His attack was also extremely accurate. He was controlling 100 snakes at the same time and using them all to consume the leader's vitality. The vitality was nourishment for his soul. Lin Feng's eyes were closed, and he had the feeling that his soul was still too weak. This was the first time he was using such a colossal amount of his soul strength. Nonetheless, He couldn't stand it, it was too hard for him to control. Actually, Lin Feng couldn't imagine creating millions of surplus souls. Forget about billions, it sounded like a monstrous punishment to the body. Lin Feng, even though his eyes were closed, was releasing his battle energy. It was extremely dense. He was also endlessly releasing sword chi. It seemed like his sword was about ready to attack. At the same time, the face of the bald leader, who was still constricted by the snakes, turned rigid. His powerful pure chi turned into a resplendent blade. Slash! Shouted the bald leader furiously. His blade diffused a bright and dazzling light in the atmosphere. The purple spirit around his body was finally cut off and collapsed. But at that moment, Lin Feng's eyes, which were closed, slowly started to open. Deadly cross shadow, an incredible light in the shape of a cross appeared. Everybody couldn't believe their eyes. The crowd couldn't even follow it with their eyes as the attack was way too quick. There was only some battle energy, deadly chi and sword chi that could be sensed. The cross disappeared as quickly as it appeared and blood splashed through the air. The crowd was astonished when they saw the bald leader had fallen onto the ground. A large cross mark had appeared on his chest. It was pouring with blood. The powerful chi, the earth fusion, his godly sword, his purple spirit and the deadly cross shadow were all separate parts of Lin Feng's counterattack. Lin Feng's sword made from pure chi wasn't just a simple sword. That sword contained an incredible amount of battle energy. 8 moves, you still have 2 more, said Lin Feng, which broke the silence. 8 moves, there were still 2 more moves, but the loser was already clear and it wasn't Lin Feng, but instead it was the bald leader. In 10 moves, who would kill whom? The bald leader was using pure chi to heal his wounds, but at that moment he was already completely dispirited and depressed. The cross was glowing on his chest and his injury wasn't only external. The powerful sword chi had also invaded his body through the wound and damaged his internal organs. What a monstrous attack! What an amazing young man! People's hearts were pounding. Lin Feng was monstrously strong. Nothing was happening the way they had predicted. Lin Feng once again was giving birth to miracles. One strike, he had just needed a single strike, and his strength of the Ling Qi layer defeated a cultivator of the Shen Qi layer. That sword had completely changed people's perception of Lin Feng. Lin Feng had defeated a cultivator of the Shen Qi layer, and from that moment, they truly admired him. Lights were unceasingly flashing in Lan Jiao's eyes. She was staring at Lin Feng. What a daring young man. No wonder that her 1,000 evil illusions hadn't worked against him. Lin Feng wasn't an ordinary person. He was an incredible genius. Besides, at that moment, Bing Hetung's killing intent was exploding in his heart, as he thought, how monstrous. Lin Feng really was a monster. He was much more frightening than all the disciples they had at the Ice and Snow Mountain village. If the Yunhai sect hadn't been exterminated, a disciple such as Lin Feng would have inevitably reached an even more monstrous level with the aid of a teacher. That guy had to die. Piece of trash, shouted Mo Tsonglan's evil voice. He moved to attack. At the same time, Mr. Hua moved as well, closely following him. He wouldn't give him an opportunity to attack Lin Feng. However, the person towards whom Mo Tsonglan was rushing wasn't Lin Feng at all. Instead, it was the bald leader. No! Shouted the bald leader as if he had just realized what was about to happen. His body was insanely shaking. He tried to escape, but at that moment, vines curled around his body, constricting him. In a flash, that vine turned into a blood-sucking plant monster, absorbing the bald leader's blood and flesh. The bald leader's blood and flesh was circulating through a system of the vines and then penetrating straight into Mo Tsonglan's body. The crowd was astonished and their hearts were pounding. What a terrifying skill! Mo Tsonglan's vines were surprisingly absorbing the bald leader's flesh, blood and pure chi. The bald leader's face was distorted in pain and he looked terrified. His body was violently shaking, but one could see that he was powerless. However, Mo Tsonglan looked like a greedy demon who was enjoying the taste of human flesh. Every member of the Condor Castle organization was incredibly scared of Mo Tsonglan. They were all violently shaking. He was a true demon. Their great leader was a demon. Even in their most horrible thoughts, they would have never imagined that such an evil skill existed before they met him. A moment later, the bald leader's body had turned into a pile of skin and bones. His skin and bones were all that was left on the ground. Immortal recalled his vines back into his body and at that moment, took a deep breath while looking intoxicated with a euphoric happiness. Animal. Lin Feng's facial expression was ice-cold. Immortal, who had helped with the destruction of the Yunhai sect, had surprisingly learnt such demonic skills. That evil skill enabled the cultivator to swallow blood, flesh, and pure qi. Once all these things had been extracted from the cultivator, they turned into a pile of skin and bones. Besides, Immortal had immediately swallowed everything without hesitation. How evil was that? Even though cultivators were usually ready to do most things to become stronger, they still set themselves some limits, otherwise what would be the difference between humans and beasts? Many people couldn't stand thinking about such an evil skill. Of course, there were also many people who were gasping in amazement at the evil skill. If they ever had the opportunity to obtain it, they would be delighted to learn and practice it. This was the world of cultivation, only strength mattered and it came with a price. Immortal evilly glanced at Lin Feng and said while laughing, "Don't worry, I'll swallow the old man and then it'll be your turn." When he finished talking, he looked at Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua remained vigilant. Immortal's evil skill was way too deviant. Mr. Hua had to be very careful. "Lin Feng, get a bit farther away from here," said Mr. Hua as his body was suddenly surrounded by small balls of fire. They were burning with an intense heat as they rotated around his body. At that moment, he didn't look crooked and sluggish. He looked like a god of fire. These bright and resplendent fireballs contained traces of pure qi. "All right," said Lin Feng while nodding. He moved back. Lin Feng could defeat cultivators of the first or second Xianxia layer, but the third Xianxia layer was already too much for him. He wasn't strong enough. Therefore he was happy that Mr. Hua was there to fight for him. "Humph. Third Xianxia layer, that'll be a delicious meal," said Immortal while smiling evilly. Two vines emerged from his body and moved towards Mr. Hua to constrict his body. However, at that moment, two fireballs appeared in Mr. Hua's hands. He raised both of his hands and these two fireballs transformed into two dragons which immediately bombarded the atmosphere moving straight towards these vines. Surprisingly, the vines started burning when coming into contact with the fire dragons. On the other side, Bing Hetung was attacking as well. Snowflakes were fluttering in the wind. Ice and frost were gradually covering the ground. It was his world of ice and snow skill which really caused the atmosphere to turn into a world of ice and snow. However, that terrifying coldness didn't affect Meng Qing at all. She did not feel cold. Actually, that attack had the opposite effect and even gave Meng Qing a pleasant and refreshing feeling. That pure and holy girl looked like a celestial being. Meng Qing was an expert when it came to ice. How could ice and snow energy affect her? It only made her stronger. "Frozen earth," said Bing Hetung in a low voice. Immediately, a layer white ice and frost covered the ground. It was becoming thicker and thicker. The entire atmosphere had turned into a frozen world. How cold! The crowd was shaking. People of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village were experts at using ice and snow-based skills. Obviously, it wasn't just a rumor that Frozen World skill was monstrously powerful. Meng Qing's silhouette flickered. She elegantly jumped into the air. Immediately after, an explosion sound resonated in the atmosphere. The ice where she was just standing had exploded. Many icicles shot up from the ground at that moment. Everybody was narrowing their eyes. Bing Hetung had made icicles to burst from the ground. He had used the ice from ground under Meng Qing's feet to carry out a surprise attack. What a sly method! "Celestial ice," said Bing Hetung while shaking both his hands. Ice and snow were blotting out the sky. It seemed like everything had become ice and snow. "Endless frost," said Meng Qing. A layer of ice qi immediately appeared in the air. In a flash, both her and Bing Hetung's bodies were covered with frost. The atmosphere was filled with an endless coldness which made everybody shake. Lin Feng was looking at the two battles which contained 4 cultivators of the Xianxia layer who were fighting with each other. Mr. Hua and Emotsanglan had both broken through to the 3rd Xianxia layer. Besides, they both had lots of experience. Considering their respective ages, they were both seniors in the world of cultivation. Mr. Hua's 2 fireballs were fluttering in the wind in a rhythm with his heartbeats. Emotsanglan's vines were unable to approach Mr. Hua's fireballs. It would be very difficult for Emotsanglan to defeat Mr. Hua. Besides, even though Meng Qing didn't have the same experience as her opponent, Lin Feng wasn't worried about her. Her body filled with a powerful ice qi. How could she be scared of ice and frost? Besides, she was extremely strong. Lin Feng didn't clearly understand how strong she was because each time he saw her fight, it seemed like she was stronger than the previous time. It seemed like the people of the Condor Castle organization and the Ice and Snow Mountain village would all be very busy fighting on that day. The crowd also had the impression that things were changing too fast. The features of the terrain were constantly undergoing drastic changes. Besides, each time they thought that Lin Feng was going to get killed, it wasn't happening at all. The scariest part was that the people of the Condor Castle organization were even working together against Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was, as always, able to shock everyone. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the people who had come along with Bing Hetung. On his face appeared a cold and evil smile. Amongst these people, none of them were at the Xianxia layer. When these people saw that Lin Feng was looking at them, their facial expressions became rigid. Immediately after, a cold energy enveloped their bodies. Lin Feng wants to kill them. The hearts of these people on white horses started to pound. Lin Feng was able to defeat a cultivator of the Xianxia layer. Fighting him was way too dangerous for them. Lin Feng started moving and slowly walked towards them. All these people's bodies went stiff with fear. "What are you planning on doing?" said a member of the Ice and Snow Mountain village towards Lin Feng. Immediately after, fear appeared on his face. "What am I doing?" A mocking expression appeared on his face. All these people had traveled over such a huge distance for the sole purpose of killing him, and now they were asking him what he was planning on doing? These people wanted to kill him, of course that Lin Feng planned to kill them in return. Nobody spoke any more nonsense. Behind Lin Feng's body appeared a vast and roaring purple lake which hovered in the air. It doesn't look good. When the people of the Ice and Snow Mountain village saw the purple spirit emerge, their facial expressions changed drastically. Lin Feng's spirit was enough to constrict a cultivator of the Xianxia layer, so it was obviously strong enough to use against them. They turned their horses around and they wanted to leave. They didn't intend to fight back at all. Lin Feng smiled coldly. His spirit launched itself through the air. Countless small purple snakes emerged and attacked at the speed of light. In a flash, the small snakes had constricted their bodies, and immediately after the purple lake swallowed them. They were all drowning into the immense purple lake. Ah! Horrible shrieks spread through the atmosphere. These members of the Ice and Snow Mountain village were drowning in the lake, and their bodies were melting as if the lake was acid. They were desperately and hopelessly shouting in agony as their skin and flesh was melting. Did they want to die? They had come with the great elder of the Ice and Snow Mountain village, Bing Hetung. How majestic! However, something they had never imagined, even in their dreams, was that a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer would become their worst nightmare in Celestial River. "Will you dare?" At that moment, Bing Hetung's voice was ice-cold as he watched the scene unfold. He had brought all the outstanding disciples with him. He had brought them to acquire experience, and Lin Feng was going to kill them all. Bing Hetung left Meng Qing behind and threw himself towards Lin Feng at full speed while releasing a vast amount of ice qi. However, Meng Qing wouldn't let him touch Lin Feng. Both her hands shook. Her soul was palpitating from nervousness. Meng Qing's body released a gigantic amount of ice qi. The crowd could even see her nervous expression. "Frozen heart," said Meng Qing. The strength of her ice qi bombarded the atmosphere. Bing Hetung started shaking violently. He abruptly turned around, however, at that moment he groaned in agony. His black hair was covered with frost. "You want to kill me, but you thought that I wouldn't dare to offend you? What world would that even be possible?" said Lin Feng coldly as his purple spirit moved back inside his body. However, All the members of the Ice and Snow Mountain village had disappeared from sight, and there was no traces of them to be found. Bing Hitung's face turned deathly pale. His face was filled with murderous intent. However, at that moment he was fighting against Meng Qing. Immediately after, his killing intent became even more intense. Meng Qing, as before, was preventing him from approaching Lin Feng. Her eyes were filled with calm and serenity. Her heart seemed like it was made of ice. The members of the Ice and Snow Village Mountain have been massacred for offending Lin Feng, thought the crowd. At the beginning, they had come for the sole purpose of killing Lin Feng, but in the end, they were the ones who had been killed. After that, Bing Hitung tried to kill Lin Feng, but at that moment he was injured by Meng Qing. Besides, all his most outstanding disciples had been killed. The Ice and Snow Mountain Village wasn't the only group which had been punished for offending Lin Feng. The Condor Castle organization had suffered as well. The two vice leaders of the Condor Castle organization were both at the Xianxia lair. The first one had entered the restaurant and was killed. He hadn't even seen how he died. Then, the bald leader had been defeated by Lin Feng and was killed under tragic circumstances, becoming a cultivation resource for Mo Tsonglan's demonic body. At that moment, the members of the Condor Castle organization were terrified. Maybe tomorrow, their group would only be a memory in Celestial River. Everything was happening because they tried to kill Lin Feng, a young man at the Lingqi lair. Those who offended him ended up dead. He was an amazing genius. He had even almost cut off one of Lang Yu's arms, the best disciple of the Hao Yu sect, for using a blade in front of him. He had destroyed the Blade Master's confidence in his own ability to use blades. Lin Feng was like an evil deity. The battle continued in a deadlock. Mo Tsonglan and Mr. Hua's battle was tough and fierce. An evil Qi and a fire Qi were bombarding each other, but the battle seemed to be very evenly matched. It was hard to tell who would win. Mo Tsonglan's skills were evil. Mr. Hua's skills were precise. Bing Hitung's cultivation level was higher than Meng Qing's, but her fighting power had exceeded all expectations. Besides, a moment ago, he turned his back to her, which led to him being injured by her attack. Bing Hitung couldn't do anything against Meng Qing. Concerning the members of the Condor Castle organization, they did not want to go near Lin Feng. They didn't dare to draw his attention. His purple spirit was way too terrifying. Could swallow people and then melt them into nothing. How monstrous was that? It seems like Lin Feng is not going to die today, thought the crowd. He was so strong that Bing Hitung and Mo Tsonglan, who were acting together, couldn't even kill him. Was this because destiny said he would not die today, or was it because they were not strong enough to kill him? Mr. Hua and Meng Qing could take the two strongest opponents, while Lin Feng, who was gifted and strong, didn't fear fighting against the lower Xianxia layer cultivators. Therefore, all the opponents, who all belonged to influential groups, couldn't touch him. While the crowd was analyzing the situation, far away in the distance, appeared a white palanquin. On that white palanquin was a woman wearing a fine gauze on her face. For people were carrying that palanquin. At the same time, behind that palanquin, many people were running at full speed with only the tips of their toes touching the ground. They looked so graceful, and they didn't even look like they were hurrying. It seemed like they lightly floated above the ground, which gave the crowd a surrealistic impression, as if it was a dream. In a flash, the group of silhouettes arrived to where the battle was taking place. They didn't join the battle, though. The crowd was stupefied. Who were these people, and what did they want this time? However, Lan Jiao, who was in the crowd, was surprised. Her silhouette flickered, and she landed in front of the palanquin. She then said to the woman, "Aunt Yun, why are you here?" Aunt Yun removed her fine gauze, and a beautiful mature woman's face appeared. She looked graceful and noble, cold and detached. She looked superior to other people to the extent that some people didn't dare look at her. "I came to solve some problems," said Aunt Yun while smiling. Immediately after, she looked at Lin Feng, who looked surprised because he was also looking at her. That woman didn't look young, but her skin looked splendid. Besides, she looked extremely elegant and her strength seemed exceptional. "Lin Feng, right?" said that mature woman to Lin Feng. "Indeed," said Lin Feng while nodding, and added, Is there a problem? There is a problem, said the mature woman while nodding and continued. Lin Feng, last time at the Dream Pavilion, you obtained an ancient cauldron. It's useless for you and we would like to take it back. We will give you your purity stones back. How does that sound? The ancient dragon cauldron. Lin Feng was stupefied. These people had come because of the ancient dragon cauldron. Lin Feng couldn't help but have a bad feeling. That woman was speaking in the name of the Dream Pavilion. She was obviously one of the management members. She had, against all expectations, come because of the dragon cauldron. She had likely found out what kind of item it was. In the frame of the auction, there is no rule which says that items have to be returned under any circumstance, said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent while looking at his interlocutor. He was obviously not willing to hand the cauldron over. The crowd was also puzzled. Lin Feng was right. Since when did the people of the auction have the right to ask people to return acquired objects? That was impossible. Lin Feng, with the highest bid, had gained the cauldron, which now belonged to him. The story was fishy. I can give you the double amount of purity stones for it to compensate for the loss, said Aunt Yun, sounding patient and calm. The double amount? Was the ancient dragon cauldron worth only 4,000 purity stones of medium quality? It was one of the 10 ancient cauldrons. It was priceless. It was a real treasure. No need. I don't need purity stones. I like the cauldron very much, said Lin Feng indifferently. The cauldron was his, he didn't need to justify himself. Lin Feng, you bought that cauldron for 2,000 now. I will give you 10,000 and you will give it back to me, continued Aunt Yun. I said that I liked my cauldron and no matter how many purity stones you offer, I will not exchange it, said Lin Feng in a strict and firm manner which made a strange expression appear on the woman's face. Aunt Yun, what's wrong? Said Lan Jiao, who felt that something was amiss. It seemed like something bad was about to happen between Aunt Yun and Lin Feng. Jiao Jiao. This has nothing to do with you, said Aunt Yun indifferently. Immediately after, she looked at Lin Feng again and said, that cauldron is of no use for you. However, we need it. I hope that you can hand it over to the Dream Pavilion. We will inevitably be very grateful. Lin Feng, as before, shook his head. Finally, the woman's patience reached its limits. A cold energy appeared around her body, which made Lan Jiao shiver. What a tragedy! You don't know how to distinguish good from evil, said Aunt Yun in a low voice. She could see the look on Lan Jiao's face was sad because of what was going to happen, but Lin Feng didn't recognize other people's kindness. What if I want the item no matter what? Added Aunt Yun. Lin Feng was surprised. He then coldly said, the Dream Pavilion sells things that other people have put up for auction. You, the Dream Pavilion, are just in charge of the selling. I obtained something and you gave the purity stones to the owner, but now, you come to me and ask me for the cauldron on behalf of the Dream Pavilion. What is that supposed to mean? When the woman heard Lin Feng, she remained unmoved. She just said coldly, all I'm saying is that you have to hand over the ancient cauldron or you will regret it. The consequences will be terrible. When the crowd heard the woman, they were astonished. Problems were occurring one after the other for Lin Feng. He didn't even have the time to solve the old problems and new ones were arising already. The Dream Pavilion surprisingly also wanted to fight against Lin Feng, but these people's strengths were much more terrifying than that of the Condor Castle organization. Since when are the people of the Dream Pavilion so shameless? Said Mr. Hu jokingly. Fireballs were still emerging from his hand and rotating around him. He left Mo Zhonglan behind and moved back to Lin Feng. He was aggressively staring at Aunt Yun. I didn't know that the Dream Pavilion was so greedy. If other people tried to steal items obtained at the auction, I wouldn't be surprised, but you, the Dream Pavilion, I am not expecting you to protect the people who obtain items at your auction. I can understand that, but stealing those items yourself, don't you care about face? Many people secretly nodded when they heard Mr. Hua. Indeed, these people's behavior was way too exaggerated. That treasure had been obtained at their auction. They should protect their reputation instead of trying to steal from their own customers. Ha ha ha, laughed Mo Zhonglan. He glanced at Aunt Yun, smiled evilly and said, whether they are shameless or not will not be a problem for you once you're dead. Stop talking nonsense. Did you hear him? Said Aunt Yun to Lin Feng coldly. I don't want to kill you. If you obey and hand over the cauldron, I will not get involved. But if you don't. Aunt Yun! Shouted Lan Jiao, whose face had turned deathly pale. Aunt Yun originally wanted Lin Feng and her to become friends, but at that moment, she surprisingly was making an enemy and threatening to kill Lin Feng. Jiao Jiao. I already told you that all this is none of your business, said Aunt Yun, sounding cold. Lan Jiao bit her lip and remained silent. The Condor Castle organization and the Ice and Snow Mountain Village hadn't managed to touch Lin Feng. Could it be that the last group was going to manage what the others hadn't? The situation was clear to Lan Jiao. If Aunt Yun fought against Lin Feng, it would be a one-sided battle in her favor, and Lin Feng would have no opportunity to escape the combined forces. At that moment, Meng Qing and Bing He-tong stopped fighting, and Meng Qing moved back to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng's facial expression was ice-cold. Lin Feng was constantly being threatened in Celestial River. These people were all influential and powerful, which is why they could threaten Lin Feng as much as they wished, because his strength still was not enough to deter these powerful groups. If Lin Feng had been extremely powerful, who would have dared speak to him that way? They even wanted to steal the treasure he had obtained at the auction. Very good, said Lin Feng while looking at Aunt Yun. An evil smile appeared on his face, and he said coldly, You are very strong, which makes you think that you can threaten me whenever you want. If I don't give you what you want, you will kill me. You are convinced that the ancient cauldron is already yours, right? Aunt Yun frowned and saw that Lin Feng's smile was becoming more and more evil, and he then said, Everybody has heard her words clearly. You now all know how shameless the people of the Dream Pavilion are. Surprisingly, they want to steal the ancient cauldron that I obtained in their establishment. Aunt Yun was stupefied and then said coldly, Shut up! Shut up? You threatened me with death, and now you wanted me to keep quiet about it? Do you think that the cauldron will automatically become yours once I die? You are naive, ridiculous, and utterly moronic, said Lin Feng while smiling indifferently. He then shouted at the top of his lungs, I have obtained an ancient cauldron, which is surprisingly one of the 10 legendary cauldrons from the stories. The ancient cauldron is actually the cauldron of the heavenly dragons. One of the 10 legendary cauldrons from the stories, the ancient cauldron is actually the cauldron of the heavenly dragons. Lin Feng's voice was echoing through the atmosphere. People's hearts started to violently pound. Legendary cauldrons were extremely precious. Even though they didn't know what the true name Heavenly Dragon of the Nine Skies, or exactly what it meant, considering the name, they could imagine its price. It seemed to be a priceless treasure from ancient times. The Dream Pavilion doesn't care about violating the rules. They have come to steal a treasure. The crowd had no doubts when it came to Lin Feng's words. On that day, many people had seen Lin Feng come out of the Dream Pavilion with his legendary cauldron. But surprisingly, at that moment, the Dream Pavilion surprisingly wanted to have it back. Obviously, that ancient cauldron was priceless. Otherwise, the Dream Pavilion wouldn't care. The crowd was filled with excitement. They wished they could have obtained such an item. Mr. Hua glanced at Lin Feng. Fire was burning in his eyes. He was an alchemist. He concocted pills. He had already heard about these legendary cauldrons once or twice. These cauldrons all had a common point. They could be used by alchemists to concoct powerful pills and were all priceless. When using an ordinary cauldron, one could only concoct Xian-level pills of lower quality. While when using the cauldron of the heavenly dragons, one could concoct Xian-level pills of medium quality or above. Even though it was only a slight improvement in quality, it still made a huge difference. It was the difference between day and night. For example, Xian-level pills of lower quality could be used by cultivators between the first and the third Xian Qi layer, while Xian-level pills of medium quality could be used by cultivators between the fourth and sixth Xian Qi layer. That was a 3-layer difference, therefore it was a huge difference. Ha ha ha! Emo Tsonglan was laughing demonically. The more he used his evil skill, the more evil and sinister he became. He didn't look like a human being anymore. He realized that he was interested in the cauldron of the heavenly dragons as well. He was as interested in the cauldron as he was in killing Lin Feng. Bing He-tung was astonished as well. If the Ice and Snow Mountain Village could obtain such a treasure, how beneficial would it be? No. If I had such a treasure, would I even need to go back to the sect? Bing He Tung was secretly excited. If he had such a treasure and went back to the sect, the treasure wouldn't be his anymore. It would become the property of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village. Besides, considering the strength of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, maybe they wouldn't be able to protect the cauldron. It would be too hard to protect it. Maybe when it came to such a heavy responsibility, it was best to leave Shuiyu and take the treasure with him. Everybody was already dreaming about getting the heavenly dragon cauldron. All the strong cultivators were wondering why they weren't the ones who bought the cauldron, even though they had never even thought about it. At that moment, Aunt Yun looked glum. Before arriving, she hadn't thought that Lin Feng would know about the heavenly dragon cauldron, which is why she had offered a high price in the beginning. But later on, whatever the price, Lin Feng kept refusing over and over again. Therefore, she had guessed that Lin Feng probably knew about the cauldron. Besides, she had threatened Lin Feng's life, but it hadn't been enough. Lin Feng had made the truth publicly known. That was a great loss for her. Even if she obtained the cauldron, she wouldn't necessarily be able to leave Shuiyu. Everybody would quickly know about the heavenly dragon cauldron. Everybody will know about the treasure if I obtain it, thought Aunt Yun. She was staring at Lin Feng and her face was filled with murder. You want to kill me? Lin Feng had a cold smile on his face and immediately said, Emote Song Lan, Bing He Tung. I know that you all want to kill me, but even if you kill me, have you thought about who would get the treasure? Lin Feng sounded cold and indifferent. Emote Song Lan and Bing He Tung remained silent. The Dream Pavilion was one of the 3 biggest marketplaces in Celestial River. They had such a large power and influence that the Condor Castle couldn't rival them. All the objects that appeared in their auction room were treasures, yet no one dared to try and steal the treasures. They certainly were extremely strong. However, if we kill the people of the Dream Pavilion first, we can solve our personal problems after. Then we won't be bothered by a stronger third party. Wouldn't that be a better solution? Said Lin Feng. In the world, there were no definite enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Even though Emote Song Lan and Bing He Tung wanted to kill him and Lin Feng also wanted to kill them, he knew that if they acted at the same time as the Dream Pavilion, he wouldn't have a single chance. Lin Feng was just trying to create tension between them so that they would, at least, not collaborate to kill him. Lin Feng. Lan Jiao was looking at Lin Feng while unceasingly shaking her head. She hadn't thought that Aunt Yun and Lin Feng would fight each other to death. She wants to kill me. Should I let her kill me without retaliation? Said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent while looking at Lan Jiao, which made her speechless. Aunt Yun wanted to kill Lin Feng. What could Lin Feng do? He had no choice but to return his killing intent. When Bing He Tung heard Lin Feng, lights flashed in his eyes. Lin Feng was right. Even if they collaborated with Aunt Yun and killed Lin Feng, they were in Celestial River, they weren't at the Ice and Snow Mountain Village. Even if they obtained the Heavenly Dragon Cauldron, they wouldn't be able to leave with it as long as the Dream Pavilion wanted it. Ha ha ha! Emote Song Lan was laughing evilly. He then said, I will not join anyone. Old fool! Cursed Lin Feng. Emote Song Lan was really evil. He didn't wait for Bing He Tung, who wasn't as strong as him, to reply and had given his answer. If the two didn't help, Lin Feng and the people of the Dream Pavilion would fight. The other two would just sit and watch them fight and then attack the winner. Then, it didn't matter whether it was Lin Feng or the Dream Pavilion who won, they would inevitably be injured. However, even they didn't help. Lin Feng's goal was to get rid of the 2 cultivators of the 3rd Xianxia layer and then fight against the people of the Dream Pavilion. Aunt Yun at that moment was staring at Lin Feng. From the stories, he was not someone who would lie down and be killed easily, but could it really be that bad? Even though they had only a fraction of the power in Celestial River, they were still strong enough to kill Lin Feng. Since you want to die, I will help you achieve your aim, said Aunt Yun coldly. She then jumped off the palanquin. She was extremely quick. At the same time, the silhouettes of the 4 cultivators carrying the palanquin flickered. They all landed on her sides. They were releasing a deadly chi. Amongst these 4 people, who were women, none of them were mediocre cultivators. All of them had broken through to the 1st Xianxia layer. The people of the Dream Pavilion are so strong. Lin Feng was stupefied. Aunt Yun was extremely powerful when compared to the other women. "You four can kill him and then his ring with the Na stone," said Aunt Yun while pointing to Lin Feng. She sounded indifferent. Lin Feng had no power or influence in Celestial River. He couldn't just walk away with the precious treasure when there were stronger people present. That was why these four people were here to kill Lin Feng. "I will handle these two," said Aunt Yun while rolling up her sleeves. Her silhouette flickered and in a flash, she appeared in front of Mr. Hua and Meng Qing. Her long sleeves were fluttering in the wind. In a flash, an endless quantity of illusions appeared. It seemed like there was an endless quantity of clones. In a flash, Meng Qing and Mr. Hua's silhouettes had disappeared. Third Xianxia layer. Mo Tsonglan and Bing Hetung had lots of experience. They could, obviously, sense other people's strength. They could see that that woman had broken through to the third Xianxia layer like them. However, she had immediately challenged Meng Qing and Mr. Hua, alone. Those two could rival Mo Tsonglan and Bing Hetung in power. What a strong and aggressive woman. People's hearts were pounding. After that move, it seemed like she was the only person in the entire world. Aunt Yun's 1,000 illusion skill is becoming stronger and stronger, whispered Lan Jiao. She was lost though because she already had feelings for Lin Feng, but at that moment, Aunt Yun wanted to kill him. In the middle of a whistling hurricane, Meng Qing and Mr. Hua had recovered from the illusions. These 1,000 illusions didn't emit any sound, but everybody could feel the terrifying power in the attack. A careless move, and it was easy to get severely injured in the middle of such an attack, or even die in a pitiful manner. At that moment, the four women also attacked. Their sleeves were fluttering in the wind. Like illusions, in a flash they surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng was unable to escape even if he grew wings. Boom! Coldness invaded the entire atmosphere. Lin Feng frowned and raised his head and looked at the three silhouettes fighting. It seemed like Meng Qing was furious. She wanted to leave the 1,000 illusions and join Lin Feng. "Meng Qing, don't worry about me," shouted Lin Feng. It was clear to Lin Feng that Meng Qing was ready to do anything for him. Besides, he even knew that Meng Qing had a strange ability to increase her power several-fold when needed, but using it created an infinite coldness which invaded her body. He didn't want Meng Qing to use it. Lin Feng preferred to suffer alone. "It's my turn." Lin Feng took a deep breath. 100 surplus souls emerged. Around his body was releasing a terrifying qi. A strange light flashed in these four women's eyes. Their sleeves fluttered in the wind while they all started to punch towards Lin Feng. Punches were moving towards Lin Feng from all four sides. These women had all broken through to the Xianxia layer. Even though they had just broken through to the first Xianxia layer, their opponent was only a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer. Aunt Yun had assigned for people to kill Lin Feng because she wanted to make sure that Lin Feng would die. She didn't want to waste time and let more troubles arise. A soft and pliable pure qi was whistling in the atmosphere and moving straight towards Lin Feng. An ordinary cultivator of the Ling Qi layer wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack such as this. SSSSS. Lin Feng's purple spirit transformed into a gigantic purple dragon. It was 12 meters high. It curled up around Lin Feng's body and moved Lin Feng onto its head. In a flash, Lin Feng appeared 12 meters high in the air looking down on everybody. What a monstrous spirit! When the crowd saw that gigantic purple dragon, they were astonished. However, they didn't know what kind of spirit it was exactly that Lin Feng had, but it looked extremely strong. At that moment, Lin Feng's eyes were slightly closed. He was, as before, releasing a terrifyingly powerful qi. His surplus souls were floating above his dragon spirit. "Die!" shouted the four women on the ground. They jumped up in the air and threw themselves towards Lin Feng. "Release!" said Lin Feng in a low voice. A terrifying qi invaded the entire atmosphere. The purple dragon started shaking violently and it raised its head high into the air. SSSSS. The dragon was unleashing a dragon chant. Its two eyes, which looked enormous, became even scarier. At the same time, its body became even bigger. It became monstrously gigantic. That small dragon that was like a snake now transformed and looked like a terrifying purple dragon. SSSSSSSSS. The dragon howled in fury. Its head rushed towards the four women with its huge mouth wide open. It wanted to swallow them. Animal! Furiously shouted Aunt Yun while looking at Lin Feng. She left Meng Qing and Mr. Hua and attempted to rush over to Lin Feng. She had thought that these four women, with their strength, would need only a few seconds to kill Lin Feng, but she hadn't thought that Lin Feng had other plans. Lin Feng was full of mysteries and surprises. "Stay here," said Mr. Hua furiously. If she wanted to fight, they had to fight, and if she wanted to leave, she thought that she could leave as she pleased. Mr. Hua, old as he was, couldn't tolerate that. That was a huge humiliation. A fire light streaked through the sky towards Aunt Yun like a fireball. Aunt Yun was startled for a few seconds. She couldn't deal with Lin Feng. She abruptly turned around and saw the fireball move towards her at full speed. Boom! The fireballs exploded in the atmosphere. Immediately after, the atmosphere became extremely cold. Meng Qing had arrived as well. Crackling and explosion sounds were uninterruptedly spreading through the air. In a flash, it seemed like the atmosphere had gone from intense heat to freezing coldness. The fireballs were surrounded by ice. Ice and fire, when working together, increased in strength. Lin Feng was on the other side in the air. At that moment, he was on the enormous tail of the dragon. Besides, the gigantic purple dragon opened its colossal mouth and immediately swallowed one of the four women, and she was instantly eaten alive. One cultivator of the Xianxia layer had just died. At that moment, the dragon didn't look like a spirit anymore. It looked like a real terrifying dragon, as if it was alive. How could a spirit be alive? The crowd was astonished. The spirit was something innate and was a part of the soul. It played an important role in the path of cultivation. It could be used to enhance techniques or enlightenment during battles. When the cultivation level increased, the spirit became stronger as well. However, they believed the spirit was just a support for the cultivator and did not have life. They had never seen Lin Feng's spirit before, and it seemed like it had a life of its own. At that moment, Lin Feng was on the tail of the dragon and had his eyes closed. Besides, the pupils of the dragon were filled with endless coldness. "If you want to kill me, just try it." People's hearts were pounding. They had the impression that their heads were exploding in shock. That voice had come from the mouth of the dragon. However, it was Lin Feng's voice. "It's Lin Feng. That purple dragon is Lin Feng." The crowd was dumbstruck. They looked at these gigantic eyes, which looked expressionless and incredibly cold. These eyes were those of a human. Lin Feng could control his spirit and bring it to life. Phew! People in the crowd took a deep breath. How scary! Lin Feng had absolute control over his spirit. People in the crowd were not the ones who were astonished. Those few extremely strong cultivators of the Xianxia layer were all astonished. Lin Feng's abilities were very mysterious. Mo Tsonglan's face was filled with evil intentions. What a great method! He definitely wanted that ability as well. Lin Feng was a priceless treasure to him. At that moment, the three women of the Xianxia layer managed to free themselves from the attacks of the purple dragon and landed onto the ground. They were breathing quickly and felt cold in their hearts. What a terrifying young man! They were not the only ones who thought that Lin Feng was terrifying. Everybody thought the same. So that's how it was. He had killed the two vice leaders of the Condor Castle organization without using his full strength. No wonder he didn't fear them and was determined to stay in Celestial River. However, Lin Feng hadn't expected so many people would keep attacking him one after the other when he was dealing with Condor Castle. First, it was the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, then the Dream Pavilion. They all wanted to kill him. Fortunately, Mr. Hua was there to help. The purple dragon was fixedly staring at the people down on the ground. When Lin Feng was at the Golden Z Mountain in MOU, the cultivators of the Z government used a purple energy. They could control their spirits and increase the strength of their spirit. This is what Lin Feng was using. He had obtained the memories of the cultivator of the Xianxia layer and spent 6 months practicing in secret. He had learnt the how to use surplus souls and could now already make 100 surplus souls appear, which all contained the power of his soul. He was combining that power with the power of his spirit. Thus, when using these surplus souls and injecting them into his spirit, he could bring his spirit into reality and it would become monstrously strong. If he had only relied on the strength of a single soul and tried to control his spirit, his dragon would have been strong, but it wouldn't have been enough to defeat these 4 women of the Xianxia layer. Therefore, he had used all of his surplus souls to inject them into his spirit and increase its strength. His snake thus had even more power as well. That splendid method was called the Ode to the Spirit. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng coldly. Immediately after, the dragon rushed through the atmosphere with a whistling sound. The purple lake from before had been entirely swallowed by Lin Feng's snake spirit, and that purple lake turned out to be the blood of a Zun-level dragon. Besides, there were the remnants of its willpower and determination in that blood. The gigantic dragon moved. It seemed like the entire world was under the pressure of that terrifying creature. Fear invaded the heart of these 3 female cultivators of the Xianxia layer. That gigantic snake definitely had the strength of a Shen-level beast. Besides, it was also extremely brutal, violent, and agile. Concerning the women, they were experts at creating illusions. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be very useful against Lin Feng's spirit. Cursed the 3 women furiously. Their silhouettes flickered and many illusions appeared floating above the ground. The crowd was dazzled and felt they were hallucinating after seeing so many illusions. "Fools!" shouted Lin Feng's furious voice, and his eyes were as cold as before. He was determined and tenacious. There wasn't the least bit of hesitation in his actions. Illusions? They probably didn't know that at this moment, Lin Feng's purple dragon spirit was filled with the power of several surplus souls. Lin Feng's eyes were closed and he was in fusion with the earth. He could see through the illusions clearly in his mind, therefore so could all of his surplus souls. "Ah!" 2 piercingly sharp shrieks emerged. A huge quantity of illusions vanished. 2 female cultivators of the Xianxia layer had just disappeared after being swallowed by the purple dragon. The arrogant female cultivator of the Xianxia layer who was standing in front of the dragon seemed absolutely tiny and insignificant, at least in comparison with the dragon. There was only one left. From the 4 female cultivators of the first Xianxia layer, only one was left. She was standing there looking at that gigantic creature and shaking. She had just seen her 3 sisters being swallowed by the spirit. How could she not be terrified? Her determination and willpower had already been crushed. The monstrous and gigantic spirit was coldly staring at her. She was getting more and more frightened with each second. Finally, she decided to give up and turned around to run. She didn't want to fight anymore. She wanted to escape. A cultivator of the Xianxia layer wasn't fighting anymore. She wanted to flee. Unfortunately, she didn't have the possibility of escaping. The gigantic dragon started moving as if in a frenzy. In a flash, he swallowed her body, which immediately disappeared. With that, the 4 female cultivators of the Xianxia layer had all died. Boom! A violent and heavy wave of energy spread through the air. Aunt Yun moved away from Mr. Hua and Meng Qing. When she saw that the 4th female cultivators had disappeared, a horrible and evil expression appeared on her face. "You killed them all." Her face was distorted with murderous intentions. She didn't look calm and indifferent anymore. "Not only did I kill them, but I will also kill everyone else from the Dream Pavilion," said the purple dragon, sounding ice-cold. "When you came to kill me, you should have prepared for death." Lin Feng was back on the head of the gigantic purple dragon and his eyes were closed as before. Besides, the purple dragon, on which Lin Feng was moving towards the people of the Dream Pavilion, which made their heartbeats accelerate violently. "How dare you?" said the woman who sounded enraged. She was extremely arrogant and at that moment, she was still acting very haughty and bossy. "Why would I not dare?" said Lin Feng, sounding ice-cold. "Mr. Hua, Meng Qing, Aunt Yun is for you." "All right," said Mr. Hua while slightly nodding. He was staring at Aunt Yun. How arrogant! She was even looking down on him, an old man at the same Xianxia layer. The purple dragon arrived in front of the people of the Dream Pavilion in a flash. At that moment, a silhouette blocked Lin Feng's way. It was Lan Jiao. "Please, no," said Lan Jiao while shaking her head and hoping that Lin Feng would stop. Please, no, said the gigantic dragon, sounding ice-cold. Your people, the people of the Dream Pavilion, want to kill me, but I can't kill them? Besides, when they wanted to kill me, you didn't try to prevent them from doing so. But now that I want to kill them, do you think that you have any right to stop me? When Lan Jiao heard Lin Feng, she started shaking. Indeed, when these people arrived to kill Lin Feng, she didn't try to stop them. What gave her the right to try and prevent Lin Feng from getting his revenge by blocking his way? Get lost! The gigantic dragon moved forwards and threw Lan Jiao's body flying to the side. Then, it kept moving forwards towards the people of the Dream Pavilion. Immediately after, horrible shrieks spread through the atmosphere. All the people of the Dream Pavilion were thrown into the air. An extreme strength had smashed into them, destroying their bones, flesh, and vital organs. SSSS. The dragon had slaughtered the people of the Dream Pavilion, but its two gigantic eyes revealed neither sympathy nor pity. They were just filled with killing intent. It fought until all the enemies were dead. At the moment when everybody wanted to kill him, who had felt any sympathy or pity for him? The world of cultivation was a cruel world without emotion. Those who were weak in their hearts died early. The rule was to kill or be killed. Very quickly, a sea of corpses appeared in front of the purple dragon. All the people of the Dream Pavilion except for Lan Jiao had died. Far in the distance, Aunt Yun's facial expression looked evilly cold, revealing her murderous desires. All of her people had died except for Lan Jiao. She had to get revenge and kill Lin Feng. However, at that moment Meng Qing and Mr. Hua were preventing her from doing so. She couldn't even move closer to Lin Feng. Besides, Mo Tsonglan and Bing Hetung were smiling coldly. They both had ice-cold evil smiles on their faces. They hadn't expected such happy circumstances. For them, the more devastating that battle was, the more advantageous it was for them. The gigantic purple dragon slowly turned around. Its eyes looked as cold as before and it glanced at the crowd. The crowd looked at Lin Feng, but what they didn't know was that Lin Feng, at that moment, was exhausted and had almost no strength remaining. Using the Ode to the Spirit, was using the strength of his soul to boost his spirit's power, and then make his spirit transform into a ferocious dragon. It was extremely tiresome for his soul and vitality. Lin Feng already had the impression that he was about to faint from exhaustion. Mo Tsonglan had a huge smile on his face. He was slowly walking forward, taking small steps. Suddenly, he jumped into the air, throwing himself at Lin Feng. An endless quantity of vines appeared in the air and moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Even though that purple dragon was terrifying, Mo Tsonglan had sensed that the purple dragon was just Lin Feng's spirit and that it wasn't a real dragon. Besides, it only had the strength of the first Xianxia layer, but that was still sufficient to kill 4 people of the first Xianxia layer. However, it wouldn't be enough against Mo Tsonglan. In such circumstances, if Mo Tsonglan managed to kill Lin Feng, the purple dragon would collapse by itself. SSSSSS. The dragon moved towards the vines. The vines were becoming longer and longer and started twining around the dragon's body. A bloodthirsty qi emerged from the vines and the purple dragon was finally defeated. It transformed into a purple lake and rushed back towards Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng couldn't endure it anymore. He was too exhausted. He fell down onto the ground and opened his eyes. He saw these bloodthirsty vines coming towards him. At the same time, an ice-cold qi enveloped his body. Mo Tsonglan and Bing Hetung were attacking Lin Feng together. They wanted to kill him and steal the cauldron. "You plan to kill me?" said Lin Feng, smiling with a warm smile on his face. He didn't feel threatened at all. His body flickered, a light flashed, and suddenly, an ancient cauldron appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Contained a mysterious, ancient qi. When the ancient cauldron appeared, everybody was stupefied. At that moment, Lin Feng had taken out the ancient cauldron. It was obviously the heavenly dragon cauldron. The crowd, who had no hope of ever being able to touch the cauldron, was still very excited when it appeared, and had hope again. What if a miracle happened and they were able to get it? "You all want the heavenly dragon cauldron? Here, you can have it!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Immediately, the heavenly dragon cauldron flew through the air towards Emo Tsonglan. Lin Feng was offering it to him. Emo Tsonglan was astonished. His vines stopped moving towards Lin Feng. Instead, he used them to catch the cauldron. Immediately after, he vigorously pulled it towards him. In a flash, it was almost in Emo Tsonglan's hands. Bing Hetung released some ice energy and threw himself at Emo Tsonglan. At that moment, he had already forgotten about Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng had killed his disciples of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, they were less important than that ancient cauldron. If he managed to get that ancient cauldron, he would leave Shuiyu and go to even greater and more important places. How could Bing Hetung miss the opportunity to get the ancient cauldron? He wasn't the only one to think that way. Because of Lin Feng, Protector Kong had killed Emo Xie, Emo Tsonglan's son, and Emo Tsonglan hated Lin Feng even more for that. But just before, when Emo Tsonglan obtained the cauldron, he immediately focused on storing the cauldron and started running away at an incredible speed. People couldn't even believe their eyes. He didn't think that it would be that easy to acquire the heavenly dragon cauldron. Emo Tsonglan, at that moment, couldn't help but look up at the sky and feel overjoyed. He hadn't killed Lin Feng yet, but after getting monstrously strong, he would come back and easily be able to kill Lin Feng. He didn't need to rush. The most important thing was to stay safe and leave with the cauldron. "Where are you going?" shouted Aunt Yun furiously. She jumped into the air and threw herself at Emo Tsonglan, forgetting about Lin Feng for the time being. At that moment, Meng Qing and Mr. Hua didn't stop them. They instead moved back to Lin Feng's side. They were looking at the people who were farther and farther away. "It's not that easy to obtain the heavenly dragon cauldron," said Mr. Hua indifferently. Mr. Hua's eyes were filled with admiration while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, when he was threatened by the people of the Dream Pavilion, hadn't taken the ancient cauldron out, but when the situation had turned out to be really dangerous, he immediately threw away an incredibly precious treasure without regret or hesitation. Courage, insight, cunning, and resolution, coupled with Lin Feng's natural talent, would definitely turn him into an incredibly strong cultivator. Lin Feng's face turned deathly pale. He was smiling indifferently and took out a sheet, a pill recipe. "Mr. Hua, this is the recipe for spirit blood pills. Keep it safe. I will copy some other recipes for you," said Lin Feng while giving the recipe to Mr. Hua. If he hadn't been helped by Mr. Hua, maybe the outcome of these battles would have been different. He wouldn't even have been able to resist to Emo Tsonglan and Bing Hetung. Lin Feng would remember that favor forever. Mr. Hua looked delighted. Without adhering to formalities with Lin Feng, he immediately put away the recipe and immediately handed a ring to Lin Feng while saying, "These are the things that you have asked me to get. Keep them safe." "Thank you," said Lin Feng while taking the ring. He immediately said, "Mr. Hua, how advanced is your knowledge when it comes to pills?" "So. I have no problem concocting Ling-level pills. I can make some Shen-level pills of lower quality as well, but it doesn't always succeed. I have about a 10% success rate. I am unable to make pills of higher levels. Shen-level pills of lower quality, 10% success rate." Mr. Hua's abilities when it came to concocting pills were already extremely advanced. Having a 10% success rate when it came to concocting Shen-level pills of lower quality was not a great success rate, but it was very high compared to others, which was why the demand for Shen-level pills were high. Mr. Hua certainly had many people who were interested in his services. "Mr. Hua, are you interested in concocting some pills with me? You could also teach a few things about pills," asked Lin Feng. Mr. Hua remained silent for a while and then said, while smiling, "Concocting pills together. No problem, but don't you want to chase the heavenly dragon cauldron? I'm not strong enough to own such a valuable item. How could I even get it back?" said Lin Feng while shaking his head and smiling. "If you cannot get it back, at least you should make things hard for them. These days, the news that the heavenly dragon cauldron is in Celestial River will spread very quickly. If anyone wants it, it will not be easy for anyone, at least for a certain period of time. In Celestial River, it will be a bloodbath because of the ancient cauldron. Even though, relying on your own strength, you are not necessarily able to take it back since you have pill recipes, I could ask some old friends to help, then it might not be that difficult to get it back," said Mr. Hua while smiling. Lin Feng looked delighted. Since the precious treasure was there, many extremely strong people were going to try and steal it. The strongest ones could defeat a few of their opponents, but it wouldn't be an easy task to exterminate all those interested in the cauldron. In a secret room, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged and his eyes were firmly closed. Carefree and indifferent, Lin Feng was fused with the earth. A long thread of pure qi was fluctuating. It contained Lin Feng's soul energy. Lin Feng was practicing his surplus souls technique. It had been 2 days since the battle between the multiple groups. During these 2 days, Lin Feng had only been sitting in that secret room practicing cultivation. Nothing else. His pure qi had recovered, the strength of his soul had also recovered. At the same time, he had improved the speed of his surplus soul ability. The strength of his soul was becoming stronger and stronger. He was also able to make even more surplus souls appear. He could make an even stronger purple spirit appear. In a battle, he would be much stronger than before. Lin Feng needed to be extremely strong. Therefore, before even having completely recovered from his injuries, Lin Feng had already started developing the number of his surplus souls. In order to become stronger, even if it was extremely difficult, Lin Feng was ready and willing to endure the pain and suffering required. He didn't want to be threatened by other people. He didn't want to rely on Meng Qing and other people each time a situation appeared where someone wanted to kill him. It was embarrassing for Lin Feng to be so weak. The fact that Meng Qing protected him once in a while was not a problem, but it couldn't always be the case. Time passed and the 3rd day was already over. In that secret room, many purity stones of medium quality had already disappeared, but Lin Feng's ability to absorb pure qi was growing stronger. A white light was fluctuating in the atmosphere, emitting whistling sounds. It was violently penetrating into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng had the impression that he was intoxicated. It was so comfortable. The pure qi was revolving faster and faster around Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body was glittering and looked translucent. In the middle of the dazzling light, there was an incredible strength which seemed to be endless. It was the strength of pure qi. Even though they were only small threads of pure qi, the fact that he was now absorbing enough pure qi for it to be visible implied that Lin Feng was getting closer and closer to reaching the Xianxia layer. Boom! A soft explosion emerged inside Lin Feng's body. An endless supply of pure qi drowned into Lin Feng's body from heaven and earth. Besides, at the same time, a thread of pure qi emitted a bright and dazzling light and then immediately vanished. Phew! Lin Feng, whose eyes were closed, slightly opened his mouth and took a deep breath. He opened his eyes and looked so delighted that his eyes were twinkling. 9th Ling Qi layer. I still have one more step before I break through to the Xianxia layer. Now it's only a small step away, thought Lin Feng. For months, Lin Feng had dedicated all his time to studying the Zun Qi layer cultivator's memories and techniques. He had not reached the 9th Ling Qi layer as he was focusing on the pure qi and techniques rather than just absorbing qi. After the last big battle, he finally believed he now had enough understanding of pure qi and could successfully advance. He had finally broken through to the 9th Ling Qi layer, but was still a small step away from breaking through to the Xianxia layer. Even though Lin Feng had broken through to the 9th Qi layer, he didn't stand up. He slowly closed his eyes again and kept practicing his surplus soul technique. Lin Feng couldn't afford to relax and be lazy. No matter how tiresome, how painful, everything that he did was in accordance with his beliefs. Everything he did was because of his incredible ambition to not get bullied anymore and to put a stop to the people who wanted to kill him. Lin Feng spent 7 days in the secret room focusing on getting stronger. Outside of the secret room was a spacious guest room, but nobody was inside at that moment. In the room next to Lin Feng's cultivation room, it was dark. From outside, that cultivation room looked like a shelf, but nobody knew that it was actually an entrance to a secret room. Meng Qing was probably cultivating as well. After all, that big battle had made her exhausted as well. Where is Mr. Hua? Thought Lin Feng. He started walking to the guest room and opened the door and entered. Inside, it was a scenery filled with charm and beauty. There were many rooms. In one of the rooms, a vast and boundless heat had invaded the atmosphere. Apart from that heat, it also smelt like medicine. No, it's not correct. Mr. Qi, that's not correct. The 1,000 lotus flower leaves have to melt first and then they can be put into the mixture. Then, we have to use our soul to control it. The sounds of people arguing could be heard in the room where the heat came from. It was precisely Mr. Hua's voice. It seemed like he was arguing with someone else about something. Mr. Hua, you are wrong. If you first melt the lotus leaves and then put them into the mixture, you will lose half of the medicinal strength when you add them to the mixture, and it will be impossible to concoct Xian-level spirit blood pills, said the other voice. It seemed like that person was an old man like Mr. Hua. Besides, his voice sounded like he was stubbornly persisting in his own opinion. It seems like Mr. Hua and his friend were concocting Xian-level spirit blood pills, and that they didn't agree with each other, thought Lin Feng. Immediately after, he entered the room in which they were concocting pills. Apart from Mr. Hua, Lin Feng saw another old man. He was sitting down on a chair. Both of them were staring at the other. It seemed like they were unable to persuade each other. Besides, next to them was a huge cauldron. Mr. Hua had taken the recipe of the spirit blood pills and was discussing it with the other old man. Obviously, they were very well acquainted. Lin Feng glanced at the two old men and then looked at the red-haired old man. His heart started beating a bit faster. He recognized the old man who was with Mr. Hua. It was the old man who bid on the heavenly dragon cauldron in the auction room but who, in the end, let Lin Feng get it. The red-haired old man, when he saw Lin Feng, smiled and nodded. "Senior," said Lin Feng while slightly bowing, as a sign of respect. "Lin Feng, you provided us with the recipe of the spirit blood pills. We need you to tell us, do we have to make the lotus leaves melt first, and then add them to the mixture or not?" asked Mr. Hua. He was only concerned about his argument with the red-haired old man. "Stop talking nonsense. If you melt them first and add them to mixture, would your soul be strong enough to control the leaves so that their essence spreads evenly in the concoction? If the pills are not perfectly balanced with all the ingredients, can you still concoct Xian-level spirit blood pills?" said the red-haired old man, getting angry again. When Lin Feng saw these two old men argue, he smiled. In that world, being able to exchange ideas while insulting each other, but remaining friendly was also an enviable thing. It could mean that a friendship had already reached a certain degree. "Mr. Hua, Senior, I also did some research about that recipe, but my pill concoction abilities are extremely basic. I'm not able to concoct spirit blood pills, but I would like to have a try with the guidance from you, my seniors. We could see if Mr. Hua's suggestion works, even if there is no guarantee that it will work," said Lin Feng, who made the red-haired old man frown. "Lin Feng, who are you calling a senior? Call me Mr. Qi. Damn it. Maybe because you have never concocted pills before, but the more people doesn't mean the merrier. It's actually the opposite and can get chaotic. People synchronize their souls in perfect harmony. Concocting pills is an extremely rigorous process. Each step of the procedure is of highest importance. One careless move and the whole thing would be lost. Besides, it can lead to the cauldron being damaged or destroyed," said the red-haired old man, sounding solemn and respectful. One person was more appropriate than two when concocting pills. "I know about that, obviously, but maybe I have a solution," said Lin Feng while smiling. Immediately after, he sat next to Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi, in front of the cauldron. "You are two senior alchemists. You can feel the strength of a soul," said Lin Feng. Immediately after, he closed his eyes. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi glanced at each other and then immediately closed their eyes. They then all started releasing the strength of their soul and slowly let it flow out. In a flash, Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi could feel the strength of each other's souls. It seemed like there were two sets of eyes angrily staring at each other. Their souls were in the atmosphere, but their souls were at odds. Every person was unique and would see things in their own way. It was impossible for two people to have perfectly identical beliefs and opinions, which was why it was difficult for several people to concoct pills together. However, at that moment an illusion slowly appeared. It was Lin Feng's soul. That bright illusion immediately wrapped up the two old men's souls, and in a flash, it seemed like their souls had entered another world. These three people's souls seemed to be following the same pace and rhythm as if they were joined through a special connection. The bright illusion moved their soul power into the cauldron. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi could distinctly and clearly perceive what Lin Feng's soul was doing as if it was their own soul. It was a mysterious and mystical moment. At that moment, the light vanished from the atmosphere. That mysterious sensation vanished as well. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi's souls suddenly became at odds again. They recalled their souls back into their bodies and opened their eyes. They were both looking at Lin Feng. They looked delighted. Earth fusion. Indeed. I have broken through the earth dimension, said Lin Feng while nodding. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi remained silent for a while, and then both burst into an insane laughter. Mr. Hua, the fact that you have met Lin Feng is a stroke of luck. He knows the secret of earth fusion which even we could only dream of. Thanks to him, we can concoct at the same time, while maintaining the efficiency to a high level, said Mr. Qi while smiling. Before, it was impossible for Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi to concoct pills together. But since Lin Feng had the power of earth fusion, they would be able to concoct pills together and their souls could work together. They could clearly divide the work without interfering with the other. This made the chance of errors occurring very low. As alchemists, Lin Feng didn't need to beg them to accept working with him. It was a great chance for them to increase their knowledge and abilities by working together. At that moment, Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi were not arguing anymore. Mr. Hua nodded, smiled, then said, "It's a strike of luck indeed. Lin Feng has only been practicing cultivation for less than a decade. Yet he can already fuse with the earth. He can also defeat cultivators of the Shen Qi layer even though he only had the power of the 8th Ling Qi layer. In fact, I particularly look forward to seeing how strong and powerful he will be in the future." "Yes," said Mr. Qi while nodding. Mr. Hua had already told him about all the things which had happened in Celestial River. Lin Feng had been at the core of all these incidents. Lin Feng's natural talent was rare. The so-called geniuses of the biggest sects couldn't rival Lin Feng. Such geniuses as Lin Feng maybe appeared once every millennium. If they didn't die young, they usually reached the heavens. Mr. Qi looked impatient to see an authentic genius grow up. That would indubitably be very exciting. Lin Feng slightly smiled while shaking his head. He indeed had a high natural talent, but for the time being, he wasn't strong enough. There were so many people who were much stronger than him. He needed to be monstrously strong. If someday, he managed to reach the heavens and walked above the clouds while looking down at all living creatures, what a mighty and epic moment would that be? Mr. Hua, Mr. Qi, let's refine some Shen-level spirit blood pills together. We'll first start heating the cauldron, said Lin Feng. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi looked delighted. They both looked forward to concocting some pills altogether, the three of them. Refining some Shen-level pills of medium quality was extremely complex. Even though Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua had been arguing, they also didn't really intend to refine Shen-level pills of medium quality. But Lin Feng had opened their eyes and it was like a ray of sunshine through the clouds. It seemed like nothing was impossible. If Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi had concocted pills, they would only have been able to concoct Shen-level pills of lower quality. But since the earth fusion enabled them to be in symbiosis, the level of the pills could be increased significantly. They were, of course, willing to give it a try. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi turned Lin Feng. "Is everything ready?" asked Lin Feng. Immediately after, the two old men nodded. Lin Feng closed his eyes and entered in the mysterious dimension which enabled him to fuse with the earth. The strength of his soul emerged and invaded the entire atmosphere. That strength wrapped up the strength of the two old men's souls and immediately after moved into the cauldron. A fireball appeared and embraced the cauldron, boiling the spiritual herbs which were inside. "Fiery herbs," said Mr. Hua, sounding indifferent. Mr. Qi understood what that meant, and then his body faintly shook, and then some pure Qi strength moved into the cauldron, breaking apart the fiery herbs and evenly spreading them in the concoction. At that moment, Lin Feng was responsible for making sure that their souls remained on the same wavelength. Mr. Hua was in charge of maintaining the fire while Mr. Qi was in charge of the concoction. Every single step had to be carried out rigorously. The smell of the pills slowly started invading the entire atmosphere. The odor around the cauldron was getting more and more intense. "Sanguine flames," said Mr. Hua after a while in a low voice. Mr. Qi had already prepared everything. A long blood-red thread spread in the air and moved into the cauldron. 1,000 lotus leaves, shouted Mr. Hua. Immediately after, 1,000 lotus leaves moved towards the cauldron. The 1,000 lotus leaves couldn't be cooked at the same speed though because of the fire. I will help you, said Mr. Qi in a low voice. His incredibly strong soul came to wrap up the leaves and disperse them evenly in above the fire, enabling them to gradually melt into the sanguine flames. That part was very difficult but was crucial as well. At that moment, Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi were anxiously frowning. They released the entire strength of their souls, which made cold sweat unceasingly drip from their bodies. It was consuming all of their soul strength and pushing them to the limit. At that moment, the lotus leaves were starting to slide to the side. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi started shaking. Had they failed? At that moment, the great soul, which had been wrapping up theirs, disappeared as well. In a flash, the wonderful feeling, which had invaded their hearts before, disappeared. Hopelessness replaced their positive feelings. Their strength wasn't sufficient to refine Xian-level pills of medium quality. They didn't control the strength of their soul with enough mastery. Maybe after breaking through to the 4th Xian-Qi layer, they would be able to achieve their aim. The strength of their souls had already come out of the cauldron, however, at that moment, the strength of a soul kept moving into the cauldron. It wrapped up the 1,000 lotus leaves and put them into the sanguine flames. A bright and resplendent red light emerged in the atmosphere. It almost looked like the lotus leaves were about to blossom. It was splendid. It's Lin Feng, he hasn't given up. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi's hearts were pounding. They released the strength of their soul once again. One took control of the spiritual herbs and the other took control of the temperature control. After a brief moment, all the spiritual herbs had melted. At that moment, bright red lotus flowers had appeared on the lotus leaves. It was absolutely gorgeous. Close! Shouted Mr. Hua. The lotus flowers slowly closed themselves. Immediately after, the fire lost in intensity. The smell of the pills was getting stronger and stronger. A bright and resplendent red light was illuminating the atmosphere and kept revolving above the mouth of the cauldron. Mr. Qi! Shouted Mr. Hua. He then yelled again. His voice was making the atmosphere vibrate. Finish the pill! Boom! A bright and resplendent red light burst from the cauldron. Mr. Qi had anticipated this already. He jumped up in the air, breaking through the ceiling, abruptly raised his hand and grabbed something within the red light. He immediately came back down and opened the palm of his hand. Amazingly, a small oval object appeared. It was illuminated by a red light which kept fluttering around it. It's finished. It's a success. The three of them suddenly looked truly excited. They had worked together relying on 3 very strong cultivators' strength. They had all poured endless effort into this process and become closer because of it. It sounded simple, but concocting Xian-level spirit blood pills had sucked up a lot of their energy. Besides, at that moment, Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi felt like he was going to collapse. Mr. Hua, this time, Lin Feng is the one who has used the most strength to concoct that Xian-level spirit blood pill. He is also the one who has provided us with the recipe. Finally, at the most crucial moment, he is also the one saved the situation. If he hadn't been there, we wouldn't have been able to refine that spirit blood pill. Therefore, it belongs to Lin Feng. What do you think? Said Mr. Qi. They had only prepared the ingredients to concoct the pill. Besides, obtaining 1 pill was already an exceptional success for them, let alone making more. I, of course, have no objection to that. The pill belongs to Lin Feng, said Mr. Hua while smiling and nodding. When Lin Feng heard them, a warm feeling invaded his heart. In the continent, there were many evildoers who constantly plotted against other people, but there were also many people who were very kind and who were honest and sincere to others. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi belonged to the second category of people. That pill was Xian-level spirit blood pill of medium quality. It would have been incredibly useful to them, particularly if it helped them advance before a potentially fatal battle, but they preferred giving it to Lin Feng. Of course, it was because they were very honest. Besides, Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi were very good friends already and neither would disagree. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Mr. Hua, Mr. Qi, the three of us being together to concoct the pills was absolutely essential. This is the result of our teamwork, and it is a success for us as a group. Nobody has more merit than the other. As far as the pill recipe is concerned, I had already promised it to Mr. Hua, so it doesn't count. Therefore, it is not my recipe and the pill does not belong to me. Lin Feng refused to take the spirit blood pill. If he wanted to kill people, he used his sword. But if people were kind to him, he was happy to make friends with them. No, in terms of strength, that pill is very beneficial to you, said Mr. Hua while shaking his head. Mr. Hua, that pill would be very beneficial to me, however it would be better if one of you took it. With my current strength, taking the pill would be a waste. I would not be able to absorb the full power of the pill. It would be better if one of you took it. If you become stronger, that will also help me. Lin Feng once more declined the two old men's offer. Actually, Lin Feng was just stating facts. A cultivator of the Ling Qi layer taking a Shen-level pill of medium quality was a waste. He would not be able to absorb even half of its power. Mr. Hua, you can take the pill, said Mr. Qi, not trying to convince Lin Feng anymore. Instead, he was giving it to Mr. Hua. But Mr. Hua also shook his head and said, "Old friend, even though you are not as good as me at concocting pills, you are still stronger than me. This pill is for you. It would be more appropriate for you to take it." "Stop talking nonsense. Since when am I not as good as you at concocting pills?" said Mr. Qi angrily. "If you're not taking it, you can try to give it to Lin Feng again," said Mr. Hua with a disdainful expression on his face which made Lin Feng smile wryly. How come these two were talking about concocting ability again? I don't know, but Mr. Hua, Mr. Qi, that pill must be taken as soon as possible for maximum potency. It doesn't matter if you are not interested. When Lin Feng finished talking, he immediately made an eat gesture to them by placing his fingers to his mouth. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi looked at each other, and both immediately burst into a fit of laughter at the same time. After Lin Feng had left, Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi remained in the room where they were concocting the pills. "Old friend, seriously, you are younger than me, yet your cultivation level is higher than mine. You are already at the peak of the third Xianxia layer and your natural talent is extremely high. These spirit blood pills increase the strength of the blood vessels and make the soul much stronger. If you take it, you would have high chance of breaking through to the fourth Xianxia layer. Even in a city as vast as Celestial River, we would still have absolute power." Mr. Hua was looking at Mr. Qi in a solemn and respectful way. "Therefore, old friend, we shouldn't fight again." Mr. Qi was a bit surprised. He remained silent for a moment and finally nodded while saying, "All right, old friend, don't be so serious. In the future, with Lin Feng's natural talent and the earth fusion, we will have even more good pills. Do you think that I will not take any in the future?" "Huh." Mr. Qi was a bit surprised. He was staring at Mr. Hua and said, "What you mean is?" Mr. Hua slightly nodded and said, "You guessed right. I am getting ready to follow Lin Feng." "Follow Lin Feng?" Mr. Qi's pupils shrank. Lin Feng had broken through to the 8th Ling Qi layer, but Mr. Hua was a strong cultivator of the 3rd Shen Qi layer. Surprisingly, he wanted to follow Lin Feng. "Indeed, follow Lin Feng," said Mr. Hua, sounding absolutely serious. He then said, sounding solemn and respectful, "Old friend, deep in your heart, you're also able to evaluate Lin Feng's ability to concoct pills." Mr. Qi frowned and then said while nodding, "Earth fusion, that exceptional soul strength and Lin Feng's level of talent. His destiny is to become a great alchemist." "You're wrong, old friend," said Mr. Hua while shaking his head. "I'm wrong. Indeed, you are wrong. His earth fusion, his amazing soul strength, he's not only good for concocting pills. Lin Feng is extremely good at everything. Provided that he's willing to do something, he always manages to master it. He can become a monstrously strong cultivator. He can become an alchemist, a blacksmith, a commander, anything. He only has to be willing to do something and he'll be able to achieve it. If we are patient, we will see incredibly wonderful things happen." Mr. Hua was speaking slowly. Mr. Qi's eyes were twinkling. Indeed, with the earth fusion and his incredible soul strength, Lin Feng would be able to accomplish anything, only relying on his monstrous talent. Old friend, you have observed Lin Feng's behavior and ability with your own eyes. He is worth trusting. We may be cultivators of the Xianxia layer, but we are not that young anymore. We might not be able to have any more breakthroughs in this lifetime. Our lifespan is not limitless. Nowadays, we have a certain reputation in Celestial River, but it also has its limits and will eventually fade. Following Lin Feng will provide us with many new opportunities. When Mr. Qi heard Mr. Hua, he shivered. Indeed, ordinary people had a life expectancy of 100 years. For people of the Qi and Ling Qi layers, provided that they were strong and healthy, could usually hope to live until 150 years old. Besides, cultivators of the Xianxia layer could to live to the age of 200 years old, but that was the maximum. However, for those who could become amazingly strong cultivators, it was a different story. They could live until the age of 500 years old. Such cultivators could often reach the heavens on the path of cultivation after 300 years. Even though Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi had a prestigious status in Celestial River, but on the scale of the continent they were nobodies. Besides, sooner or later, they would reach their limit, then become weaker, and they wouldn't have the opportunity to improve their cultivation anymore. Following someone strong and making them stronger is easy, but providing help when it is needed the most is difficult. Old friend, what Lin Feng needs now is assistance. If we follow him, he will be truly grateful. Besides, on the day when Lin Feng reaches the heavens, if you only want to help him become even greater at that moment, will he pay attention to you? Mr. Hua was speaking slowly. Old friend, we cannot wait for Lin Feng to become extremely powerful to follow him. Now, we have a great opportunity, and it will enable us to obtain some power and influence too. We have the opportunity to follow a genius. Isn't that formidable? Besides, if we follow Lin Feng, we might get the chance to become stronger cultivators and not have to worry about our lifespan. Wait for Lin Feng to be influential and then follow him, whispered Mr. Qi. Could we really become stronger and no longer await our death? All right, old friend, take your time to think about it. First, take a spirit blood pill to break through to the next layer. I will help you absorb it, said Mr. Hua, interrupting Mr. Qi's train of thought. Mr. Qi nodded and said, all right. When they finished talking, the two old men walked to the secret room. A month had passed, and Celestial River was going through some turbulent times. In the western part of Celestial River, there were some of the strongest cultivators of the Haoyu sect. In the northern part, there were some amazingly strong cultivators of the Ice and Snow Mountain village. Besides, there were even some extremely strong cultivators who had come from other distant places. For example, there were some extremely strong cultivators from the Wuxia sect, the Imperial City, the Wanshou sect, the Yu clan, and the Imperial clan. All of these groups of people had sent people to Celestial River. Apart from these people, there were also some unknown people whose influence was unknown. The entire city of Celestial River had been encircled. It was only possible to get into the city, but leaving was impossible. No matter who, they couldn't take half a step outside of the ancient city of Celestial River. Everybody only had one goal: obtain the Heavenly Dragon Cauldron, one of the 10 legendary cauldrons. It was a treasure which dated back to the ancient times, but nobody knew exactly how useful it was. But since it had become one of the 10 legendary cauldrons, it probably was an incredible treasure. That object didn't belong to the history of Xueyu, but to the history of the continent of the Nine Clouds. If some people in the continent knew that one of the 10 legendary cauldrons was in Celestial River, it would turn into a bloodbath. Apart from Xueyu cultivators, if people other countries learnt that the precious treasure was in Xueyu, they would also send forces to take it. At that moment, in Celestial River, in a thatched hut, there was a silhouette wearing a bamboo hat. That person was wearing ragged clothes and was sitting on the ground. Their head was hanging low. However, an evil light was flashing in the person's eyes. "A bunch of bastards," said that person in an evil voice. The person's eyes were dark green and looked extremely cold. The person was the one who had obtained the Heavenly Dragon Cauldron, Mo Tsonglan. After everything happened, he hadn't thought that the situation would turn out so difficult. After Mo Tsonglan obtained the ancient cauldron, his escape had been obstructed by a myriad of people who wanted to kill him. He wanted to rush out of Celestial River, but he had nearly been killed. Later on, more and more strong cultivators had been gathering around the city. Songlan had no possibility of escape. He was completely encircled. At that moment, he was severely injured. Even though he had been injured, he had also killed a certain number of his pursuers. These days, Songlan was like a beggar who nobody wanted to be associated with. He was chased by a myriad of people who wanted to kill him. He was under extreme pressure. Songlan was breathing heavily. Pure chi was revolving around his body. His chi was unstable. During that short time, he swallowed an incredible quantity of pure chi, but horrible things were progressively approaching him. It seemed like oblivion was awaiting. At that moment, Songlan frowned. An evil expression flashed in his eyes. In the distance, some people were moving towards him. "Sister, there is a thatched hut there. Let's go and rest there," said a girl. Immediately after, everybody started walking towards the hut. Songlan was in corner. He was dispirited. A short moment after, 3 beautiful silhouettes entered the thatched hut. "Sister, look, there's somebody here. Let's switch to another place," said the younger girl in a soft voice. "Why would we? Let's make him get the hell out of here," said the other one aggressively. Immediately after, she arrived on Songlan's side and said, sounding ice cold, "We belong to the Wuxia sect and need to have a rest. Leave and find another place to stay." "Switch to another place?" said Songlan with a strange expression on his face. He slowly raised his head. His face was filled with an evil expression which made the 3 people shiver. Their facial expressions drastically changed. Slash, slash. Several vines appeared in the air. In a flash, the girl's body was constricted by the vines, which were sucking the blood and flesh from under her skin. "Oh!" A horrible shriek spread in the air. The 2 other people started running away, but in a flash, another vine moved towards one of the girls and firmly wrapped around her body. "Don't kill me!" desperately shouted that girl. Immediately after, her body turned into a pile of skin and bones which hit the floor. 2 girls had already been killed. From the 3 girls, there was only one left. Songlan, surprisingly, you're here," said a cold voice. Immediately after, the thatched hut was completely frozen. Songlan was shivering. He was unable to deal with the younger girl. Boom! An ice chi rushed into the thatched hut and Songlan immediately tried to leave. Songlan, "I've been chasing you for such a long time. You already want to escape?" said that ice-cold voice. Bing! He! Tongue! When the young girl heard these incredibly evil shouts, she immediately sat down onto the ground. When she saw her 2 sisters' corpses, her body started shaking in grief. At that moment, a person entered the now empty thatched hut. The young girl slightly calmed down. She raised her head and looked at the silhouette who had just entered the thatched hut. That person was wearing a monstrous bronze mask. The girl was so terrified that her hands dug into the ground. She kept crawling backwards. The pair of eyes behind the bronze mask looked swift and fierce, ice-cold, but they didn't look at the young girl at all, as if the person was lost in thoughts. Songlan and Bing Hetung are here, surprisingly. Besides, it seems like Songlan still has the heavenly dragon cauldron. Bing Hetung has been chasing him, thought Ba Dao. That thatched hut wasn't far from the place where Lin Feng and him were staying. Mr. Hua's residence was very close to this place. He was walking near the thatched hut and had sensed the cold chi. He quickly approached, and then he had immediately heard Songlan shout Bing Hetung's name. In the distance, another voice spread in the atmosphere which surprised Ba Dao and made him shiver. He jumped away. He didn't feel like creating more trouble. "Stay there," said an ice-cold voice. At the moment when Ba Dao was getting ready to leave the thatched hut, a violent energy oppressed his body. Then someone punched through the air and the energy transformed into a blade which bombarded the atmosphere. Extremely loud explosion sounds spread through the atmosphere. The thatched was already wrecked. Ba Dao's body was completely oppressed and fell down onto the ground. There was a man in front of him who glanced at Ba Dao. It was a young man. Immediately after, he looked at the two corpses as well as the young girl sitting on the ground. "Your methods are cruel and evil," said the young man, sounding ice-cold while releasing deadly qi. "I didn't kill them," said Ba Dao, sounding cold and detached, but his interlocutor didn't pay attention to him, and his deadly qi was becoming even denser. "Do you think that I would believe you?" said the young man, sounding ice-cold. "You kill my two sister disciples and want to do evil things to my other sister disciple. I caught you red-handed and now you want to escape." "He didn't kill them," said the girl sitting on the ground while standing up. She looked at the young man in an ice-cold way. "Fellow disciples?" A moment ago, her brother disciple was near the thatched hut. He should have noticed that her two sisters being killed, but at the moment when they shouted for help, he did not come to help. He had just arrived after Ba Dao entered the hut. That was her brother disciple. How ridiculous! The young man couldn't deal with the murderer, so he wanted to use Ba Dao as a scapegoat. "Sister, don't worry. Since I am here, you don't need to be afraid of being bullied. Besides, I will avenge our two sisters." Just as the young girl had guessed, that young man really wanted to make Ba Dao a scapegoat. If he and his sister came out safe and sound while the two others had been killed, how would he be able to explain why he hadn't stopped the murderer? Wouldn't he lose face? "Ha!" Ba Dao frowned. That young girl guessed right, that young man intended to make him as a scapegoat. Was it that easy though? "Since you want to kill him, what can I do?" "But I know that he hasn't killed them," said the young girl, looking disgusted. "You don't know how to differentiate good from bad," said the young man. His facial expression looked strict and rigid. He then added, "If you had been raped and killed by him, isn't revenge important?" "Wu Gang, you're really shameless." That young girl looked slightly pale and her face was distorted. At the same time, Ba Dao realized what was going on as well. That guy wanted to kill him. "Yun Shi, you are so naive. You're not prepared to accept some things, but I like you that way, you're so innocent. Unfortunately, the only thing we can have is a one-night stand. You are not wife material," said Wu Gang while smiling coldly. He had always been interested in Yun Shi, but she had never been interested in him. Proud and ambitious as he was uncomfortable not getting what he wanted. However, he now had the opportunity to make his evil thoughts come to reality at that moment. When Yun Shi heard Wu Gang, her face turned deathly pale. He was really shameless. "Sister, don't worry. I will kill him first and then I will take care of you," said Wu Gang while smiling. Immediately after, he looked at Ba Dao in an ice-cold way. His eyes were filled with murderous intentions. Ba Dao remained silent. A light flashed and his moon-breaking blade appeared in his hand. A piercingly cold and extremely brutal energy emerged from the blade. "You're not weak, 7th Ling Qi layer, and your weapon is a spiritual weapon of higher quality. However, as before, you have run into a dead end," said Wu Gang while smiling coldly. He was one of the most outstanding disciples of the Wuxia sect. He had broken through to the 9th Ling Qi layer. His silhouette flickered and he then took a huge step. An illusion on his side transformed into opaque rosy clouds which filled the atmosphere. It was endless, mysterious, and unfathomable. It was the sunset cloud skill. "Slash!" shouted Ba Dao. Ba Dao's blade lacerated the air. It seemed like the atmosphere was being torn apart. After that, his blade fell down onto the opponent's attack. It seemed like the atmosphere was torn apart. After that, that blade lacerated the endless and mysterious energy. It felt like that blade was easily cutting through the energy, like his blade was cutting air. The sunset cloud skill was a D-level skill. Sunset clouds emerged from the cultivator's palm. It was vast and boundless but very difficult to carry out. However, in case of success, it was a terrifying attack. Boom! The enemy's hand landed on Ba Dao's body, which made him groan in pain, and his body was projected backwards. That cultivator had broken through to the 9th Ling Qi layer and was close to the Shen Qi layer. He could already control a meager amount of pure qi and was difficult to fight against. In Xueyu, the Wuxia sect doesn't have the greatest influence, but if anyone dares look down on my sect, except for the 8 high officials of Xueyu, no matter who it is, I despise them. No need to say that it especially applies to such worthless and insignificant people such as you. said Wu Gang, sounding arrogant. He was looking at Xianxia while talking as if he had been talking to her, but she didn't care about him at all. How ridiculous! Is that so? Said a voice which echoed through the atmosphere. It was extremely distinct, yet nobody was visible. Wu Gang frowned and said coldly, "Show yourself." Ba Dao was smiling. Except for the 8 high officials, Wu Gang despised everybody else. Very quickly, Wu Gang was going to realize that he was a fool. You dare say such arrogant things, and now you don't even know the location of the person you are speaking down to. How ridiculous, said Ba Dao coldly when he saw that Wu Gang looked so arrogant. Shut the hell up. It's probably a shameless liar just like you. Just another shameless person, said Wu Gang, sounding cold and detached. But when finished talking, his heart twitched. He abruptly turned his head around and a distorted expression appeared on his face. Someone had been standing directly behind him. That person had appeared in absolute silence. That person looked clear and had limpid eyes. That person was a bit younger than Wu Gang. He looked handsome as well. His face didn't contain the least bit of shamelessness. Who are you? Asked Wu Gang to Lin Feng coldly. He didn't recognize Lin Feng. Lin Feng gave a mysterious impression to Wu Gang. Lin Feng looked indifferent and carefree like a gentle breeze, as if Lin Feng was just an illusion on the wind. You despise everyone who looks down on your sect except for the 8 high officials. Since it's like that, there is no need to tell you anything. The only thing that you need to know is that we are enemies, that's enough. Lin Feng was smiling. A moment before, Wu Gang had said it himself, except for the 8 high officials, he despised everybody else. Even though I, Wu Gang, am very proud, is not willing to make an enemy of others without reason. If there is the possibility, I prefer making friends, said Wu Gang. Wu Gang couldn't sense Lin Feng's presence, so he was feeling unsafe. How shameless, cursed Xianxia. Wu Gang was really shameless. She felt disgusted by him. He is my friend. You wanted to kill him a moment ago. Are we friends or enemies, you tell me? Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly and pointing at Ba Dao. Wu Gang enjoyed using his power to bully those weaker than him. Well, Lin Feng could do the same. I'm giving you face, don't be shameless. I am the second best core disciple of the Wuxia sect. What do you intend to do? Acting so arrogantly in front of me. Wu Gang couldn't reply to Lin Feng's question, so he immediately became aggressive and announced his status. After mentioning the Wuxia sect, Lin Feng would definitely be afraid. I'm so scared, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. His silhouette flickered and he disappeared from his original position. When Lin Feng reappeared, he was within arm's reach of Wu Gang. Die! Furiously shouted Wu Gang. His sunset clouds attack appeared again. The atmosphere was illuminated by rosy clouds. It looked incredible. The attack was just as opaque and unfathomable as before. However, the endless rosy clouds were extremely distinct for Lin Feng, who was in fusion with the earth. He shook his finger, out of which sword energies emerged and whistled in the air. He immediately attacked Wu Gang with his finger. PSH. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the atmosphere. Wu Gang's body was projected back of 10 meters. His facial expression looked glum. At that moment, in the middle of his palm, blood was pouring down. A moment before, Lin Feng's sword-like finger had immediately pierced the palm of his hand. What a terrifying sharpness. Except for the 8 high officials, you despise everybody else. As expected, you are a real genius, said Lin Feng while laughing disdainfully on the tone of a joke. When Xianxia saw that Lin Feng had defeated Wu Gang's sunset clouds so easily and had even injured him, her beautiful eyes started twinkling. How strong! Who the hell are you? Wu Gang's palm was bleeding. He was evilly staring at Lin Feng. To which sect did Lin Feng belong? Why had he never heard about him before? Even though he had just said that, except for the 8 high officials, he despised everybody, he was just exaggerating. His ego had made him say those words. But the disciples of the other sects who could rival him were actually very few. He was well aware that they were completely different from the person who was standing before him. You are Lin Feng? At that moment, Xianxia asked in a low voice. Lin Feng's name was already famous in Celestial River. He was carefree and ruthless. He was 18 years old but had defeated Bing Yuan, the Blade Elder Lang Yu, and he had even killed 4 cultivators of the Xianxia layer. At the Wuxia sect, many disciples were talking about Lin Feng. She had already heard about him a few times, trying to imagine what Lin Feng looked like. She had imagined that Lin Feng was arrogant and rude, but the young man who was standing there in front of her looked handsome and delicate. However, his proud temperament reminded her of the rumors surrounding Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Shi and smiled. He looked handsome. He slightly nodded at her. Lin Feng's smile made Shi's heartbeat accelerate. He nodded. It's really Lin Feng. Since ancient times, beautiful women liked heroic men. At the Wuxia sect, many girls wanted to see Lin Feng, that powerful and elegant young man. At that moment, Lin Feng's smile had the same effect as a gentle breeze on Shi's body. In comparison with Lin Feng, Wu Gang looked extremely ugly. He was far from being able to rival Lin Feng in looks. Lin Feng. Wu Gang was stupefied. When he heard that name, he suddenly looked terrified. Lin Feng was able to kill cultivators of the Xianxia layer. Besides, he had killed Bing Yuan of the Ice and Snow Mountain village. Therefore, Lin Feng wouldn't hesitate for a moment when killing him, who belonged to the Wuxia sect. Lin Feng. There is a misunderstanding, said Wu Gang while smiling warmly. He suddenly forgot that he wanted to kill Lin Feng a moment before. His hand was even still bleeding from the wound. A misunderstanding? Said Lin Feng with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Ba Dao. Is there a misunderstanding? He and the girls belong to the Wuxia sect. Immortal killed the 2 other girls. He perfectly knows about that. Because he cannot defeat Immortal, he used me as a scapegoat. Besides, from his previous words it is clear that he was definitely planning to rape and kill the remaining girl, and then accuse me of doing it. He perfectly knew everything from the beginning. There is no misunderstanding. Ba Dao's voice sounded ice-cold, which made Wu Gang's facial expression turn glum. It is really a misunderstanding. I didn't know that you were Lin Feng's friend, continued Wu Gang while smiling. So what? You don't think that it is shameful to come and use someone else as scapegoat? Now, I feel like killing you, and that means I will kill you, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He then started walking slowly, which made Wu Gang's smile turn rigid. Lin Feng, nothing has to be set in stone. You can give me some conditions to live. Besides, my sister disciple Shi is pure and fresh. If you like her, you can play with her as you wish. What do you think? Wu Gang was slowly stepping backwards. He didn't want to fight. His courage had already been crushed. He now knew Lin Feng's identity. He didn't dare to fight anymore. You're so shameless, said Lin Feng, whose silhouette flickered just like an illusion. At that moment, Wu Gang's hand shook as well. An incredible quantity of poisonous qi invaded the atmosphere, which surprised Lin Feng, who immediately stopped. Raised his hand and the poisonous qi immediately dispersed. However, at that moment, Wu Gang suddenly grabbed Shi and was staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, look at my sister disciple. She is so fresh and pure. Besides, she likes you. Wouldn't it be a waste if she died? Lin Feng was surprised. He hadn't thought that he was that kind of person. He had taken Shi as a hostage to threaten Lin Feng. What did he intend to do? Shi was also his fellow disciple. She wasn't Lin Feng's friend. However, Wu Gang was taking her as a hostage. Lin Feng was really startled. Shi hadn't thought that Wu Gang would do such a thing either. What Wu Gang was doing was utterly illogical. However, Shi was looking at Lin Feng with pleading eyes. She had already seen Mo Tsonglan kill her 2 sister disciples, and then the ugly Wu Gang had shown himself. She felt hopeless, lonely, and desperate. She wished someone would show her some sympathy and consideration. The daring young hero whom she had wished would come and save her had appeared. Besides, he was very handsome. That was like a ray of light in her heart. She had a strange sensation, though, as if she had been floating through the air. She had the impression that her heart had become vast and boundless. Taking advantage of a woman who was lost in her heart was extremely easy. How shameless, said Lin Feng coldly while looking at Wu Gang. So what? Lin Feng, Surely you can't stand seeing such a pure and beautiful flower fade? Look how delicate her skin is. She's just turned 17, said Wu Gang, who ignored Lin Feng's words. He just kept talking. An ice-cold-looking blade suddenly pressed against Yun Shi's face. When Lin Feng saw the girl's pure and beautiful eyes, he felt like he couldn't leave her and had to do something, even though he didn't even know her. Hehe. The power of a woman's beauty is impressive. Sister, don't you always talk about Lin Feng? Now, it seems that Lin Feng is also interested in you. Look how good he is to you. It seems like you two are a perfect match, said Wu Gang while slowly pulling back Yun Shi. Yun Shi had mixed feelings. Wu Gang was her fellow disciple and acted so shamelessly and evil. Wu Gang was using her life to threaten a stranger. Lin Feng and her didn't know each other, but Lin Feng wasn't going to attack Wu Gang to save her. She was in a difficult position. Far away in the distance, some silhouettes were moving towards the hut. When Lin Feng saw that there were some silhouettes flying through the sky, he frowned. Besides, Wu Gang looked delighted. His dagger suddenly disappeared. He kept dragging Yun Shi backwards. He shouted loudly, "The elders have arrived at the perfect time. Someone wants to kill us." The disciples of the Wuxia sect. These people who were coming precisely belonged to the Wuxia sect. In a flash, they arrived on Wu Gang's side. "Wu Gang, what's going on?" asked that person coldly while glancing at the corpses on the ground. "Elder, Lin Feng is a criminal and attacked me by surprise. He also killed some of our disciples. He also planned to rape Yun Shi, my fellow disciple. Luckily, I risked my life to protect her, preventing Lin Feng from attacking. I am lucky that you arrived at the critical moment," said Wu Gang, which made the people of the Wuxia sect coldly stare at Lin Feng. "Elder, Wu Gang is shameless. The one who killed my two fellow disciples was someone else. Besides, the one who wanted to rape me is Wu Gang. He just took a dagger and put it against my face, threatening Lin Feng," said Yun Shi honestly. Wu Gang was way too shameless and trying to accuse others. "Sister, I took you to threaten Lin Feng? What is the nature of your relationship with Lin Feng? I know that Lin Feng's words made you confused, but in front of the elders, you don't need to lie," said Wu Gang coldly. Yun Shi's face turned deathly pale. She was speechless. "Yun Shi, stop causing trouble," said the great elder, sounding indifferent. Yun Shi was astonished. She looked at him and said, "You don't believe me either. It's the truth. It was really Wu Gang who did all these things." "All right, shut up now," shouted the great elder. Yun Shi started shaking when she heard him. Besides, an indifferent smile appeared on Wu Gang's face at the same time. What a naive girl. Wu Gang was the genius of the Wuxia sect. He had been trained for many years in the sect. The elder had obviously witnessed what had happened, but was turning a blind eye to the truth. Besides, she wasn't that important in the sect when compared with Wu Gang. Besides, elders, we all seniors, they didn't need to know any of the details. If there was a problem, they would always take Wu Gang's side and protect him. The great elder looked at Lin Feng with an ice-cold glare. "Lin Feng, how audacious! You dared kill members of the Wuxia sect," said another elder coldly. Immediately after, several silhouettes flickered and the members of the Wuxia sect encircled Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw these people, a cold expression appeared in his eyes. A moment before, Wu Gang had used him as a scapegoat, and now these people, because of Wu Gang's lies, wanted to kill him too? Lin Feng understood things much better than Yun Shi. How could he not understand the morally corrupt actions of these people? Nonetheless, was killing Lin Feng really that easy? "Elders, you must all stop immediately," said Yun Shi while looking at the elders surrounding Lin Feng. She looked nervous and yelled, "This really has nothing to do with Lin Feng. How can you all be so unfair? Arg! Shut up." Yun Shi's body flew away and crashed into the ground. She raised her head and saw that she was struck by her own master. She felt extremely cold in her heart, cold to the extent that it was piercing to the bones. She devoted her life to the sect, rarely leaving it to the extent that it had almost become her permanent home. She had little experience in the real world. Therefore, there were many things which she didn't understand. In her heart, she had always had the feeling that the sect was a place where she would always be safe. But at that moment, her heart had been invaded with bitter feelings. She had just seen the true face of her sect. She had seen the coldness and cruelty of these people. That coldness was enough to make her feel hopeless. At that moment, Yunxi's world had been crushed. The sect was no longer the same in her heart. She wasn't seeing any of the warmth, only desolate coldness. When she saw her master's cold and indifferent expression, she finally realized that that world wasn't as simple and pure as she thought. The people of the Wuxia sect weren't as kind and caring as she thought. A single teardrop slowly ran down her cheek. It was a tear of hopelessness. She had also realized that no matter what she said, no matter how loud she shouted, nobody would pay attention to her. When Lin Feng saw Yunxi's teardrop, he sighed. Yunxi was way too naive. She had never understood that there were evil people running her sect. That was the hypocrisy of the world. It wasn't about who was in the right or wrong. It was more about understanding the other party's real objective. Sister, because of a stranger you're now suffering, and you surprisingly dared humiliate an elder in front of everybody, said Wu Gang indifferently. Yunxi looked at him in an ice-cold way. Everything was happening because of Wu Gang. He was such a disgusting person, but Wu Gang didn't care about her opinion. Wu Gang was just thinking that it would be a pity if he didn't have the opportunity to play with such a beautiful girl. Elders, Lin Feng is a shameless enemy. Not only did he attack me by surprise, but he has also killed 2 of our disciples and fooled Yunxi. He is a worthless and disgusting animal. He must die. Wu Gang turned around and smiled coldly. His face was filled with murderous intentions. Indeed, that disgusting person must die. We must avenge our disciples, said another elder immediately. Kill him. We'll definitely kill him, said all the elders consecutively as if they were judges giving Lin Feng the death sentence. In their eyes, Lin Feng's life was already in their hands. If they wanted to kill him, they could kill him. Amongst these elders of the Wuxia sect, 3 of them were at the first Xianxia layer, 2 at the second Xianxia layer, and 1 at the third Xianxia layer. In such circumstances, Lin Feng was unable to escape even if he grew wings. Extremely swift and fierce sword qi emerged and bombarded the atmosphere. At that moment, a purple light shot high into the sky above Lin Feng's head, making him look like a ferocious warrior. What? He wants to fight. The members of the Wuxia sect laughed coldly and joked. He is a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer. Even if he relies on external factors to increase his cultivation abilities, how could he resist our elders? Yes, he just wants to die. A gigantic qi emerged in the atmosphere. The cultivators of the Ling Qi layer all moved back, and only those of the Shen Qi layer continued surrounding Lin Feng. They had all heard about that day when Lin Feng had fought against the Dream Pavilion and that he had killed 4 cultivators of the Shen Qi layer. Even though they had only broken through to the first Shen Qi layer, they had probably been careless when dealing with him. At that moment, all the elders were surrounding Lin Feng. How could he resist? You still want to kill him? Does that mean that you don't believe me? Said Yunxi in a quiet voice. Was it that they didn't believe her or that they chose to ignore her? They all knew the truth perfectly, but it was much easier for them to just kill Lin Feng and settle the matter. Yunxi stood up and said to the elders, Elders, I swear that my 2 fellow disciples were killed by an evil man whom we met when we went into the hut. He also wanted to kill me, but at that moment, someone whose name apparently was Bing He Tang appeared, and then the man stopped paying attention to me. Then they both left. Wu Gang perfectly knows what happened, but he doesn't want to lose face. He wanted to find a scapegoat. He was planning to rape me and kill me, then blame the one in the bronze mask. Fortunately, Lin Feng appeared, but Wu Gang shamelessly captured me as a hostage and threatened Lin Feng, which is why Lin Feng didn't kill him. After that, all of you arrived. I would prefer death over living a lie. What a naive little girl. How foolish. All these people of the Wuxia sect were coldly staring at Yunxi. Get lost, shouted a powerful voice that filled everyone's ears. It made Yunxi's entire body shake. If you try to prevent us from avenging our sect members, we will bury you here with them. shouted an incredibly aggressive voice which made Xianxia's heart pound faster. She had lost all hope. It seemed like everything she had done had been useless. "No problem, kill me too," said Xianxia. At that moment, a smile appeared on her face, a smile of agony. Suddenly, a deadly qi emerged from her body. Everybody was surprised. "It doesn't look good," cried Lin Feng in alarm. His body flickered and he appeared behind Xianxia's body. It was already too late though. Xianxia groaned. She slammed the deadly qi into her chest and blood gushed from her mouth. A flower, which had yet to blossom, had already withered. Lin Feng caught Xianxia's body and his face turned deathly pale. Xianxia killed herself, surprisingly. She took her own life. How foolish, what a naive young girl. She was so young, she was only 17 years old. She was supposed to be experiencing the most beautiful years of her life. However, because she had discovered how bitter reality really was, she couldn't stand it and killed herself. It shouldn't have ended that way. The members of the Wuxia sect were astonished. Xianxia's suicide was unexpected. However, they were only surprised for a few seconds and cold expressions quickly reappeared on their faces again. In their opinion, her death was insignificant. She had died, so what? Xianxia's body softly collapsed into Lin Feng's chest. Her head was raised. Blood was flowing out of her little mouth. Her naive young eyes were looking at Lin Feng and she was still smiling. "I'm sorry. I didn't have the chance to fight for you. All of this happened because of me." Lin Feng was wiping the blood from her mouth with the greatest care. He was unceasingly shaking his head. When Lin Feng looked at her deathly pale smile, he could see that she was very beautiful and soft-hearted. Unfortunately, the flower had chosen to wither over blossoming into a cruel world. "I know that it is not because they don't believe me, it is that they disdain my words. I couldn't convince them. Therefore, death was the only solution." Xianxia's voice gradually lost in intensity. Lin Feng raised his head and felt like he was going to cry. He wasn't like Xianxia, he wasn't naive. He was convinced that his efforts would bring him good luck. However, he had already experienced the bitterness of the cruelty of people in his past life. "Lin Feng, I'm already a young woman and I have no one to love. Please grant me my first kiss," said Xianxia suddenly with a shy smile. Immediately after, she added, "Just consider this as the last wish of a fellow cultivator." "All right," said Lin Feng while solemnly nodding. How could he refuse the last request of such a young and naive girl? He slightly lowered his head and wiped away the blood as he softly kissed her warm lips. She looked beautiful and resplendent. "So that's what it feels like to kiss someone." Xianxia's face slightly turned red. Immediately after, her beautiful naive eyes slowly closed. When Lin Feng saw her close her eyes, he raised his head while looking to the sky to stop his tears and took a deep, agonizing breath. "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill!" Lin Feng was shouting these words. His voice was extremely loud and filled with fury. In the air, 3 silhouettes appeared and rushed towards him. An incredibly strong and powerful ice-cold qi suddenly emerged in the atmosphere enveloping everybody. The powerful qi made the ground vibrate. That purple light was Lin Feng's signal for Mr. Hua, Mr. Qi, as well as Meng Qing. They had all seen the purple light and rushed to that location. It was just that they hadn't shown themselves until now. When the people of the Wuxia sect sensed the terrifying energies, their hearts started pounding. What a terrifying qi! The people of the Wuxia sect were looking at the 3 people who had just landed next to Lin Feng, which made them shake from head to toe. They had heard that 2 strong cultivators stood on Lin Feng's side. There was the old man Mr. Hua and a delicate-looking girl whose face was covered with a fine veil. But at that moment, there was one more person. Mr. Qi, and besides, Mr. Qi's qi was terrifying. "Mr. Qi, Mr. Hua, kill them, all of them." Lin Feng's qi was getting even more brutal. Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua slightly nodded. Their terrifying qi was getting more and more powerful. Especially the qi from Mr. Qi, the strength of the qi that he was releasing already exceeded that of the 3rd Xian qi layer. 4th Xian qi layer. The elders of the Wuxia sect were suddenly feeling uneasy. They were furious. On Lin Feng's side, there was another powerful cultivator. He was even stronger than Mr. Hua and the girl. He had broken through to the fourth Xianxia layer. At the scale of the Xianxia layer, one layer already constituted a huge difference. How foolish! Hideous facial expressions appeared on all these people's faces. They wanted to kill Lin Feng? At this moment, they were the ones in danger. Lin Feng. She still has one breath left in her body. I will give her a pill. A miracle could still happen, said Mr. Hua while putting a pill in Yunxi's mouth. Immediately after, the strength of the pure qi spread through her body and his finger pressed between her eyebrows. Lin Feng was stupefied. He could sense it. He was dumbstruck. Indeed, Yunxi still had a breath in her lungs. She was extremely weak. A moment ago, Lin Feng's heart had been filled with so much hatred and murderous intentions that he hadn't noticed it. Mr. Hua, said Lin Feng, whose eyes were filled with hope. A small light appeared between her eyebrows. It was pulsating. Then, Mr. Hua took his finger off her head and looked at Lin Feng. She will not die within the next 7 days, but the blood vessels are completely destroyed. She's severely injured. She will not live past 7 days. Lin Feng was dumbstruck and hastily replied, Is there no solution? There is one, said Mr. Hua. He then remained silent for a moment and said, while frowning, But only monstrously powerful pills can save her life. Pills? Lights were flashing in Lin Feng's eyes. Immediately after, he handed Yunxi over to Meng Qing and said, Meng Qing, take care of her. Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng. She was surprised, but immediately after she nodded and took Yunxi in her arms. After that, Lin Feng handed Yunxi over to Meng Qing. He turned around and stared at Wu Gang. His terrifying deadly qi turned into a sword which immediately rushed towards Wu Gang. Wu Gang couldn't help but move backwards. His face turned deathly pale. He was terrified of Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked frightening. His deadly qi was monstrous in power. If I don't kill you, it means that justice doesn't exist, said Lin Feng as his voice filled with killing intent. He then said, Mr. Qi, Mr. Hua, kill them all. Sorry for the trouble. It's been a while since I last fought. I still haven't enjoyed a good fight since I broke through to the fourth Xianxia layer, said Mr. Qi while smiling. His silhouette flickered and in a flash he disappeared. Ah! In a flash, a horrible shriek spread in the atmosphere. Mr. Qi's palm immediately crashed into an elder's body. Immediately, that elder's chest started burning and a black mark appeared. That elder was at the first Xianxia layer. He had just died. The difference between a cultivator of the first Xianxia layer and the fourth Xianxia layer was enormous. There was a difference of 3 layers. It was a gigantic gap. The strength between layers was even more vast than the Ling Qi layer. In a flash, the elder was killed. The elders of the Luoxia sect were all incomparably pale. They were all cultivators of the Xianxia layer, they were all treasures in their sect, but at that moment, they could easily get killed at any moment. Besides, there was one thing that scared them. A moment ago, Mr. Qi had killed a cultivator of the Xianxia layer in one strike. Well, what about them? A sensation of danger invaded their hearts. Maybe they made a mistake on that day. Everybody, act together and defeat the enemies, said the leader of the elders, who was the one at the third Xianxia layer. But when he finished talking, a terrifying fireball appeared. Mr. Hua was attacking him. Old friend, I'll keep this one under control, you kill the others. I will see how much time you need, said Mr. Hua. He was going to fight against the cultivator of the third Xianxia layer. The other ones had only broken through to the first and second Xianxia layer. Mr. Qi would easily kill them all. He wouldn't need much time to deal with them. All right. Mr. Qi nodded and took a huge step. An insanely violent pure qi started spinning around his body, which made everybody's heartbeat accelerate. What a monstrous ability. Mr. Hua was going to take care of the elder at the third Xianxia layer, so how would the others resist Mr. Qi without him? They had absolutely no hope. They would never be able to resist the power without the support of a stronger cultivator. At that moment, Mr. Qi was moving towards a cultivator of the first Xianxia layer. That person didn't even try to release his qi. He immediately tried to run away. However, how could a cultivator at the first Xianxia layer be faster than one of the fourth Xianxia layer? In a flash, a monstrous force descended from the sky. He abruptly turned his head around and immediately saw a brutal attack crash into him. Another cultivator of the Xianxia layer had just died. Dread was invading their hearts at that moment. The cultivator of the fourth Xianxia layer was way too terrifying. Their hearts were filled with regret. They regretted siding with Wu Gang and trying to kill Lin Feng, while letting Yunxi die. Now, not only would they not have the power to kill Lin Feng, but instead Lin Feng was repaying their hostility several times over. Wu Gang bastard cursed the members of the Wuxia sect at that moment. That bastard had provoked Lin Feng and the consequences would be terrifying. They could all possibly die today because of it. At that moment, a purple light was furiously circling Lin Feng's body. At the same time, a terrifying sword energy rose into the air and then rushed towards Wu Gang. Wu Gang's heart was pounding violently. Lin Feng was terrifying. He looked like a death god. In a flash, the purple energy wrapped around a person in front of Wu Gang. The purple energy lifted the person into the air. His legs were frenetically moving above the ground, but he was unable to escape. Lin Feng's hand was rushing through the air. The sword energy burst forth and a blood mark appeared between that person's eyebrows. It looked like a sword had pierced through his head. Run, run. The other disciples were panic-stricken. They didn't want to fight at all. The elders at the Xianxia layer were being slaughtered by Mr. Qi besides. None of the disciples could fight against Lin Feng. If they couldn't escape, the only possibility was to die. It was a dead end for them. Escape! Lin Feng's deadly qi became even more violent. His mouth looked distorted for a moment and then several hundred purple snakes appeared, which threw themselves at the escaping enemies, wrapping their bodies around the escaping disciples. At that moment, in the air, a few silhouettes were violently struggling. Everybody will die. Lin Feng's voice sounded ice-cold to the extent that it was piercing through to the bones. He raised both his hands high up into the air and a sword appeared. It was made of pure qi. It looked like the sword of a war god. That sword was filled with deadly qi, sword qi, and battle energy. Besides, it was gigantic. Lin Feng slowly rose into the air. His sword was dazzling and it suddenly shot through the air like a meteor. The entire atmosphere was consumed by a rain of blood as the sword slashed down. One sword made of qi was enough to kill all of them. There wasn't a single disciple left alive. Battle noises were unceasingly spreading through the atmosphere. Wu Gang was looking at the corpses unceasingly falling onto the ground. His heart was violently pounding, and it was getting worse each time a new corpse hit the floor. Everybody had died. Only one person was left, Lin Feng. He had meticulously killed everybody. Wu Gang raised his head and looked at Lin Feng's face. It was filled with killing intent. Fear invaded Wu Gang's entire soul. He was hopeless and terrified. "Don't kill me. I know that I was wrong," said Wu Gang while frantically shaking his hand. He finally regretted that he tried to put the blame on Lin Feng. He had invited the fury of a god of death. The arrogance had disappeared from his face. He also didn't have his evil smile anymore. Instead, there was only fear on his face. Everybody had died. All the elders of the Xianxia layer had died. Those of the Ling Qi layer had all been slaughtered under Lin Feng's sword made of qi. "You know that you are wrong?" said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. "Was admitting that he was at fault enough? Didn't you say that I attacked you by surprise? Now, I will give you the chance to attack me," said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached. After seeing such a slaughter, how could Wu Gang still dare to fight? His body flickered and he immediately tried to escape. After that, when Wu Gang's body was in mid-air, a purple snake immediately wrapped around him and brought him back. He appeared in front of Lin Feng, who raised his head and saw Wu Gang tied up. "You want to run away?" said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He raised his sword. A horrible shriek spread through the air. Wu Gang's legs were both cut off to stop him running away.